MRPL. It's wonderful to see all the audience gathered here for today's session on Himalayan geopolitics. We are privileged to have our distinguished speakers with us. May I invite Dr. Claude R.P., French-born author and journalist, Ambassador Dilip Sinha, former Indian diplomat and author, Sarste Kensho Rinpoche Jangchup Choiden, Deputy General Secretary of the International Buddhist Confederation. The moderator for the session is Bipindra NC, a seasoned journalist with 30 years of expertise in strategic affairs, geopolitics, aerospace, defense, and diplomacy. May I invite and request our speakers and moderator to please come on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, we invite you to share your thoughts and ideas on your X-Twitter handle and remain active throughout the event by hashtag MLRLITFEST2025. Kindly note that the award ceremony is currently taking place in Audi 1. Kindly note, dear audience, we would also encourage you to check out the bookstalls by the entrance and also scan the QR code placed near the exit of the hall to submit your feedbacks. Hereby, we begin the session on Himalayan geopolitics. Over to you, sir.
Is it audible now? Yeah. Namaskara. Good morning. Namaste. Bonjour.
Vanakkam.
Vanakkam. Vanakkam. Tashi Delak. It's a pleasure to be here in Mangaluru Lit Fest. I want to thank Bharat Foundation, the organizers, and also all the sponsors of this event. It's a great effort. 7th edition is a big deal. I want to congratulate all of you participants here for attending this event. Today we have been given a very important topic, Himalayan geopolitics. It's a very confounding word actually. It's kind of puts you off in the sense that you don't know what is it all about, because it's so vast that you can't really put your finger on what is Himalayan geopolitics. There are various subjects, various issues related to Himalayan geopolitics that we can deal with minutely, specifically, including India-China relationship, India-Tibet relationship, Pakistan, Bhutan, Nepal, you name all of them. All these dynamics come into play. There are environmental issues. There are issues relating to military affairs. There are, it's quite vast. But the thing is, we have a limited 1 hour time. We are going to be trying to deal with some specific issues so that we touch upon very important topics of the day. Contemporary issues, some historical issues. We'll try and deal with all of them. Today I have a great panel. In fact, it's a great honor for me to be here on the stage sharing with great eminent people. What I will do is, we have 1 hour time, so what I'll do is, I will introduce each of them alphabetically, if it's okay. And then I'll ask them a question, and then I'll go to the next speaker, introduce them and answer a question, and then we'll kind of follow up with other questions, and I'll come to the audience later for your questions too. First and foremost, it's my honor to introduce Dr. Claude Arpi. He was born in France in a very important year, 1949, when the Communist Party of China captured Beijing and declared the People's Republic of China. Mao Zedong declared it. So I mean, he was born in 1949. That itself is quite significant that way. And he's a trained dental surgeon. But instead of, removing tooth of his patients, he decided to kind of test the tooth of the Chinese with his expertise in Chinese affairs, on Tibetan affairs specifically. He first traveled to the Indian Himalayas in 1972, and then in 1974 decided to come and stay in India permanently. It's been almost 50 years now that he's been in India, settled in Pondicherry at Auroville. He lives there. He has written widely on geopolitics. He's a very seasoned, experienced journalist. He has written plenty of books, specifically focusing on India-China relations and on Tibet. He also holds the Chair of Excellence of Field Marshal K.M. Cariappa Chair of Excellence at the United Service Institution of India, which is a Delhi-based tri-service institution, tri-military service institution. And he has written several books under that project. There is a 4-part book that he has written. I recommend that you please go and take a look at all those books. They are masterpieces on India, China, Tibet affairs. I welcome you, sir. But my first question is, a dental surgeon who came to settle down in India, what brought you to India in 1972 in the first place? And also in 1974, you decided to come and settle down in India permanently and took up Tibet as your favorite subject of research and book writing. What triggered all this?
I think first I came to India in 72. I was sort of fascinated by Himalaya and Tibet. So I had the good chance or the good karma, you would say, to meet His Holiness the Dalai Lama in Dharamsala in 72. Dharamsala was a small town. There was hardly any visitors. I was telling my friends, I was there last week, there's only 2-3 hotels. Now there must be thousands of hotels in all Kangra. So I had the opportunity to meet His Holiness sister, Mrs. Jetson Pamela, and she wanted me to be a dentist in Dharamsala, in the Tibetan children village. But in the meantime, I got to know about Sri Aurobindo and the work of the mother, and about the utopian city of Auroville. So my heart was divided, and finally in 74, that is 50 years now, I came to settle in India. Now I came, if you allow me, something very special. I think we came by road, 35 of us. There was mostly French, but 2 from Germany, 1 from Canada, and we drove with a big bus and 3 vans all over Europe. Means France, Italy, Yugoslavia, it doesn't exist, Bulgaria, Turkey, Iran, Afghanistan, Pakistan, and India. So I think it was I'm very privileged to have been able to go through that adventure and to see the world, to see different culture. But my first love was for the Himalaya. And as the moderator mentioned, Himalaya, I think, is a very, very important subject for the future of the Indian nation, for the future of Asia and the world. So there's battles, different battles for environment, but also a real battle. And that was in Ladakh. It started it's restarted in May of 2020. Now there's some sort of agreement for disengagement. I don't know how far will that disengagement. But you have these two aspects of the Himalaya. One, it's the most peaceful place in the world. All the lamas, the yogis, the pandits, the gods, Shiva, and so many others. I was there in Uttarakhand. They told me there's 33 crores of gods living in the Himalaya. So, I mean, nobody has counted that, but it's the most peaceful. It has been for centuries and millennia the most peaceful, and today it's the most militarized area. And in Ladakh, there's 60, 70,000 Javan and officers facing the same number in China. The infrastructure has developed tremendously. So you have this, always that dichotomy. And I just conclude the small story that I have been visiting all these remote places, and about 20 years ago I was in Munsiari, and I met one very interesting lady. She's one of the great mountain experts in India, and she did the Trans-Himalaya, for all-woman Trans-Himalayan. And they were walking, all the women from the east to the west, and one night she stopped in the village, and she was sitting with the lady, the Pari lady there of the villager, and she said, Kitna Sundara, how beautiful it is. And the lady said, Kitne dukh, there is so much suffering for the local people. So you have to find the balance between that beauty, and I think they need our Rinpoches and monks and to advise them, because today we are going full development, which is good, and I'm always advocating development, but we should not also forget the beauty, otherwise we'll destroy the beauty and we'll destroy the environment. So I think the need of the hour is to find a balance to preserve this Himalaya, and so that the gods, they don't go away, because one day they'll be so disgusted by what is happening in the Himalaya, they will just run away. It's my views.
Thank you very much. I asked him this question to establish his credential as an expert on the subject, because he has been working on it for 50 years, written plenty of books, and also to we were discussing, you don't need a PhD to do this kind of in-depth research. That's the, if you have passion for it, I think you can definitely do this kind of work that Dr. RP has done till date. And I hope that you continue to do so in the future.
You're
also.
wasting time but sometimes you need a PhD also if you want to find a job in the university. But at my age, I think that it would be a waste of time.
Right. So our next guest today is Ambassador Dilip Sinha. He has served as the Additional Secretary and Special Secretary for International Organizations and Environment Diplomacy in the Ministry of External Affairs. He was also the ambassador to Greece, Deputy High Commissioner to Bangladesh, Deputy Chief of Mission in Brazil. He was India's permanent representative in the United Nations at Geneva. He also dealt with Pakistan, Afghanistan, and Iran as a joint secretary in the Ministry of External Affairs. Last year, he released a great book. I have read this book. It's called as the Imperial Games in Tibet. I recommend this strongly if you want to understand the historical perspective of the games that happen in the Himalayan geopolitics. Sir, to you, sir, what triggered you to write this? Because your entire background has been with regard to international organizations in economic diplomacy and environment diplomacy. What turned you to this Tibet?
Well, when you are interested in international affairs and you deal with international affairs, then, and you're an Indian diplomat, then automatically India-China relations becomes an important part of your thinking, because China is a very important country, and plus our adversarial relationship with China is very important. So I did want to understand what happened between India and China, what is the cause of the dispute, and I would occasionally read some books on India-China relations. But I realized that when in the discourse between India and the India-China relations, the key country, which is Tibet, was completely ignored not only by foreign writers but also by our own people. And any book that you read on the border dispute between India and China would look at China's claim, would look at India's claim, find flaws in India's claim and say, look, India's claim is weak, therefore China's claim is strong. But I realized that China's claim to the border comes entirely from its claim to Tibet. And when we conceded that Tibet is a part of China, then we automatically gave all the arguments over into China's hands. So we had to question that point. Is Tibet a part of China? And should we have conceded that? And that was the starting point of my thinking. So after retirement, I was able to start reading on it and reading about the various imperial powers in this region. And I realized that in this discourse, China's claim to Tibet is entirely fictitious. Yes, there was a military victory, and they colonized Tibet under the Qing dynasty, which is the Manchu dynasty in the 18th century. But in the 18th century, Britain also colonized India. That doesn't make India a part of Britain. So there was an imperial relationship between, an imperial colonial relationship between Tibet and China. But the question was, why is it that nobody on earth questions China's claim to Tibet? And that took me to the theme of this book, which was the imperial games, that there were two other imperial powers who were playing this game, Britain and Russia. And China was the third imperial power, and it was the interrelationship of these three imperial powers that determined the fate of Tibet. In fact, early in the 20th century, actually. And thereafter, when the People's Republic of China, of course, the Qing dynasty collapsed, Tibet became independent, declared independence also. The Chinese troops in Lhasa were sent back to China through India, incidentally. But then came the People's Republic that you mentioned about in 1949, and then they invaded Tibet in 1950. And the question came up, why did nobody came to the rescue of Tibet in 1950? And that is where the imperial agreements of the early 20th century came into play, which is why it's important to know about that period. And India, of course, followed the British policy, which was to recognize Tibet as a part of China. There was a bit of misunderstanding in India about what India's policy is. But this was the broad situation where I got interested, and I decided that I must write this book.
Absolutely, sir. Great contribution to this entire debate about geopolitics. As you rightly said, I think Tibet is the epicenter of the entire Himalayan geopolitics at this point in time, including the military conflict that we face between India and China. So thank you very much for this contribution, sir. We'll move on to the next expert on the panel today, Rinpoche Jangchup Chodron. He's a former abbot of the Ganden Shartse Norling University, based in southern India. He was awarded the Geshe Larampa doctoral degree in 1997, and in 2017 he was appointed the executive director of the International Gelug Foundation by His Holiness the Dalai Lama for the spread of the Nalanda tradition of Buddhism. He is fluent in 5 languages, including English, Mandarin, and Hindi. He is currently the Secretary General of the International Buddhist Confederation. I specifically mentioned about his Nalanda tradition because I would like to understand from, I would be very imprudent to ask him why did he get involved with Himalayan geopolitics, but essentially, so I want to ask him about this Nalanda tradition of Buddhism. Because the Chinese narrative has been that the Tibetan Buddhism needs to have Chinese characteristics. And also they claim that they have a kind of a superior Buddhist thought process and tradition. But also there are historical records which I am yet to kind of verify particularly, that some of the first Indian Buddhist monks who went to China and took Buddhism to China came from South India, particularly my home state, Tamil Nadu. And apparently this happened around the 7th century, early 7th century, at the same time when a lot of the Chinese Buddhist monks visited India, visited Nalanda, and several places. So there is a kind of still a dispute over how Buddhism went to China and in particular to Tibet. What is your take on this particular issue? If you could also explain what is the Nalanda tradition?
Anirodham anutpadam anuchedam ashashvatam anekartham nanartham nagamam nirgamam yaha pratitya samutpadam parpancho pashmam shivam deshyamasa sambudastam vande vadatam varam. By paying homage to great teacher the Shakyamuni. It's a great pleasure to be part of this wonderful literature festival in Mangalore. Thank you very much for your introduction, Bipendraji. The topic, Himalayan geopolitics, is a very interesting topic. But you know, I'm not a geopolitics expert, but geopolitics is something that is connected to a lot of things. And in my capacity, I can say that I'm a cultural man, I'm a religious man, and spiritual man. And geopolitics didn't remain cut off from culture, religion, and spirituality. That is the reality at the ground. So I think that makes my presence on this stage a little bit relevant, unless maybe it appears like it's irrelevant. So now here talking about the Himalayan geopolitics, as Bipendraji has put forward, Buddhism plays a great role in Himalayan geopolitics. This entire region of Himalaya is very deeply kind of affected by Buddhist philosophical viewpoint and the Buddhist lifestyle and Buddhist culture. So the Buddhism, I do remember one of the kind of famous Tibetan Buddhist master used to say that if we look into the history, Buddhism has been the biggest export of this country and biggest contribution of this country towards the entire humanity. Buddhism is started to be exported the moment Buddha started teaching it. And since then, it is exported all the way up to today. And even today, we are exporting Buddhism from this country. So, history of this country, culture of this country, and a lot of other things cannot be explained without kind of touching the Buddhism. So its geopolitics also is that part. So when we come to kind of spread of Buddhism in China, actually it appears like spread of Buddhism in China has started somewhere around 3rd century, much earlier than any other countries. So in the initial stage, it may have kind of moved through the kind of a Silk Route, the northern route of trade. And then in the course of time, it has moved through the kind of ocean routes, the southern routes of trade. So that happened throughout the history. And since it has started in the 3rd century, it is roughly around 1,700 years of history. So within that period, there are huge changes that have came. Nowadays, we have Chinese Buddhism, we have Tibetan Buddhism, we have Vajrayana, we have Mahayana, we have Hinayana, we have Theravada. all these different tribes of Buddhism, but they all claim that they are Buddhist. They all follow the Buddha. So that makes a huge difference. There is no question that where Buddha taught the Buddhism, where Buddha started teaching, in India. And India is the place of origin of Buddhism. No one should be doubting about that. No one should be raising question about that. But in a modern geopolitics, everyone is trying to highlight their own kind of asset from the kind of political view. Everyone talks about the assets. China have their assets, India have our own assets, and every country have their own assets. Everyone is trying to use that asset to kind of establish some benefits. So at presently, it appears like China has the kind of maximum number of Buddhist followers, and they are looking forward to take that advantage and push forward their narratives. And they have the right to do that. And India has majority of the Buddhist holy places. And history, India has the history at its side. Buddhism was born in India, and it was flourished in India, and then it was exported from India. That is the truth. So based on that, India is creating its own narrative. And there are kind of a clash of narrative that happens in the kind of international political platform. That's very common. So here, the Himalayan geopolitics, the Buddhist kind of influence is always in the favor of India. I think it can be used, it can be kind of presented in a proper way if proper planning and proper strategizing is done. So I would just like to say up to that point, at this point.
Yeah, thank you so much. Dr. Api, the Ambassador Sinha mentioned that the claims of Chinese on Tibet is absolutely unjustified, and there is no reason behind it. But there is a very famous Mao Zedong's quote that everybody quotes here and there, that he talked about Tibet and said that Tibet is like a palm, and there are 5 regions here in the Himalayas which are like the 5 fingers of a palm, which these regions include Arunachal Pradesh, Sikkim, Nepal, Bhutan, and Ladakh. What is your view on this? Is there any kind of a justification for Mao Zedong to say such things, or did he really say such a thing? What is your experience on it, and what does your research say on it, and what are the chances that Xi Jinping, who kind of wants to make an imprint on Chinese history after Mao Zedong, there are 2 options before. One is Taiwan, and the other is Arunachal Pradesh in terms of territorial claims. Do you think you would make an attempt on Arunachal Pradesh or any of these 5 fingers that Mao Zedong is being quoted on?
Let me answer for the 5 fingers and the palm is the Tibetan plateau. I think it's the most beautiful fake quote. It's really beautiful, it's useful, everyone has quoted it, every expert has quoted it. And I was asked about 15, 20 years ago, where did you get this? I had put also in one of my books, and I start searching, and I start contacting all the people expert in Mao Zedong's thought and Mao Zedong writing. It is nowhere. Mao Zedong has not said it officially. Nobody, maybe he has said it informally, but it remains a very, very beautiful quote, but it's fake. So I think there are many, many quotes like that which are fake but which are good. Now it's good because today China still claims the entire Arunachal Pradesh as southern Tibet. Not only that, but they have changed the name 3 times last 3 years of many places in Arunachal Pradesh, around Tawang, even south of and similarly, Ladakh, they have always said it's a disputed area. And so this is a fact that they would like to advance. And we realize what happened in May of 2020 in Ladakh, For no reason, Xi Jinping sent the PLA in 5 places, in Depsang, Demchok, the finger areas, Hot Spring, and Galwan, and try to advance this thing. So I think it's like, I always say it, but it's not very nice to say, but it's like in the DNA, at least of the communist regime, to grab few. If you look back 4 years later, what has Xi Jinping gained? Not much. And actually, it was quite a defeat that he accepted in October, last October, to sign a disengagement agreement. In fact, nothing has been disengaged much. They allow Indian patrols to go back where they were going before May of 2020. And on the other side, I mentioned earlier that a lot of infrastructure development has taken place, helipad, roads, trains, even naval base, a huge bridge on the Pangong Tso, that big lake where India and China are facing each other. They have done a new bridge. And so there's no disengagement, and China is still pushing. So I think today, my experience going, I was very privileged to go with Venerable Rinpoche to Takshin. I don't know how many of you have heard about Takshin. It's one Upper Subansari district of Arunachal. It's right on the LAC, and this is one of the disputed places in Arunachal. What I've seen in all these places, India has done tremendous effort. Of course, India will be always 15, 20 years late on China. China are masters. If in 1954, when Ambassador Wessina was mentioning that they came in 51, they occupied Lhasa. Between 51 and 54, they did that 2 main axes between Sichuan and Tibet, and Qinghai in the north and Tibet. That is so remarkable what they have achieved. Tens of thousands of Chinese died, and Tibetans also, that they walk on this road and tunnel. Today they are far in advance. That's why there is a possibility that they do some hydropower plants in north of Arunachal, because they are really the best. But India has catch up a little bit, not much, but I think sufficiently for the Indian army to defend the border. And they cannot do today what they have done in May of 2020 in Ladakh. They cannot do it in Arunachal or even in Uttarakhand. There's 4, 5, 6 places disputed, or even in northern Sikkim they try. So the situation has changed, but the mindset of the party, and but we can hope that Xi Jinping has learned from this, because he has gained nothing. I tell you, in 4 years, what has he gained? In my view, not much. And he has a party. In India, you have the public opinion. You have the MPs who are vociferous in parliament. You have the media, which is more or less neutral or fair. But in China, you have the central committee of the party, the 200 more powerful nominated member of the party. You have the Politburo, you have a standing committee. And so this put also pressure on Xi Jinping, and he could be questioned. And he is questioned. That's why in 1 year he had to sack 2 defense ministers.
Right. Thank you, Dr. Api. Ambassador Sinha, of course, Dr. Api has mentioned about this disengagement that has happened after 4.5 years of military conflict in Ladakh. The agreement has been done, and obviously we have started patrolling areas again. Despite this thaw in this relationship at the border areas, the military thaw that has happened, do you think the Chinese, particularly the Communist Party of China, can be trusted by India, anytime at all? Because I believe, just to give you a historical context, George Fernandez was the first Indian defense minister who openly said that the Chinese are the enemy number 1 of India. And obviously they have been proving it time and again with small skirmishes or incursions in the borders time and again. And in this context, we also have this 4 border agreements since 1991 that has kind of sort of failed during this 4.5 years of conflict. conflict. What should India do? Do you think we should trust them? In fact, Ronald Reagan in the 1980s said that when he was asked a question about China, whether they can be trusted, he said, trust but verify. So what is your take on this particular subject? Can we trust them at all? Should India do anything about it? What should India do here?
Well, when it comes to the question of trusting China, in 1951, the Dalai Lama, Tibet signed an agreement with China. And you know what happened thereafter. 1951, they signed the 17-point agreement under which China agreed to respect the autonomy of Tibet, the institutions of the Dalai Lama, and Tibetan culture. We know what happened after that. And in 1959, His Holiness had to come and take refuge in India. So that is the question as far as Tibet trusting China is concerned. We also trusted China. We signed an agreement in 1954, the Panchsheel Agreement. We know what happened in 1959 and then what happened in 1962. So this Ronald Reagan idea of trust but verify, that applies perhaps to other people but doesn't apply to China. Now we're talking about the Himalayan geopolitics today. China claims, see, the Himalayan region was always a frontier between Tibet and India, and it was always an extremely peaceful frontier. Various religious ideas survived in this area. This was the place of the gods. The Kailash Mansarovar, the Kailash mountain, the Parvat, is holy to three religions, Hinduism, Buddhism, and the Bon religion. And all of them exist peacefully. One has never heard of a fight among the various devotees trying to go around the Kailash Parvat and praying over there. So in the Himalayan region, there are many areas where Buddhists were in large numbers, many areas where other people were in large numbers. China today claims all the Buddhist areas of the Himalayan belt as its territory based upon the claim that they belong to Tibet. Now, but India and Tibet never had a dispute on this region. The dispute arose only when China came into the picture. And China's claims are all entirely imperial claims. There was a person who did a study from some think tank in China, says that China's imperial conquests, the list is, first is Taiwan, which they plan to conquer in the next whenever. Then there is the Senkaku Island with Japan. Then you have the islands in South China Sea. Then you have the Himalayan belt, which is the 5 fingers, which are all the 5 areas over which China claims sovereignty. After that would come Manchuria and Mongolia. This is the list that was drawn by one of the think tanks in China. So we have to be clear that China has never ever given up the claim to these areas. Now you talked about the agreements that we have had with China since 1993, when we started having talks with China. These agreements are only about codes of behavior for the troops on the border. They are not, there is no line drawn anywhere. The line of actual control is not a line. It is just a region where both countries used to go and patrol. And the Indian side would go and patrol, the Chinese side would go and patrol. If they would meet on some occasion, they would sit and have a cup of tea and come back. Neither side would dispute the other's claim, although both sides would claim it. In Galwan, what happened was that this sacred understanding was broken, and our troops were taken by surprise when they were attacked by. The troops are not supposed to carry weapons. In Galwan, the Chinese came with clubs with barbed wire around them to beat up our people. And since our people were taken by surprise there, they suffered casualties. I presume our people are now much more alert. And what we are doing now is, in this agreement, we are essentially just disengaging. But China has never used the word disengagement or even de-escalation in its releases. Yeah. There is only an arrangement. So there we are on what we have agreed upon and what we had earlier. China has not given up its claims, and we have to be alert all the time.
Yeah, this, of course, the 4 agreements, border agreements, are essentially an arrangement that has happened, how the troops will conduct themselves in the border.
Code of behavior.
Exactly. So, as far as the special representative talks are concerned, on the border question, the larger border question itself, you may correct me if I'm wrong. Is it true that the Chinese are not willing to put the LAC maps on the table, whereas the Indian side is ready to do it? And why is that so?
Well, I'm not an expert on this. You have an expert here,
What was
Dr.
the question?
Krodarpi.
Yeah, the question is the larger boundary issue in which the special representatives, the NSA on our side, and the external affairs minister, the foreign minister on the Chinese side, Wang Yi, they hold talks on the border question. So there it is believed that the Indian side is more than willing to put the maps of the border on the table, LAC maps on the table, whereas the Chinese side are unwilling to do it. So is that true? And if that is so, what is the implication of it?
Historically, in 2000, there was an exchange of map for the central sector,
Okay.
which is Uttarakhand, Himachal, and the Chinese gave us their map and India. And there was only one discrepancy, one place called Baravati. In 2002, there was supposed to be a similar exchange for the northern sector, means Ladakh. The maps were brought for 20 minutes on the table, and they realized that there was too much discrepancy. There was 12 places, and they withdrew. For the eastern sector, there never any exchange. So when Ambassador Sine speak about this agreement of 93 or 96, 2005, 2010, it all mentioned the LAC, one LAC, and there is no map of the LAC. China is pretending, and they have planted in the Indian, some Indian analysts, they have planted the fact that there was a map in 59, in September 59. This is not correct. There was no map of LAC exchange. Only Zhou Enlai in December 62, after the war, 1 month after the war, he distributed to the Asian and African country one very, very vague map, which is still the same, but there's no precise map. What has happened during these 4 years in Ladakh, for the first time, I think there was because its army was delaying, some representative, the joint secretary of the MEA was there also, but for the first time, they mapped the area and both sides exchange. So at least it's done partly for Ladakh. But you have to remember that when the ambassador speak of Galvan, or you speak of Hot Spring, Gogra, or Depth Sound, is very, very far from what Mr. Zhou Enlai, the Chinese premier, had shown to Prime Minister Nehru in 1956. So there was the ministry had published in 63 publication called Chinese Aggression in Maps. And you see that line moving. And today we are at Galvan, we are at Gogra, we are at Depsang, but it's very, very far from area which has never been part of the Chinese Empire. Never. And similarly, in the other sector of the border, the boundary, there's not a single Chinese who has ever come in what today is Arunachal Pradesh, what was Nifa earlier. The Chinese never came to Tawang. And suddenly, because of Tibetan had some influence. And actually, this pocket of influence in Arunachal is only 10%. It's the Takshin, the place where we went. It's Walong, small place, Menchuka, small place, and the main one is Tawang. It's 10% of the landmass of the Arunachal, but they claim the entire thing without, as Ambassador said, without any historical background.
Yeah. So actually, this brings me to a very important question because Ambassador Sinha, you say that there is no, judicious claim on Tibet, and of course, an extension of that is to the 5 figures that they talk about Chinese spot. So, and also in the recent years or for several years now, China has been pushing this one China principle, where they want every nation in the world to recognize that all the occupied territories, including the East Turkestan, which today Chinese call as Xinjiang, and the Inner-Mongolian region, the Manchurian region, all these regions to be identified as Chinese territory. This question is to Dr. RP too. So if we admit to that particular I mean, when there is a difference between a principle and a policy. When you say principle, there is no compromise on it. You can't negotiate a principle. But if it is a policy, you can tweak it. You can always do whatever you want with it. You can tweak it. You can amend it. You can even scrap it. So that is the difference between a principle and a policy. So I would like to call it as one China policy because of this very reason. So is this one China policy to which India has also admitted beneficial to India? Are there threats if we challenge this one China policy? Is it going to be beneficial to the Tibetans and Tibet if we discard this one China policy? What is your view on this? Dr. Rapi, I would like to invite your view also on this. First, Dr. Sinha.
You see, this
Ambassador Sinha.
one China policy, we must remember, pertains only to the dispute between the People's Republic of China, which is based in Beijing, and the Republic of China, which is based in Taiwan. That battle took place in 1949, and the nationalist China moved over to Taiwan. So the question is, who represents China? And this was the dispute in the United Nations, which continued from 1949 to 1971. So that is a separate issue. I don't want to go into that issue. For us, what is relevant is Tibet a part of China, and do we recognize it as a part of China? And that is the question. Officially, we recognize Tibet as a part of China. There's no denying that. No country in the world says that Tibet is a colony under Chinese occupation. But that is the point that I have questioned in my book, and I insist that we have to start questioning that. Because Tibet was never a part of China in its history. And here I'd like to cite the example that all the Chinese scholars who came to study Buddhism in India, there were three very famous ones: Faxian in the 4th century, in the Gupta period, then Xuanzang, who came in the 7th century, and then Yi Qing, who came also in the 17th century. None of them came through Tibet. Xuanzang came through Central Asia, Faxian came through Central Asia, Xuanzang went back through Central Asia, Yi Qing came by the sea route, Faxian went back by the sea route. They didn't come through Tibet, and it is not as if Tibet did not have links with India at that time. Tibetan scholars were coming to Nalanda to study. Now, Xuanzang came to Nalanda, studied there, I think, for 10 years. Now, I'm not an expert again on this issue, but I don't think Xuanzang has referred to the Tibetans who were studying in Nalanda. Perhaps yeah. Mr. RP might be able to tell us on that. If you go to a foreign country and you meet your countrymen, the first thing you do is you meet the countrymen, even if it's from a different part of the country. But abroad, you are all from the same country. But here, Xuanzang comes and spends 10 years in Nalanda, and I don't think he refers to anything about the Tibetans who were studying there. So in the national consciousness of China, Tibet was never a part of the country. And in Chinese history itself today, the official history which they write, different historians have different periods of time when they claim that Tibet became a part of China. Some say it became a part of China when the Manchus conquered Tibet in 1720. Some say no, when the Mongols conquered in 1240. Some say no, earlier in the Tang dynasty. And now the official line is that since ancient times, Tibet has been a part of China. So their own record, their own narrative keeps changing.
Right, sir. Dr. Api, you have anything to add to this?
I have been walking last few months on maps of the border in Tibet, Himalaya, and China. I found many maps of China. They stopped their territory stopped at the Great Wall of China. And west of that is not China. So, and again, the tragedy is that this Kailash Mansarovar, or that place where we went with Rinpoche, that Taksin, there was pilgrimage, very, very famous, and people would cross the border. They know Aadhaar card or identification or no, anybody from India could go, and similarly people from Tibet could visit. And for example, in Ladakh, there was 400 monks in Lhasa studying in the monasteries. In Tawang, many of these monks were studying in Losoling Monastery in Lhasa. So that was a free trade. In Chumbi Valley, which is east of Sikkim, There was 150 Marwari shop selling everything. You could buy a car, you can get a motorbike. They would dismantle the car, take it over Natula or Jalepla, and re-put it together on the other side. Everyone would buy, the rich people would buy Omega watch or this thing. They were traders, and when Nehru visited in September 58, that Chumbi Valley, he met all these traders. He had I've collected quite a lot of pictures of his talks with. So that was a free trade, free pilgrimage, and all this stopped in 62. That is a tragedy, because the Himalayan people who are very close to the Tibetan, they have no. So I want Rinpoche to say something about that, because.
Yeah, Rinpoche, I would like to add to what Dr. Api said and ask you questions before we move on to the audience question. There are two critical issues, with regard to the Tibetan movement in exile is concerned. One is it's over 10 years since His Holiness the Dalai Lama gave up his temporal and administrative duties, and there is a democracy now. You have a Sikyong who gets elected. There have been 3 elections that have happened till date. So how strong is the Tibetan democracy at this point in time? And how, of course, His Holiness himself is about 89 years old now, but he has said somewhere that he will live up to 110 years. So his succession is a major question, and China wants to kind of interfere in that process of selection of the next Dalai Lama. So if you could just touch upon these two issues also, if, along with your...
You see, these are very kind of important questions, and these questions really need a lot of time to address these things. First thing is, like, everyone tried to explain the situation from today's worldview. If we look into the history, we have all these little kingdoms. There was no such a big country. And according to Mr. Yuval Noah Harari, these big countries became possible because of the information kind of revolution. So this, trying to legitimize your control over certain area because of, some connection, this doesn't work. This doesn't kind of move forward. Just yesterday, I think most of you have heard about that. Israel is claiming to kind of revive the old Israel. It's kind of unthinkable in today's modern kind of the system. But anyone can claim anything. We are free to say anything. But it is going to happen in the ground. That's another different thing. So there are a lot of such things. I told you, like, every country tried to build up their own narratives. And there are also counter-narratives. And everyone's have their own story, version of story. But which one is going to sustain and which one is going to flourish, no one knows. So this is the ground reality at present. And then when we come to this issue of, Tibetan diaspora. Now, Tibetan diaspora, telling you the truth, I grew up in Tibetan diaspora, but I'm an Indian. I'm grateful to this state particularly. I lived in Karnataka for 40 plus years. But this is an irony. I don't know Kannada. I'm sorry for that. But I can understand you to some extent, but when it comes to communicate, I cannot gain the fluency. So this is another issue that we are facing. Now, in this country, in Karnataka, if we talk about the Tibetan diaspora, roughly around 30 to 40% of Tibetan diaspora within India live in this state. But many of the Kannada friends don't know about that. Tibetans think this state has been greatly generous to them. I feel Tibetan refugee community has been greatly generous to me. Though I'm an Indian, but I lived in Tibetan refugee community to get trained as a Tibetan Buddhist monk, and after that, rise in the hierarchy to be the Kulpati of the Tibetan Buddhist kind of monastic institute, and then kind of at presently I'm in this position because I have that background. If I didn't came from that side, I may probably not speaking in front of you. So this is the reality. Now, Tibetan diaspora is a very, very efficient and kind of influential diaspora. And of course, that goes back to the His Holiness Dalai Lama. He is a very visionary leader, and he thinks in a much kind of a wide and extensive scale. Of course, he has a lot of expert friends and kind of advisors and so on, but that is his great contribution. Now, why Tibetan kind of administrative changes happen? His Holiness always has this thinking. Tibetan administration or the Tibetan government in exile must learn to survive without the influence of Dalai Lama. That was his thinking. So he prepared that system to move towards the direction when the day happens that His Holiness is no more, but it will sustain. It can run. So that was his preparation. And it was kind of exemplary. Most of the time, in normal politics, everyone tried to kind of cling to the power. Even someone is about to die this night, they will cling to the power this morning. That is the politics in today's world. But things are different. All the politicians doesn't do that. His Holiness became politician not by choice. Nowadays, everyone go and choose to become politician and go there. But His Holiness didn't become the politician because of his choice. He was put into a situation where there is no other choice. He have to just remain in that position. So now the Tibetan administration has become fully kind of established under a democratic system, but it has its own problems. We have seen in past 15 years that how society get kind of, divided or polarized because of some, selected people's loss and gain. This is really kind of an irony, but it is a ground reality in a democracy. Democracy has a lot of good things to offer to us, humanity. But there are a lot of problems also in democracy. But we need to learn how to solve these problems and how to live with these good things. This is a reality. So Tibetan community is learning and is kind of growing in that field. I do hope in the course of time they will become more mature and resolve the issues much more in a kind of comprehensive and much more kind of experienced way. So that is what I can kind of pray for. But I don't know, is it going to happen or not?
Thank you, Rinpoche, for that answer. I think there are a lot of issues within Tibet, including human rights violations, and also lack of choice in terms of democratic choice for the Tibetans who are living there, and there is complete control of the communist China over Tibet today. With this, I think we are actually almost at the end of our time, so I need to quickly go to the audience. But before we do that, let me ask, let's do a straw poll. How many of you think that India needs to do more for Tibet and Tibetans, in the entire Himalayan geopolitical issue? Raise your right
Oh,
hand.
yes, that's almost everybody.
I think almost everybody. Great. Thank you so much. I would have asked this question, what India needs to do from all the three panelists, but I would ask the audience, if any of you want to pose a question, please do. Please identify yourself. Only one question and quick question. We don't have much time.
My name is Damodar Padavidri. The question is with regard to the dam which is presently building in Tibet itself. China is planning to, I guess, in the process of building a dam there. So Manasarovar trips have been stopped at present. And the dam is so huge that the water will be, they are using the water of Brahmaputra fully. And whatever unneeded water, they are sending it to the state of, they are sending it to India and Bangladesh.
Absolutely. So
First
that's
point.
a wonderful question.
Second-
One question, please.
Second-
No, please, one
Just-
question.
We
We need
can
to
wind it up in one.
we need to give opportunity to others, please. It's a very vital question that you have asked. There are ecological issues also. There has been an earthquake in Tibet. in the recent
That's the
time.
point. Second question.
Please, I know. Please. Could any of you answer this question, please? It's a very important. I think Dr. Api is the expert on this.
I'm going counter-current. I don't agree with the Indian media about the big dam. I think the Chinese is planted that story to excite the Indian media. It's not easy. It's not a simple. First, there will never be a big dam. It was a series of cascade, 8, 9 cascade dam. When the Chinese engineers have worked for 30, 40 years, and the plans have completely evolved. It's not at all the same thing that in 1986 they wanted to do a micro nuclear device to open the way of the Yalong Sampo, the Brahmaputra. There is a lot of issue, and we have seen 2 days back with the earthquake in Tingri that the entire Himalayan belt is seismologically is very, very fragile. In the largest earthquake in 20th century was on Independence Day on 1950, 3 years after the independence. In India, we call it Assam earthquake, but it was epicentered in Tibet, in Lohit sector. So that same seismology is taking place in Yalong Sampo, Siang, Dibang, and all these areas, not only in Tingri where we saw. So this is a very, very complicated issue. There's a lot of politics and there's a lot of big lobbies also pushing for the dam because they want to make money. I don't think it will happen very soon. They have started doing a tunnel about 4 or 5 years ago in one place called Doshongla, which would correspond with the entry of the water the hydropower plant. That tunnel is blocked by landslides since 2 years. So it's not easy, it will not happen, but China, you have to remember that half of the news comes from China. They may be planted. You have to be very careful, and I think we should do much, much more scientific research before coming to a conclusion and be sure that they will do a dam.
Yeah, is there a lady who wants to ask a question?
There's no lady.
We are an equal opportunity platform. Any lady who wants to ask a question quickly? No? Yeah. Okay. We are going to conclude it now. One last question I would like to ask in one sentence or one issue that you think that India needs to do for Tibet. If you can answer in one line, it will be great. What should India need to do? Any one issue, please identify, put your finger on. If you can answer in one sentence, it will be great. Please go ahead.
Indians need to learn more about Tibet and its kind of strategic importance for this country. That is what I would like to request.
Thank you so much. So,
I entirely agree with Rinpoche. And I would say that we should also start raising the human rights violations and the cultural genocide that is taking place inside Tibet in the international fora.
absolutely great. So, what about you, sir?
I will put the ball in Rinpoche's camp. I think the Himalayan people, who are very closely linked with Tibet, should come more together, and they have started. They have now. That was the objective of our visit in the Subansari, to come together and to also show and to also invite His Holiness to reincarnate in the Himalayan belt and do more for Tibet. If it comes from them, it will have more weight than if it comes from Washington, D.C. That is my view.
Thank you so much. Two key takeaways from this session. One, there is no justified claim on Tibet for the communist China. And number two, India needs to do more for the Tibetans and Tibet. With that, I wrap this session. I want to thank my panelists for the great wisdom and insight and for the time.
And we should trust Tibet, but
Not trust
with
China.
moderation, with a great moderation, and keep our eyes open.
Yeah. I want to thank the organizers for this opportunity. Let's put your hands together for the
Thank you, sir. That was indeed a very informative session. Now, may I invite Durga Ramdas Katil to present the memento to our speakers and moderator. Please, sir. That is an end to our session on Himalayan geopolitics. Thank you to our speakers, moderator, and special thanks to our audience. We are moving on to our next session.
ವೀಕ್ಷಕರ ಗಮನಕ್ಕೆ ಇದೀಗ ಸಭಾಂಗಣ ಒಂದರಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಗಧದ ಲೋಕಾರ್ಪಣ ಹಾಗೂ ಅವಲೋಕನ ಎಂಬ ವಿಷಯದ ಕುರಿತು ಚರ್ಚೆ ಹಾಗೂ ಸಂವಾದವು ನಡೆಯಲಿರುವುದು. ಸಭಾಂಗಣ ಒಂದರಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಗಧದ ಲೋಕಾರ್ಪಣೆ ಹಾಗೂ ಅವಲೋಕನ ಎಂಬ ವಿಷಯದ ಕುರಿತು ಚರ್ಚೆ ಹಾಗೂ ಸಂವಾದ ನಡೆಯಲಿರುವುದು.
Welcome back to the 7th edition of the Mangaluru Lit Fest 2025, organized by the Bharat Foundation and powered by the Mythic Society, NITE, Manipal, and MRPL. We move on to the next session of the day, Nagrota Under Siege. The speakers for the event are Bhavna Arora, an author, the voice of the new generation, known for her fresh perspectives and captivating storytelling. Meghna Girish, writer of thoughts, bringing to life the powerful stories of sacrifice and valor that define our nation's unsung heroes. Shiv Arur, Indian journalist and author. The moderator for the session is Surabhi Hodigere, a renowned policy consultant. May I invite and request our speakers and moderator to please come on stage for the session. Kindly note, dear audience, we would also encourage you to check out the bookstalls by the entrance and also scan the QR code placed near the exit of the hall to submit your feedbacks. Now, we'll be having the book launch ceremony. So, I just want to ask a question to our audience based on our previous session. Which were the three religions that were mentioned in the discussion that consider mountain Kailash to be sacred?
Hinduism, Sikhism, and Buddhism.
So it's
Hinduism, Sikhism, and Buddhism.
Yes, it's Hinduism, Buddhism, and Bon. Now we'll be having the book launch ceremony. So I request our speakers and moderator to please do the honor.
ಅದೇ ರೀತಿ ಶ್ರೀಯುತ ಕ್ಯಾಪ್ಟನ್ ಬ್ರಿಜೇಶ್ ಚೌಟ ಇವರು ಕೂಡ ವೇದಿಕೆಗೆ ಬಂದು ಪುಸ್ತಕ ಬಿಡುಗಡೆ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದಲ್ಲಿ ಜೊತೆಯಾಗಬೇಕಾಗಿ ವಿನಂತಿಸುತ್ತಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ಜೋರಾದ ಚಪ್ಪಾಳೆಯೊಂದಿಗೆ ಕ್ಯಾಪ್ಟನ್ ಬ್ರಿಜೇಶ್ ಚೌಟ ಇವರನ್ನು ವೇದಿಕೆಯತ್ತ ಸ್ವಾಗತಿಸಬೇಕಾಗಿ ಕೇಳಿಕೊಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ.
Hereby we release Nagrota Under Siege by Bhavna Arora. The book is released by Captain Brijesh Chauta, Meghna Girish, Shiv Arur and Surabhi Hodigre.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Hereby we start the session. Over to you, ma'am.
I think the anchor on the panel got the mic set up pretty quickly while the others struggled. I'm going to hold on to this. Very welcome and a good morning to everybody here. Quick show of hands because we are going to deep dive into a discussion. How many here have heard of the Uri attacks? That's about, I would say, 90% on average. Could I ask the same question about the Nagrota attacks? Okay. It was the 29th of November in 2016 where in an army base in Jammu and Kashmir that the Nagrota army base that was attacked and we lost our officers and soldiers in this attack. But the thing that sort of I want to focus on in this session was in this attack, the terrorists entered buildings that housed officers and their family members, trapping them inside. It was a kind of battle where one was fighting for their country, but also fighting for their family right there and then. The reason I bring this up is because I've been having multiple conversations with Bhavna, Meghna ma'am, Shiv. And the one thing that stood out in our conversations is that at the Lit Fest here, thanks to Captain's very integral participation, there is always a conversation on our army heroes, our military strategies, our operations. It takes us also a minute to pause and talk about the ones they leave behind. It takes us a minute to talk about the soldiers who have lost a limb, have PTSD after. Today I want to focus in a little bit on that. And who better than Meghna ma'am, who has embodied this through her life, not just facing it herself, but also helping others along the way, and we'll get to that. But also two others, Shiv, whose book, India's Most Fearless series, has become popular culture. There is a movie, the Tamil movie Amran, that many of us have watched. He's contributed to that in his 18 years of journalism and beyond. And Bhavna, who's deep driven into an incident, the Nagrota incident, so much so that you cannot pick up the book and not finish it. As a first question, I want to start with you, Bhavna. You saw the raising of hands, you saw the number of people who know Uri and Nagrota, and it's not a comparison, it's a matter of public understanding or not. What made you write about this particular incident?
Um, you all can hear me clearly? Audible? Perfect. So a lot of people ask me this question that what motivates you to write on defense or on the forces? I think one of the biggest motivation that is right in front of you here, Meghna ma'am. I mean, the kind of resilience that she's shown after losing her son in this Nagrota attack and with the bravery with which he fought. So there are so many unsung heroes we still don't know about. And as Modi ji says कि ambition के साथ मत जाइए, आप mission के साथ जाइए. So I think even this Mangalore Lit Fest, is with a mission out here and not just an ambition. So the mission, I think that we on a whole, like whether it's Meghna auntie or it's Shiv or it's me, when we are so connected to the forces, what we are doing is bringing out these untold stories to audiences like you so that at least they're written down in the annals of history and people know how bravely our soldiers fought, what happened, what were the strategies behind them. So I think that's one of the aims that I have, about writing these books.
Shiv, you've spoken about this a couple of times, that you've been in defense journalism, reporting on, defense issues for a long time, and you had the list of awardees for various awards, and you saw that they had a paragraph. And that's when you realized these stories need more to be said. You've written 3 books as of now, and popular culture changes so quickly. Suddenly we have movies on, Uri's, probably we know about it because there's a movie about it. Do you see that shift happening?
There's a huge shift happening, Surabhi. And first of all, thank you very much to the Mangalore Lit Fest for having a session of this kind. And I think this has Captain Brajesh Chauta's imprint on it, because as an ex-army man himself, he knows what these stories are really worth. I think the first maybe 60 to 70 years of this country have been very unfair to the military. We live in a country that has fought more wars than the United States, okay? And we don't have a military culture. It's amazing. I don't know how many of you have been to the United States. I'm sure at least some of you have. In the US, Surabhi, whenever a soldier or an officer is in a public place, you will see some people say thank you for your service, or just show some gesture of respect. We've never had that kind of culture here in India, despite having literally fought more wars than the United States. And I think that's a sort of cultural injustice that has taken place for over half a century in this country. We simply do not have it in us to be grateful for the military. As I've said before, the public reaction to the military in India is either overly romanticizing them and placing them on a kind of divine spiritual pedestal, and a lot of chest thumping and Bharat Mata ki Jai, which is and the other extreme is to ignore them completely and not acknowledge them at all. There has never been simply an acknowledgement that the military is part of society and very much an important part of India's security, including right now as we fend off the Chinese in Ladakh. So things have changed dramatically. The success of a movie like Amaran, which is based on a chapter in my first book, I think it came as a huge shock to the filmmakers and to me, because there was nobody who thought that a Tamil film based on an army hero would be a box office success, because most people think, oh, army and Tamil Nadu, and they're so far apart, and nobody really relates to the forge in Tamil Nadu and stuff, but the movie has made 500 crores, so it's a huge success. So I think something has definitely changed through books like the ones that Bhavna has written, that Meghna ma'am, through her foundation, the work she does, is to remind people that, it's not just, and it's not, there's no gyan in this. It's not, nobody's wagging a finger at society and saying, you should acknowledge the military because they are doing work for you. It's not like that. It's just that there are truly amazing stories to be told, and people love these stories. This is not a lesson, this is not an exercise or education. People love these stories at face value, so that's what this is about.
Yeah, adding to that, she was talking about the Tamil movie, and a lot of people feel that in South India, people are not so aware about the Indian Army as what we see in North India. So I don't know how many of you have heard about Lieutenant Umar Fayaz. Have you? So my previous book was on Lieutenant Umar Fayaz's story. He was army officer who was kidnapped and killed by the terrorists. And there was a candlelight march that happened, for him. And you won't believe it, people as far as Kanyakumari came for that march, because they felt that the sacrifice that this boy has made, and he could have been the poster boy for Jammu and Kashmir, has been killed brutally by the terrorists, and the kind of support that we got, from all across the nation was commendable. I mean, it was a sight to see at India Gate. So yes, and I think it's our job to keep bringing out these stories, so that people are more aware of the sacrifices that these soldiers are making, at the border and what they are doing. So yes.
I've been asking myself, what drives Meghna Girish in the work that she does? And I've asked her this question at least 5 times in the last couple of meetings that we've had in the past 2 days. I decided I'm not going to ask that question. Instead, I want to know more. What do you hope? How do you hope Akshay to be remembered as? How do you hope for Akshay to be remembered?
That's a difficult question, but I think Akshay was full of life. He lived his life king size. He did exactly what he wanted to. He wanted to earn the uniform, and he did. And it wasn't something that the family wanted him to do. He was very clear. And for the less than 9 years that he served in the military, he was very proud of himself, his regiment, his work. He served in all the conflict zones in a short period of time, whether it was Nagaland and Manipur, whether it was Kupwara and along the line of control in Tangdhar, whether it was at the Chinese border at high altitude of Sikkim, 19,000 feet. I think that's exactly how he would want to be remembered, that he served with pride. And he was a personality who, if he walked into a room, everyone looked at him. I think that he was a hero even otherwise, and I think that so many young people are inspired by his story. I think that itself is how he would want to be remembered. A lot of young people are inspired by his story. Yeah. And I think he'll be very proud to be part of Bhavna's book. He would be happy to be part of a book like this, which talks about the entire operation. It's not centered on one person. It's not like a biography. It's like the entire operation. What was the plot? What was happening? Who was trapped? Who were fighting? And how was the whole thing solved? How did they catch the handlers who are now in jail? So I'm happy that Bhavna has written this book, and I'm very happy to be part of a lot of work connected to soldier families. I think I'm having problems with my mic.
Somebody
Can
could
I have a
help.
hand?
Yes.
So he was very happy about the fact that his mother worked with people. And I think I have moved from one sector to the other, from maternal child health issues into soldier family issues. And I think he would be happy. I feel that this is the way to go forward.
Bhavna, when you have written, you've spent a lot of time with who you call Meghna Auntie now, and I've also started calling her Meghna Auntie in these conversations. But that bonding and that familiarity, that warmth, Shiv, you've spoken about this sometimes, that what happens amongst the forge, it's such a tight-knit community, and they know what it's like.
Yeah. I agree. I think that though Shiv doesn't come from a very hardcore army background, but I think the way that
Forget hardcore, I don't come from an army background at all.
But being a defense, I mean, like, but the way he connects to it, so I have this best friend who lost her husband during the Surya Kiran crash. And this was about, what, 12 years back, maybe more, Shiv?
Yeah, yeah.
And I happened to speak to Shiv, connecting with him because of Nagrota Under Siege and, asking him, he's been generous enough, to be like promoting the book and talking about it. And this is how like connected we are. So when I spoke to him, I said, Shweta, my best friend, Shweta, he remembered the name of a kid. He remembered the name of Shweta. He remembered the name of her husband. He remembered the date on which that incident happened. I mean, that is the kind of passion and love that Shiv has for the army. And talking about me, because, I think every single male member of my family has either served in the army or is serving in the army. So I think more than, the red blood flowing in my veins, it is, the army flowing in my veins, and it is just the payback time. A lot of people do ask me, like, what do you get out of writing, these books? Kitabon mein paisa nahi hai, and, it takes so much of time. And but I think, one, it is a payback time for me because I have taken a lot from that organization. Taken a lot. When you say close-knit community, I feel that every person in the Indian Army is my extended family. I don't feel hesitant, to approach anybody because hare koi uncle auntie hai mere liye. And when I spoke to Meghna auntie, I connected with her on Twitter because she would post out the, stories of the bravery of her son. Maybe it was a sort of catharsis for her. Maybe it was, a way that she was putting out her pain, and it was so heartfelt that I got in touch with her only on Twitter asking her, Auntie, I would like to write about Akshay. And she'd read my previous book, Undaunted, and she said, yeah, why not, Bhavna, we can talk about it. And that's how I approached her. And today she's such a special part of my life. So whether I have a boyfriend or I have a breakup or I have anything, I have to get to her and ask her, Auntie, what do I do now? So this is what I get in return, when I write books on the Indian Army. I get friendships like how Shiv is with me, this is what I get in return. So, and I think it's such a beautiful feeling. Nothing in the world can replace that.
Meghna ma'am, I want to just push on this fact. You work with a lot of families of martyrs, of disabled soldiers. Is that a shared sentiment? Is it that everybody who has sent a family member, son, husband to the army, to the navy, do they feel that way? Is it a moment of pride? Or is there a moment of human that, we don't comprehend either?
So I'll say this, as I've said this many times in my posts. I write a lot about other soldiers and, on their Balidan Divas. I put out regular posts on Twitter. There is pride, but it comes with a lot of pain. It's never only pride. The sense of loss never goes away. So there is pride, there's also a lot of pain. A lot of them feel very hurt that they're forgotten, they're neglected. And, Shiv would have noticed, there are comments even today on posts saying, oh, but it's the taxpayers' money and all these people are having a ball in the forces, right? I mean, what are you doing? And I'll add to what Shiv has said, it's not just that we've fought more wars in the United States. We are constantly at a state of conflict, a low-scale conflict, because India geographically is surrounded by adversarial nations. Somehow we don't have any friends, real friends in the neighborhood. And the number of the infiltration is happening from multiple borders, and terrorism is a huge issue. So if we are sitting here today, I think we must acknowledge that our soldiers have constantly shown courage, commitment to the nation, and made sacrifices to protect that freedom. Because unlike other countries in Europe or elsewhere, they're not fighting with each other. We are constantly on guard. So for me, a hero is someone who does what he needs to do, irrespective of the consequences.
Yeah, to add
That's what every soldier at the border is doing.
Yeah.
So for me, that's very important. And there's a very thin line between being killed in action and being disabled for life. But as I have met so many, done this study, I have started feeling very strongly that I can see the hurt in the war-disabled soldiers. they feel more forgotten. Many of them say, I wish I had just died, my family would have benefited more, which is very, very sad. I think as a nation this large and wealthy enough, we should be taking care of our war disabled much, much more. And they should be part of our victory celebrations. Why are they forgotten in our victory celebrations? They're not honored the way, I will say, like even as the family of a soldier who sacrificed his all is honored, they're not there. They're not, part of a lot of celebrations. So this is very, very dear to me. And I'm doing what I can. I do have a book here. After the session, I'd request some of you to please take this book, and the proceeds will go to the War Wounded Foundation, which is by disabled soldiers. Thank you.
I think by the end of the session, we'll get a glimpse as to why Meghna Girish is as driven as she is. Shiv, I want to ask you, in all of the work that you've done, you don't, like you said, these are good stories that you want to tell. You speak of our Forge as people who have similar issues as we do, as people who have, fights with their wives sometimes on WhatsApp or thinking about their future. But on top of all of that, they're also thinking about the very in moment, how do I, neutralize an enemy? How do I strategically work with them? Tell us about, your experience about seeing these people as they are.
See that one of the problems. That's a really good question, because one of the problems. Anyone who's read my books will know what I'm going to say. One of the problems with how we regard the military in this country is that we place them on a, like I said, we place them on a pedestal and don't regard them as human. They're protecting the country and therefore they are some kind of gods, but they're not. And very frequently, even in my books, there's a lot of kind of dark humor moments where you'll have an officer who's in the there's one particular chapter which is one of my favorites in the second book, where you have an officer who's in the middle of an encounter and he's being fired at, but his phone is just constantly ringing because he's forgotten to tell his girlfriend that he's going on this mission. So she's constantly calling him, and he's not allowed to switch his phone off, because that's the phone through which he has to stay in touch with his other people and commanding officer, and his girlfriend is just constantly calling. It's a funny moment, but it was like scary. But there are no shortage of examples of how officers and soldiers have to not only literally save the country and save people, but also deal with their own battles. Like, for example, Amaran, the movie that came out, it's actually an amazing story, because you have an officer in the middle of an anti-terror operation who was also fighting a personal battle at home. He and his girlfriend at that time, he was a Hindu. His girlfriend was Christian, and their parents didn't want them to get married. So imagine fighting terrorists and fighting your own personal battle at home to convince your parents that you want to marry the girl you love. So there are all these amazing things that they've got to battle all the time. But I just wanted to add to something that Bhavna said about families. They are a confession that I have to make is that I have never written these books. I have never written these books as a kind of duty to the military, or that I want to inspire generations. I am no one. I'm not some kind of teacher who's going to do that kind of thing. I'm a storyteller. I'm a journalist. I love these stories, and that's why I tell them. But what I can tell you is that the families of the people we've written about and the larger community, including people like Meghna Girish, are the most incredibly selfless people who are, who live in the shadows mostly, and who hardly ever ask for attention. They never do it. Me and my co-author, we trekked for 2 days to get to a village in remote Arunachal Pradesh to meet the family of one of the heroes we wrote about, Havaldar Hangpan Dada of the army, Ashoka Chakra. It took us 2 days to get to that village, and his wife and his they couldn't believe that we had taken the trouble to go and meet them. She simply couldn't believe it. And her husband is an Ashoka Chakra, the highest peacetime gallantry award. That's like Paramveer Chakra in peacetime. Of course, there is no peacetime in this country, as Meghna ji said, and I completely agree with that. So these are families who are like, why are you giving us so much attention? And I have never been able to believe that they can be so,
Shiva, just
humble.
like
Yes.
the button, because
Yeah.
you spoke about Havildar Hangpan Dada. His wife, Chesan Long Dada, was part of a study I had done before this. That was on, families of bravehearts and the gaps in their ability to access entitlements and benefits after losing their. So when we got in touch with Chesan, she still hadn't got a government job. She was still not sure about where the plot of land. She had 3 children, and she said just raising those 3 children and being there for them is taking away all my time. I don't have time to keep running after to offices or So there is this other side which I work on. So there is this other side, and I genuinely feel that the processes can be made so much simpler to ensure that all this there shouldn't be any access gaps. If we are a grateful nation, then there shouldn't be any access gaps.
Yeah, I guess the chest thumping versus actually doing process reform, as Sanjeev Sanyal told us yesterday, should be what we should be aiming for. Just another push. We've seen in the media reports of some discord within army families, within soldiers' families on the benefits that are given to martyrs. I want you to address that issue, Meghna ma'am.
Which is very sad. I wish it wouldn't happen, because I feel it's very disrespectful when soldiers make the supreme sacrifice and there's discord within the family. But yes, it's now social media is there, and because there are genuine reasons this is coming out in the open. The problem I look at is at the policy level. India has adopted a policy which is directly copied from Western culture. It has no ground reality in the way our families live. And this is called the NOK policy, the next of kin. The next of kin is regarded as one single person, which is the mother for the unmarried soldier, because every soldier who enters the armed forces has to be unmarried. So when it's consent to join, when it is passing out parade or whatever it is, it's the parents. When they get married, the NOK changes from mother to spouse. And therein lies the reason for the discord. When we lose a soldier in battle, they are all between 20 to 33 usually. That's the age group. They're very young. At that point of time, the parent will be doing some other work. He may be a farmer, he may have a tea shop, or he may have a small business. And they're not dependents on paper at that point of time. But the policy says now the NOK is one single point of contact, which is now the wife. So all the benefits go to the wife. And then as the parents get older, which happens in any armies, in any defense circles, they usually move in with the soldier retires early as well. They usually move in with the parents and they take care. Now who's responsible for taking care of those parents? The nation has forgotten. The nation has forgotten that we should have our steeped in our reality, because India has no social security system. Our social security is that children. So I think this whole blame game wouldn't be there if the policy was right. If there was a small share of support going to the parents in the first place for soldiers. And there's another small thing, it might sound very odd, but the entitlements that go for a soldier killed in battle are generous. It's called liberalized pension. Liberalized pension means last pay drawn. And so that can be shared. This is not the case with any other pension, like any other kind of government pension or ordinary family pension. It's not like that. It's the last pay drawn. So there's no reason why the policy cannot be. And it's only the young soldiers who go into battle. It's not the old people who are going to be,
Can I just add one quick point to that? I mean, because it's a real problem, what we're seeing. And, the ones that emerge in the media and come out on social media are people who have chosen to do that. But it's much more prevalent than that.
Yeah.
And just two quick points, Surabhi. One is that one of the wives of a soldier who was killed in action had actually called us and said, can you help protect me from my relatives? Can you imagine the wife of a Ashoka Chakra soldier who had died in action saying that all this money is coming to me and now I am vulnerable to my relatives and I feel a threat to my life. And she lived in remote Uttarakhand, and we actually had to go there and see her and settle everything with the village panchayat and things like that. So it's a real issue, and remember that many of these families live in totally remote parts of India which have their own sort of local justice systems and stuff. So it's a real issue. Second point, on a slightly lighter, slightly more upbeat note, when our second book had come out, the Prime Minister had invited us to share a book with him. And we were actually really pleasantly surprised that the Prime Minister said that his main issue is exactly this, the NOK issue. He said, this was in 2019, so it's been 5 years, so it's time for me to remind him now. So I will send a reminder at some point saying, sir, it's been 5 years and you had said you're going to work on this. So it's on his table, he's aware of it, and I was actually kind of amazed that this kind of very small issue within the military is something that he cares about. So I think that's at least it's promising that he knows about it.
Shiv, you're talking at a policy level, but on a personal level, when I go and interview families and meet families, and as for example, Meghna Auntie's family, can you imagine? She got her daughter-in-law married from her own house, wearing the same jewelry that she wore in her wedding. So I think there are stories, there are motivating stories, on the other side also, where the personal relationships are so strong and they keep the family together. And today also, whenever I go, I want to be a part of her family because I see everybody is there. Everybody is a part of her family. The way she's kept everything so close, so graceful, I think it's just commendable.
I was literally just going to ask you that question, Bhavna, because as much as I have been talking to you, you've been talking about Meghna ma'am. And this one story, I think, has been incredible. She writes in depth about this as to, what would the... Please go ahead.
Yeah, so I think the book, this book is just not about Major Akshay Girish, as Auntie said, it's also about Major Kunal Gosaway, it's about Naik Chittaranjan, it's about, Major Sumir, the para commando, and it also talks about, how Pak is sponsoring terrorism in our country. So we go back to the Pak-sponsored terrorism. Imagine this entire operation or entire attack, the entire attack was conducted by Jaish-e-Mohammed. And in 2019, the NIA made 4 arrests. Out of those 4 arrests, can you imagine, one of the person who's still in jail, I went all the way to Jammu, Kod Balwal jail and interviewed these 4 terrorists. I would call them terrorists, the country can keep calling, the judges can keep calling, whatever, but they are terrorists in my eyes. When I went to interview them, one of them had come from POK during the rehabilitation policy. And he attended all the camps. You talk about Lashkar-e-Toiba, you talk about Jaish-e-Mohammed, all the terrorist camps this man had attended. And one of them was acting as a double agent. He was giving information to the police and the army, and he was giving information, to the other side as well. It talks about that. It talks about the para operation, how we neutralized, all the 3 Jaish-e-Mohammed terrorists. The para came in. And by the time they came in, unfortunately, we'd already lost 7 soldiers. And then it talks about all the entire investigation that the NIA conducted, It also talks about the resilience of families like Meghna Girish, and I'm so fortunate to be in touch with all of these families. One thing that I would like to add to this is, I read it somewhere because when Shiv said, I'm just a storyteller. So I think one of the most powerful people are the ones who are good storytellers. They have the power to change the minds of people. And, intentionally or unintentionally, Shiv, I think you are doing that job. I am doing that job, changing the minds of people, changing the minds of youth, and getting them sensitized towards the bravery and courage of, our soldiers and how they fight. And I think I'll keep, if I ever get a chance, I would like to write a book on every martyr possible, and in my lifetime, and I want to do that, I want to leave this legacy. But this needs to be done with a lot of responsibility as well. And I'll share a small little anecdote with you why I say this. So when I was researching for the book on Umar Fayaz, I was stationed with 62 RR because there are no hotels there. It's not like you go to Shopia, it's not a tourist place. There's an eerie sense of fear that you sense in that area. And when I went there, I told the commanding officer that I would like to go and pay my condolences to the family and interview the family for this book. He says, ma'am, ये आपका कमरा है, ये आपका गेट है. यहाँ से बाहर गए तो हम ही गोली मार देंगे आपको. You're not going out of this gate. I was very disappointed. I was like, why would I not be allowed to go out? And I've got the permission from the headquarter, ADGS has given me the permission. He's like, यहाँ पे मैं ही ADGS हूँ, मैं ही chief minister हूँ, मैं ही prime minister हूँ. So आप इस gate से बाहर नहीं जा रही हैं. So I still couldn't understand. That's why he's again and again telling me, आप इस gate से बाहर नहीं जा रही हैं. Whereas, there's a mission with which I've come to this place and I want to write this story and tell the whole world about it. And then it so happened that he told me that, he says, ma'am, यहाँ पे एक मटका भी फूटता है, वो मेरे सर पे फूटता है. You're a live lady, you want to go to that house from where he was kidnapped and killed. Anyway, the next day I told him, I said, sir, आप छोड़िए, एक औरत को तो देख नहीं सकते, पूरा देश संभालेंगे. I think it sort of hurt his ego and he said, okay, fine, I'll let you go. The next day I went, I met the family, I paid my condolences, and I think the only language that we spoke was tears because they spoke Kashmiri. I spoke Hindi and English. But they agreed to give me their son's story. When I got back, I was sick because I had seen the postmortem reports. I was in touch with the local investigating officer. I had fallen sick. And I was vomiting because, the pictures were very gory, a 23-year-old boy being killed, in such a way. While I was being administered IV, there was a doctor there. And he was the only doctor in Shopee, an army doctor. And he told me, he said, ma'am, please don't get us wrong. Not that we don't want to help you or the commanding officer doesn't want to help you, but you have to understand the situation is a little different here. He says, now when Umar Fayaz died, he told everybody that I am a doctor because he cannot say that I'm an army officer. He would have anyways been killed. जो वो बाद में मरा वो शायद पहले मर जाता. So he says, I am the only doctor over here, and I'm sorry, no offense to media, Shiv, you're a very responsible journalist. But he said, the media rolled out the news that the doctor from Shopia has been killed. And I am the only doctor here. My father had a mild heart attack. So ma'am, when you come here and you write these stories, please write it with responsibility. And I think this is a job which is a very, very responsible job. And I will keep doing it with a lot of credibility and responsibility.
Shiv, you've also, while Bhavna has had the opportunity to go to these places and to have conversations in these conflict zones, you've also written 3 books, and I'm hearing there's another one coming out. Have there been stories that have shook you to the ground and shook you to the core?
So every one of these stories completely shakes you. In fact, after writing each chapter, my co-author and I usually take about a week's break to kind of mentally recover. It's very, very traumatic researching these stories. And like I said, our books are always first-hand. We insist on spending time at the unit. If possible, we insist on going to the site of the action, visiting that, and also we spend time with the family. So all 3 are extremely emotionally draining. So all of these stories are, they take a lot out of you. And what we finally put into the book is a kind of slightly more sanitized version. Believe me, I mean, if you anyone who's read my books, if you read my notes, you'll be amazed at how much more material there is that we can't use because it is of a sensitive nature. It is, there are post-mortem reports, there are operational things, and one of the most amazing things about the military is, you know, when they open their doors, they completely open their doors to you. You know, it's getting that door open and getting the permission to write those stories that is the tricky part.
Yeah,
but once you're inside,
I think that's where the credibility and responsibility comes.
so they are very open about it, as a result of which many people in the army have actually gotten into trouble because of us, because they've taken us to places where they were not supposed to take us, and then people have found out later, and then we've gotten calls saying, ye kaise hua, and stuff. And we said, no, we won't put that in the book, but it's, yeah, each one of these stories is absolutely amazing. The only thing I'd like to add about being present is there is a lot, the interest, and this goes back to your first question, Surbhi, the interest in the military through books like Bhavna's, you know, through the work that Meghna ji does and my books, is that a lot of people have started writing about the military. So there is suddenly a glut of you know, writing about the military, and I don't wish to be impolite about it, but it's of a very low quality, and it doesn't do justice to the military. And I think that's a real problem. There's a lot of misrepresentation of the military that happens. And I think that's not fair to the military, because people have said that, oh, these books are doing well, etc., and therefore that is an issue that needs to be highlighted.
The perpetual, you know, when something starts working, let's not over commercialize it and compromise the quality. You have anything to add?
Yeah, I just wanted to say this is a myth that people in the South, earlier there was a comment about people in the South may not be so interested. I come from a family where 17 members have served in the armed forces, Army, Navy, and Air Force, over a period of many, many years. So I like to take a lot of pride in that. And the second thing is that I do feel very strongly that there are issues which have been completely neglected in all the stories that come out, which are of course very important for interest, but the gaps need to be bridged through policy, whatever, reviews and changes. One of them is that young cadets, you know, young students who join academies, Army, Navy and Air Force, and then they get disabled during training because of some injury during training, etc. They've just been more or less abandoned. Their lives and careers are over, depending on the degree of disability. And they were the brightest, bravest, fittest. Nobody gets in without a very stringent medical exam. So, and there are just about 400 odd like that in the entire country who've been boarded out of academies after injuries. But they're not considered, you know, the reason that they joined was to serve the nation, and they were committed to it. And they're not considered ex-servicemen, they're not given benefits. So there are these issues which need to be addressed, and I'm really grateful that over here we have, you know, such eminent people, including Captain Brijesh Chautha is sitting here. So I do hope that these changes are looked at, reviews are done, and the glory of our armed forces always remains very high. Thank you.
On that note, very aware that Vikram Sampath starts speaking in about 5-6 minutes. So I will take 3 questions. If you could please keep them pointed and end it with a question mark, not with a, you know, exclamation. We can answer 3 questions quickly and move to the next session. Okay, sorry. Mic has to be passed.
Hello, my name is Vibhav and I teach in AMJN College, Defense and Strategic Studies. It's in Chennai. My question is that now you have spoken about cases of people who were you know, killed in combat, or had you know, one of those episodes where they fought with terrorists and were killed. But there are also incidents of officers and soldiers who were killed in freak accidents, let's say along the border and all. What happens to their families? Are they taken into consideration? Because if this is the case for combatants or people who are killed in combat, what about those casualties of you know, freak accidents and others? Thank you.
Are there any more questions, or we'll go with this one? Okay, go ahead, ma'am.
So, if the accident happened in operational areas, like along anywhere which are designated, then they are also considered battle casualties, and the benefits are extended. If they happen elsewhere in peace areas, they're considered physical casualties, and there's a different category of benefits, a little bit lower, but they are extended. They are taken care of. The army at least doesn't forget. But then when it comes to government, additional benefits, it depends on the state government. Some do, some do not. Most do not. It's harder for them. It's harder for their families.
My question is to the panel. Since most of you have worked with the families, martyrs and their families, and you get to know their situation in depth, so at some point in time, does it numb your senses totally that you wish you don't need to write another book at all?
I'll answer that question, with the present example. So when I was writing Meghna Auntie's part in the book, I mean, of course, I've written about a lot of other families also, but I'm specific because she's right in front of you. So there were certain questions that I couldn't ask her, that I couldn't call her up and ask her. Yes, the word that you use, numb. And then I would send her WhatsApp voice messages. And I would ask her, I said, Auntie, when you saw Akshay, now also I get goosebumps, talking about it. And I'm crying. And I'm sure Auntie heard that. She heard my sentiment. And then she tells me, Bhavna, take a break. It's okay. Leave the book right here. So there are times where we have to go and seek therapy. And imagine, we are just writing their story. Of course, I've lived those moments with these families and written this story. But just imagine, the families living this life. So it's really, really courageous, on their part to have... Shiv, you would like to add to that?
I'll just tell you a very beautiful line that the mother of a soldier said to me in Punjab. And she said it in Punjabi, which I don't understand, but my wife, who's a Sikh, translated it for me. And she said, she basically said, Beta, I'll say it in English. She said, our country will actually be happy when you don't have any more stories to write.
Stories to tell, yes.
And that made me feel both happy and a little guilty, but that's the truth.
I just want to say one more thing now that the topic has come up. If you go to the War Memorial in Delhi, the new War Memorial, a beautiful place of pride, there are a whole lot of blank walls waiting for more names. That is really sad.
That is really sad.
But that's the truth. That's the reality. We have to face up to that.
On that note, hoping that the wall ends, we don't have to keep adding names. I'd like to thank our panelists today. When we got the agenda for the talk, it was so vague. The organizers of Bharat Foundation have put too much trust in me, which I don't think I deserve at all, and said, you figure out what you want to talk about. And when the conversation started, it was, it has become, we have met only once over dinner, but we've had so many calls and conversations. This is a story, a conversation, a life that many of us don't willingly think about or talk about. The Army, the Navy, everybody's Air Force is there. They're doing their job. We don't put our heads to it unless and until there's these sort of situations, these sort of conversations. So really, really grateful to the Bharat Foundation for consistently every single year having a conversation on this, and for inviting these eminent people who have made it a part of their lives, if not their entire lives, to give back through this service. Thank you so much. And
that was indeed a very informative session. Heartfelt gratitude to our speakers and moderators. Now may I invite M. Chandragant to present the memento to our speakers, Bhavna ma'am, Meghna ma'am, Shiv sir, and to our moderator, Surabhi ma'am. That is an end to our session. Thank you to our speakers, moderator, and special thanks to our audience. Kindly note that the icons for today, do's and don'ts, Tipu Sultan 1760 to 1799, book launch and discussion is currently taking place in Audi 1. Ladies and gentlemen, we invite you to share your thoughts and ideas on your X Twitter handle and remain active throughout the event by hashtag MLRLITFEST2025. Kindly note, dear audience, we would also encourage you to check out the book stalls by the entrance and also scan the QR code placed near the exit of the hall to submit your feedbacks. We move on to the next session, Women, Gender and Society. We'll be having the book launch ceremony. Welcome back to the 7th edition of the Mangaluru Lit Fest 2025, organized by the Bharat Foundation and powered by the Mythic Society, NITE, Manipal, and MRPL. We move on to the next session of the day, Women, Gender, and Society. The speakers for the event are Dr. Varada Sambas, Associate Professor at Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi; Shama Naragund, an esteemed advocate. The moderator for the session is Dr. Shushmita Shetty, Faculty of Gandhian Center for Philosophical Arts and Sciences. May I invite and request our speakers and moderators to please come on stage for the session. May I invite the speakers for the event, Dr. Varada Sambas, Shama Naragund, and the moderator, Dr. Shushmita Shetty, to please come on stage for the session. Kindly note that the icons for today, do's and don'ts, Tipu Sultan 1760 to 1799 book launch and discussion is currently taking place in Audi 1. Ladies and gentlemen, we invite you to share your thoughts and ideas on your X Twitter handle and remain active throughout the event by hashtag Mangaluru Litfest 2025. Kindly note, dear audience, we would also encourage you to check out the bookstalls by the entrance and also scan the QR code placed near the exit of the hall to submit your feedbacks. We have the session on Women, Gender and Society. The speakers for the event are Dr. Varada Sambas, Shama Naragund. The moderator for the session is Dr. Shushmita Shetty. First, we'll be having the book launch ceremony.
ಇದೀಗ ವೇದಿಕೆಯ ಮೇಲೆ ಪುಸ್ತಕ ಬಿಡುಗಡೆ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ನಡೀಲಿಕ್ಕಿದೆ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ನೆರೆದಿರುವಂತಹ ಅತಿಥಿಗಳು ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ವರದಾ ಸಂಭಸ್, ಕ್ಷಮಾ ನರಗುಂದ್, ಅದೇ ರೀತಿ ಸಂವಾದಕರಾದ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಸುಷ್ಮಿತಾ ಶೆಟ್ಟಿ ಇವರೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಜೊತೆಗೂಡಿ ವುಮೆನ್, ಜೆಂಡರ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಸೊಸೈಟಿ ಎಂಬ ಪುಸ್ತಕವನ್ನು ಬಿಡುಗಡೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾಗಿ ಈ ಮೂಲಕ ಕೇಳಿಕೊಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ. ಇದೀಗ ವುಮೆನ್, ಜೆಂಡರ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಸೊಸೈಟಿ ಈ ಪುಸ್ತಕ ಲೋಕಾರ್ಪಣೆಗೊಳ್ಳಲಿದೆ.
Hereby, we release Women, Gender and Society.
ಇದೀಗ ವುಮೆನ್ ಜೆಂಡರ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಸೊಸೈಟಿ ಎಂಬ ಪುಸ್ತಕ ಲೋಕಾರ್ಪಣೆಗೊಂಡಿದ್ದು ಇನ್ನು ಮುಂದಕ್ಕೆ ಇದೇ ವಿಷಯದ ಕುರಿತು ಸಂವಾದವನ್ನು ನಡೆಸಲಿದ್ದಾರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಸಂಪನ್ಮೂಲ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಗಳಾದ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ವರದಾ ಸಂಬಸ್, ಅದೇ ರೀತಿ ಕ್ಷಮಾ ನರಗುಂದ್, ಅವರ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಸಂವಾದಕರಾಗಿ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಸುಷ್ಮಿತಾ ಶೆಟ್ಟಿ.
Hereby we begin the session. Over to you, ma'am.
Namaste. Good afternoon, everyone. ಮೊಲೆ ಮುಡಿ ಬಂದಡೆ ಹೆಣ್ಣೆಂಬರು, ಮೀಸೆ ಬಂದಡೆ ಗಂಡೆಂಬರು, ಒಳಗೆ ಸುಳಿವ ಆತ್ಮ ಹೆಣ್ಣು ಅಲ್ಲ ಗಂಡು ಅಲ್ಲ ರಾಮನಾಥ. Says Jedara Dasimaya, a very well-known Kannada poet, Vachanakara of 11th century. So we know that the idea of women in society is always debated since its creation. And women all over the world have suffered the brunt of patriarchal control. And we know since the childhood, why childhood? Since the birth itself, she is either rewarded or punished to make sure that she doesn't develop any qualities associated with the other half of the humanity. She is always called as the second sex, as Simone de Beauvoir addresses. Today, we are all gathered here to witness this panel on women, society, and India. In India, a topic which lies in the heart of the social fabric. We have two panelists with us, a very renowned panelist, Dr. Varada Sambus, an accomplished scholar and one of the editors of Shakti, Women, Gender and Society in India. The book just got released. And we have Ksama Naragun, an accomplished lawyer with over 15 years of experience in legal practice, a graduate from Mangaluru University. She has handled diverse range of cases with expertise and dedication. Dr. Varada Sambus has her MA, MPhil and PhD in political science from Jawaharlal Nehru University. I welcome both of you to this session. Over the next hour, we'll engage in a very thought-provoking discussion on gender dynamics and the pathways to a more equitable future. Let's begin our panel. I request Dr. Sambus to give an opening remark along with few insights from her book.
Namaste everyone. At the outset, let me thank the organizers of Mangaluru Lit Festival. It's extreme honor for me to be here, to be part of this panel, and particularly advocating, coming with the book that is recently launched. Just a day before, we had a big event in Delhi wherein Honorable Finance Minister of India, Nirmala Ji Sitharaman, had unveiled the book, and I'm glad the second launching is happening in this Lit Festival. About the book, I come from, as in the introduction it was said, I am trained political science student, and right now I am teaching at Jawaharlal Nehru University. And when we are in the university premise, or when we are talking about gender, when we teach our students and when we were taught, or whatever discourse on gender, women, we see through the media, the mass media, the social media, and the kind of political debates that we witness at our prime time on our news channels. So constantly, we kept feeling that the discourse that we are harping on, and the discourse that has been imposed upon us about gender, and the kind of practices that we witness in our homes, the everyday practices, the way women carry out their business, the way society deals with women, there is a big gap in what we are doing in our universities, in our discourses, and the practicalities, the everyday lives of women. So I am student of Bhakti, and my PhD was in fact on Pandharpur Wari. And as part of my field work, I did lot of field survey. I conducted lot of interviews of the Warkaris and many interviews of the Warkari women. And Warkari Sampradaya in Maharashtra and some parts of Karnataka, it is known as more inclusive kind of Sampradaya. It does not discriminate on the basis of caste, gender, to great extent even religion. though it's a primarily Vaishnava Sampradaya. And when I started talking to women of the Varkari Sampradaya, and when I kept walking in the Vari pilgrimage, I realized that the feminism that I learned in the university was completely different than what was practiced by the Varkari women. I will just give you one story from my fieldwork to set the tone. I talked to a woman and she was about 70 years of age. It was about 12th day. The total pilgrimage is usually between 18 to 21 days depending on the tithi. It was the 12th day of the pilgrimage and she was walking barefoot and her feet was swollen. 70 years old and she had worn kashta. Kashta is 9-yard sari tucked like dhoti, and she was walking like that. She had diabetes and because of diabetes she had swollen feet. So I started talking, and in Varkari Sampradaya, everyone is referred to as Mauli. Mauli is mother. So the santas of the Varkari Sampradaya, the pilgrims, the deity Panduranga or Vitthal, all are referred to as Mauli. That is also a gender dimension. That's the reason I'm highlighting it more. So I called her Mauli and I asked her, Mauli, you are so old, your feet are swollen, and I got to know that she has diabetes only when I started talking to her. And despite all this, and it was raining that day, so why are you taking such an effort to walk and go to Pandharpur? You are walking for last 12 days and 6 more days to go. Why are you paining your body so much? And what is the take that your members in the family have? How your husband reacts to that? She said, I don't need any permissions. She is a 70-year-old, a rural woman who is hardly educated, so nowhere fits into the modern idea of feminist, right? Not the big bindi feminism. She is ordinary Varkari woman from a rural folk doing her agricultural business every day. Closer, yeah. Is it better now? Yeah. So 70-year-old is rural woman and she's saying, I am not bound by anybody else's wishes. I decide for myself and it is my wish to go to Pandharpur, and the only person and the only figure that I am answerable to is the Panduranga. The only person who can guide me and who can dominate over my wishes is Panduranga and nobody else, and Panduranga has called me and therefore I am going, and Panduranga will take care of my diabetes, Panduranga will take care of my household, etc. So when we talk about agency, when we talk about choices, when we talk about discrimination, I think this was the story which kept forcing me to think in terms of the way we understand our gender relations in society and the way it has been taught in our universities. So that was the big gap, and this book and all of the work that I have been trying to do is to bridge that gap to the extent possible. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Can we hear from Dr. Lawyer Narugun?
Namaste, all of you. Dr. Varda has set a, very, should I say, a very deep footing to the entire subject. Now there are 3 words. I mean, when the subject was put forth in front of me, I said, okay, 3 words: women, gender, and society. Now, strangely, all these 3 words, when I understand it from my university education and when I understand it from my native education. So when I say native education, it is the inorganic education that happens mostly in our houses, in our homes, and in by our interactions with people. They are literally on 2 different extremes of that understanding bar. For me, a woman, as an advocate, if I have to speak to you, has been defined as, if I have to understand it on the legal terms, it is something who is not a man. Now comes the tricky part. Now, how do you define man? They say the one who is not a woman. And that has led us into quite a bit of confusions with respect to the census also, which I'm sure Dr. Varada would know. But now, that is not our understanding. Now, when I use the word our, I mean to say the Bharatiya understanding of the terminologies. For the sake of convenience, we do have Pumsa and Stri. And I use these words specifically and not the word Purusha, because Purusha is human being mostly. I mean, the way it has been used in the Vedic texts is mostly for human being, where it necessarily does not mean man. So, when the word Pumsa and Stri have been used, apart from certain conveniences or the social conveniences that need to be fostered by these genders, beyond that, the gender really has not been significant. So, the blue and the pink regime, if I have to use the words today, I know when there is a baby boy, you have the hospitals giving you blue towels, celebrating with blue balloons, whatever crap it is. And when it is a girl, then you have all the pinks coming in, and you have the dolls coming in, and whatever. I mean, this is absolutely not native or indigenous to our understanding. For us, it is mostly a human being. Now, this question of who is a woman kept on haunting me, and the 4th Sukta of Rigveda gives me the answer, which I must have repeated n number of times while speaking about the same topic, but I would still love to do that. The Devi Sukta, which starts with the word aham, that is me. So imagine, and all the Vedas, the Suktas that have come in as darshanas, somebody who has actually felt them, have seen them. It's not just about, it is about experiencing it and not just a simple knowledge. I mean, something that has churned out and become knowledge and not just information, if I have to use the right word. So she says who she is, and she says that I am the source of all the strengths, I am the mother of all of these people, and I am, all the Vishwavasus, all the Rudras, Ekadasha, she quotes all of them, the Dikpalakas she quotes, she says everything, and then she also uses the term called Aham Rashtri Sangamani Vasunam. The sukta goes on. This Aham Rashtri is the term that actually catches me every time. Rashtri, when we go ahead and define in the most simple terms, would mean queen. So she says, I'm the queen. But that's not just it. She could have used the word Radni, which would still be queen. But she chooses to use the word Rashtri when she says that. So, again, I go back to the idea of Rashtra, how the idea of Rashtra is about the cultural unity beyond the geographical boundaries itself. I do understand that the thought is quite overwhelming. I believe it's also the materials that is exhibiting it here. Well, so she just goes ahead and uses the word Rashtri at that time. And that is about the cultural identity beyond the word does have significance. It's beyond the geographical boundaries. Now, this lady who stands and says that I am the source of all of these things, to a logical mind, cannot exist in 50% of the society alone. If she needs to connect all of these things, which means that this source of Stritva would be there in 100% of the society and all the beings otherwise, how could it be that she claims to be the cultural unifier of the entire world? It is not possible. Which, for me, goes down to say that when we speak of Stritva, we are also speaking about that womanism, or ism is again a wrong word that I'm using here with consciously though, that womanhood that exists in the men. It also refers to the pumstva that exists in a biological female. So, when we really need to understand the idea of woman, then it should encompass the women issues, quote unquote women issues, that the men also face. Because women exist in them too. There is the stritva that exists, there is the pumstva that exists in a woman, and it is only when we have this idea of, we probably have it in different percentages, and therefore we manifest ourselves more like a female and more like a male, on the basis of that. And that for me is the Ardhanarishwara Tattva. Now again, I go back, I'm going to take a couple of more minutes in order to finish this, take it to a conclusion here. Shiva has been referred to as Dakshinamurti. Dakshinamurti is considered to be our guru. Now this is the same Shiva who also gives out your Ardhanarishwara Tattva, where there is a perfect balance of femininity and masculinity. The Pumstva and Stritva together. And it is only when there is a perfect balance of Pumstva and Stritva in the society that a person can raise to the aspect of Guru. That Gurutva can come when there is a balance. So if I understand the idea or the word woman in this context, then all my university education takes me to, absolutely a very, very completely different, should I say, a different universe for that matter. I mean, different understanding universe. Because we are known to be seeing things holistically in the samagra. We do not have the idea of, it is not one against the other, it is one with the other. In our idea, in our native understanding, it's one with the other. So, my request, the reason why I laid out this foundation is so that we also have a clarity of understanding when we use these terms. Unfortunately, we are bound by the English language, which is, I believe, hopelessly shallow. I'm very sorry to be using this, but it's hopelessly shallow when it comes to certain terminologies or certain ideas to be propagated. But knowing the limitations, I believe, my request is so that we understand this idea of society. When we say society, it is samagra. It doesn't mean only the human beings. It also means all the living things, non-living things that exist, the potential living and the existing. And when we use the word women, it is everybody, the womanhood in everybody. And gender, of course, is the lingakara, or something that is beyond which we need to go. That is the understanding of gender. With this, over to you, Dr. Sushmita.
Thank you, ma'am. I have a question to Dr. Varda. So you have mentioned about how the theory that we study about feminism, and when we actually see feminism in our day-to-day life, right? So I was also going through the chapter you have written in the book. So there also you mentioned, right, in West we have different branches of feminism. We have cultural feminism, we have liberal feminism, we have radical feminism, etc., etc., etc. So with the modern time, even when it comes to India, we have developed different types of feminism related to India, considering it as so-called third world country. But we also have different Indic perspective when we talk about feminism. So how do you differentiate between the Western perspective of feminism and the Indian perspective of feminism? Or do you think we can take from both and kind of have a mix of it? So what is your idea about it?
Thank you very much, Dr. Sushmita, for this question. It gives me a lot of opportunity to explain also about the book. So the book that we did this festival launch at the moment. So this is the book it took us 3 long years to complete this book. It has 26 articles by eminent scholars. Srimati Nayana Sahasrabuddhe is the chief editor of this book, and with her 4 more co-editors, so total 5 editors, we have put this book together. The reason we are talking about, and the title of the book says perspectives on feminism. So the subtitle has perspectives on feminism, and the main title is Shakti. So the question that we were pondering upon, we have a dominant narrative, as I mentioned, in the universities, in our discourses, the dominant narrative of feminism, which seems confining, and then we realize that the issues that Indian society has, different parts of the country, different strata of the society, and particularly questions, and my friend might disagree when I say this, women's questions, because they are primarily the questions of the society. How to address them from, if at all there is something called feminist perspective, how do we look at them? We realize whatever dominant narrative of feminism, whatever framework of feminism we have as on date is insufficient to provide solutions to the problems which are rooted in our society. Whether they are issues of caste, whether they are issues of class, whether they are issues of domestic violence, whether they are issues of, say, as you mentioned at the beginning, female feticide or dowry. So these are, and there is no way we are saying that these issues do not exist. The first and the foremost we need to realize, so if there is a hunky-dory story, we don't need the books, we don't need the panel discussions. The very fact we are having these discussions, yes, we need to recognize and acknowledge that there are certain issues which are important for our society to address. And if we want to evolve as a good society, as the welfare society, as the nation that can take the role of a Vishwaguru, we need to recognize these lacunas in our society and then start thinking in terms of transcending those issues. The problem that we are facing at this juncture, the solutions to the question that we are facing, we are trying to borrow the models of the West. And they are unfit, they rather complicate the problems more. I will give you just one simple example. All the feminist theories that you talked about, whether it is liberal feminism, the Marxist feminism, the radical feminism, the cultural feminism. So depending on the strand of feminism, say for example liberal feminism, at the core of liberal feminism, or rather not even feminism, at liberalism, the core is individual, right? The entire liberal theory hinges on the idea of individuality, and it is not just the individual who is important, but it is the atomistic individual. In a very tangentially different terms, we can say we are a Purna Vyakti, we are a Purna Purush, every individual is a Purna Purush, but the liberal understanding of atomistic individuals are sufficient in themselves, is so very narrow that they don't think in terms of relations with other individuals in the society. They do not, so there is no duty centrality at all, but when we in India think about individuals, we always think about them located in their social, economic, political, cultural, religious and the Sampradayik practices that are coming to us as our lineage. So we look at individuals, the identities are not just the identities of individual, but they are the group identities, they are the community identities, they are the societal identities. So the Indian ethos, if we can put it again, these, as my friend mentioned, English being the that way shallow language, it may not be appropriate, but that's the easy tool available. So the kind of dimensions we are actually thinking in terms of looking at our societal issues, we need to look at, so what would be then Indian about the feminist idea, going beyond the binaries, going beyond the individual centricism that the West has dominated about. So when we are talking about binary, particularly the Marxist feminist thought, the Marxist thought, how do they look at relations between individuals or the social forces, even the groups? One group is pitched against the other. One is always the exploiter of the other. But in India, this kind of understanding is very unfamiliar to us, because we are the civilization which, so I'm sure in all our households, our mornings and evening prayers end with Purnamada Purnamidam, right? Or Sahana Bhavatu Sahana Bhunaktu Sahaviryam Karvavahai Tejasvina Vadhitamustu. I'm sure we have in our regional languages, similar kind of shlokas. So I come from Maharashtra, and as I mentioned, Varkari Sampradaya. Somebody like Gyaneshwar, Santa Gyaneshwar, wrote in the 13th century something called Pasayadan, wherein asked for well-being of all to the Vishwatmak Dev. So the God is universal and the well-being of each species. And he does not even mention the human being. He says, Bhuta paraspare pado maitra jivanse. So not even the living beings, but each Bhuta, each Jiva, let that Jiva cherish whatever they wish to have in their lives. So that is the kind of civilizational ethos we are talking about. We are the civilization which has given the world the idea of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. So if the Vasudha, if the entire universe is the Kutumbakam, we do take care of each member of our family. So that is the fundamental difference. So when it comes to Western liberal feminism, it is the individual centrality, and then everybody is seen as enemy who is dominating me, and my rights are being hindered. And therefore I need to fight battles against society, against state, against religion, against family, because then family then becomes the unit which is the seat of patriarchy, wherein women are dominated upon by the patriarchal men. So these hierarchies are brought into our families when we think from a liberal feminist perspective. Whereas when we think from a Marxist lens, everything is in binary. There has to be the relation of power, one exploiting the other. And this does not to be, unfortunately, our laws, our policies, and whatever new kind of solutions we are trying to provide, these are borrowed from this liberal and the Marxist perspectives, which are unfit. So we need to move beyond this binary understanding, and as my friend was suggesting, we need to recognize that the elements of femininity, the stritva, is not something that is only the prerogative of a female gender. So the femininity, the shakti, the tattva, so in this book also you can find this mention, we need to look at shakti as tattva and Shiva as tattva. So Shiva tattva as the masculine element is present amongst all beings, whether it's a man or a female in the body or even the transgender. And that's the reason when we talk about transgenders in India, it is always with venerance. The transgender community across India in different local communities, they are always venerated and never looked down upon. That's a very, very modern phenomena as far as India is concerned. In our religious rituals, in our marriage rituals, transgender have always held a special position across different communities in India. So when we talk about gender, the exhibition or the manifestation of Shiva Tattva and Shakti Tattva is among all individuals irrespective of gender, depending on the context, depending on the environment, depending on the upbringing and the immediate response to the particular situations, the feminine and the masculine exhibit. The feminine and the masculine manifest. And that's the reason we have a saying, Khoob ladi mardani wo to Jhansi wali Rani thi. So Jhansi wali Rani, who is in a female body obviously, but takes on to the valorous masculine quality when she is on the field. And this is not true only of Jhansi ki Rani. All our women, and we have a long list of women warriors, including from tribal communities, including from Northeast, including from Kashmir, including from South India. So we have a long list of female warriors who have actually gone to the field, and in fact Naraka Chaturdashi, which is celebrated here as Diwali. Who is it who killed Narkasura? For the longest time we were thinking it is the Krishna Bhagwan who killed Narkasura, but in fact it is Satyabhama, and Lord Krishna takes Satyabhama along, and she is the one who kills Narkasura, and that day is commemorated today as Narak Chaturdashi that we celebrate as Diwali. So our women have shown this valor. At the same time, unfortunately what has happened, anything that is associated with female qualities, being emotional, being caring, being loving, unfortunately they are seen as the matters of weakness. So if खूब लड़ी मर्दानी वो तो झांसी वाली रानी थी, if that is taken as pride, क्या लड़की जैसे रो रहा है is looked down upon. So that female quality, because crying is associated as feminine quality, and if a man cries, that is seen as weakness or meekness, because females are seen as weak gender. Again, that is something that is non-Indian. That is something, so we never see a man, the genesis of being a man and a woman. It is not out of a rib of a man that a woman is born. That is not the idea that we have in India, in Indian civilizational ethos. We believe it is the same tattva from where man and woman, and not just man and woman, every being on the earth is born. The same tattva. So we are Purna Purusha in that sense, or we also say जो पिंडी वो ब्रह्मांडी, जो पिंड में है वो ब्रह्मांड में है, and whatever is in ब्रह्मांड that is in pind. So we are composition of elements of everything and all of us. So that is the fundamental equality where we begin. But when we are trying to adopt the dominant narratives of feminism, we move away from this civilizational ethos of looking at gender relations from Shiva Tattva and Shakti as Tattva. So I would just end by repeating myself with all cost of repetition. Still let me say this and reiterate that all of us have the feminine and the masculine. And we have always worshipped this divine element of Shakti in our civilization.
Yes.
So that's the difference I think I would like to highlight.
Definitely, you should give a read to the book, Women, Gender and Society in India. It's available here also. She revisits all the ideas of equality, liberty, freedom of women, and definitely you all should give a read. A question to Lawyer Nagun. Ma'am, you have a experience of more than 15 years in law. So what do you think the major challenge women are facing currently? And along with that, so you talked about women empowerment along with empowerment of men. So women empowerment is also an empowerment of men. So can you briefly talk about that?
Sure. Now the challenges that the females, the biological females are facing today is basically a perspective problem. If the perspective is that the females and the males are different from each other. So when we say that they are different from each other, then the way we treat them is obviously different. We all know apples and oranges cannot be equated. So that's exactly what is happening when we say that males and females are two different things, then males and females will be treated differently. Now males and females are being, if I have to go to the fundamental problem, then because of this perspective that we have that they are different people, we treat them differently. And when we treat them differently, it obviously is not conducive to one gender. It's not conducive to one gender. If we revisit our, basic, when we are walking around in the society or when we are working in a place, what is expected from a female and what is expected from a male is absolutely different. Unfortunately today, that a male can get away with, doing little. But if a female has to rise up the ladder, then she will have to definitely prove herself a little more. With all of this tattva and all of that kept in mind, I am still being raised, I come from this, I've been taught this perspective for 25 years. So I've been told that I am the primary caregiver of the child. And so if I do not care the child and go out and just become a lawyer and do that, then there is a guilt that runs around. I question if the males also have that guilt that they're not taking care of the child and they're still going out. But What has happened? In the society, we have taught them that she's the caregiver and he's the provider. Because we have gender stereotyped certain things, and that's exactly the problem that we're facing. Now, law has added to the perspective change again. Law has started differentiating the problems also. This is work-related problem, this is domestic-related problems, this is marital-related problems, this is, what should I say, this is financial-related problems. So that way, there is also cataloging that is happening with respect to the problems that they're facing, or rather the challenges that they're facing. The moment we start branding and cataloging things and not seeing it in a wholesome way, we will never be able to solve the problems. Now, until the 80s, we did not have the dowry harassment provisions at all. 498A did not exist. All of a sudden, we decided that, 498A has to be brought in because dowry is a serious problem. I mean, there are women who are being burnt. So it is a serious problem. So then we also got the Dowry Prohibition Act in the 86. And then it went on. It went on until the 90s, the late 90s. Until then, the law was being enforced with all the tentacles that it can get. What happened? The law started getting abused by a few people. So 2000s, we started getting judgments where they said that 498A has to be revisited. The tentacles have to be removed. Now, it cannot be so. And there were these minute, should I say, random voices from here and there from the courts which started coming in the early 2000s. Come to 2010, by then, the abuse had grown to a significant percentage. So then, they came up with guidelines saying that if you have to, arrest a person for a 498A complaint, then you will have to do some primary inquiries. You just cannot go ahead and pick up the entire family because we see that the law is being abused. Well, today, I think just about a month ago also, there was this entire cry that came out about dowry harassment laws are being misused. It's high time that they get revisited. Why is this happening? Dowry is a problem that we had understood. Now the solution that we gave them was 498A. Is that really a solution? That needs to be looked into. Are we governing the problem here, or are we framing laws to govern the society? So long as law does not start looking at the society and just at the problem, it will get redundant over a period of time because the problem keeps changing its ramifications and the law will have absolutely nothing. The law does not change according to the problem. So instead, what needs to happen is law should change its perspective of looking at the problem. Then things will be different. Now, because of this kind of a redundancy that has happened, there is an entire cry where it has got even messed up, where there is men's rights that are being coined out. The recent 1 month, we have heard a lot about it after the Atul's matters. So where are we going? So the basic challenges that the society is facing is that law does not know how to see the society because it is alien to us. That is not very indigenous to us. So it does not know, it does not understand the Indian society. There is no connect. And this disconnect is the problem that both the men and the women are facing.
Has question, please, you can ask the panelist. Please raise your hand where you are sitting. Mic will be given to you.
Managed to confuse the crowd enough.
Yes.
Check.
Since we are talking about gender, so today when we see worldwide, due to the rise in wokeism, so we call it, so today we see a large, I cannot tell large number, but there are people who identify themselves not according to gender that has been assigned. They are telling it is not something biological, it is mental. So, do we see them as they have transcended one limitations of the society today, or is it a good thing that they have the freedom to identify themselves as whichever gender they want to, and they are able to express whatever they want to, or is the society moving toward destruction with this phase?
Who will take this question?
I think it maybe she'll give a academic perspective to it. But one thing that we need to understand is in sociology, the word sex and gender are not one and the same. What they are doing is, initially when we were young and when at least I was in college, there was an entire chapter or a lesson that would be given to us as to when are we referring to a person's sex and when are we referring to a person's gender. I don't see that happening any longer in the universities, because they suddenly started interchanging those terms, which is why this new trend of gender fluidity which has come in. And what are they doing in the process? They are actually saying that there is a sexual fluidity in the process, which is not. Your sex will still remain the same. Maybe mentally you are, even if you are, identifying yourself more with the men, biologically who you are is defined. There is no doubt about it. And science does not, or there is absolutely nothing scientific in gender fluidity. I'm sorry, in sexual fluidity. One of the cases that happened in US was, this person he was a man, a male, and he was put into the prison because he had already molested a woman. Now he came out and said that he no longer feels like a male, and therefore he cannot continue to stay in the prisons meant for the male. And he applied to the court, and the court, being woke as it is, decided that this person, because he thinks he is a woman, it is the word to be used there. So put it in the female prison. Now he conveniently went there, raped another woman. Now the question is law going to take the responsibility of the woman? And his answer was, at that time I was finding myself a male. This is a case that actually happened in the US. So what we really need to understand is gender fluidity and sexual understanding are two very, very different terms. If you are being catalogued, you should be catalogued on the basis of the sex and not on the basis of your gender. I mean, this is my take on it. I'm sure Dr. Varda will have something to add about it.
Yeah. So thank you very much. We all know how wokeism is taking on to our cultural ethos. Across the globe, it's not just the Indian scenario. About sexual transplantation, what you are referring to is actually not per se the sexual fluidity, but sexual transplantation, and which is more concerned with the psychology of a person. Now, if a person thinks, I am born with a female genitals and want to be a man, or otherwise, I am born with a male genitals and want to be a woman, this transformation is something that is being guided by your psychological setup. Somebody feels something and therefore wants to change. The question is, and by show of your hands you can tell me, what I feel today, do I feel the same way tomorrow?
Absolutely not.
So there lies the root of wokeism. Even rationally, there is a lot of talk and discussion about reason and rationality, right? The entire choice theory that feminism harps on is based on choices. The entire feminism, so somebody like some leading actress came up with a nude advertisement saying my body, my right. Right? So my body, my right, my body, my choice. These are the terms which are imposed upon us, and we buy them, particularly our youngsters buy them without even application of mind. When we say choice, we are assuming that the human beings are making rational choices. right? Let me just give you one example. All of us know that doing yoga is good for us, going for walk is good for us. So every time, and New Year had just begun, all of us have taken some resolution that we will go for walk, we will be very active physically to maintain our health. Every night we go to bed saying to ourselves, I'm going to get up early morning and I'm going to go for a walk or do some yoga, etc. How many of us really do that? So how many of our resolutions have really stuck with us on the 12th day of the new year? The reason is we took that decision to commit ourselves to good health regimen very rationally. It's a rational choice. The point is, do we really work on the basis of reason? Secondly, does the reason keep changing constantly? Unfortunately, we think reason is something that is static. And therefore, the choices would also be static. What if the man who has undergone a sex transplantation surgery in 2 years thinks that no, he in fact was a female and that was better? Because Buddha long back has said the problem lies in Trishna and sorrow is eternal. So whether you change your sex or gender or whatever you psychologically do, the pain and dukkha is eternal. That has been told to us, and it's not just Buddha, but even Bhagavad Gita. So our idea of sthita pragya does not come from the kind of genitals that we have. So we transcend that. So let me give you more practical and policy kind of dimension to this aspect, which she mentioned in a different example. This was the case which happened in UK, and since I also teach law and governance, and there is a very serious jurisprudential question that has come up in the UK courts. What happened? There was a regular marriage between a man and a woman, and they had kids. Over some time, the man felt that he wants to be a female body, and therefore applied and did sex transplantation, etc. By that time, when that man did the surgery, his wife was pregnant. Okay? And by the time he actually underwent surgery and got sex transplantation done, the man was already a woman. Okay? And now the newborn child has 2 mothers and not a father. We are laughing at this, but the genuine jurisprudential question is, what happens to the right of the child to have a father and a mother? So when we are talking about choice and the rights of particular individual to undergo a surgery, the question also arises about others who are involved in that hierarchy of rights, and then the question is, whose rights are we talking about? Something similar when we think about the family as a unit. Okay, and when we think from a gender perspective, it is all very meek and dominated woman in the family. That's the picture we are given to. And we believe that, right? Whether it is the Domestic Violence Act, whether it is Dowry Act, whether it is Sati Prohibition. So whatever laws we have related to family that governs, including property laws. So it is like women are very weak, they don't have agency, and therefore they don't have voice, and therefore all laws are curated to protect her because she is weak. That's the picture of the family. The question is, when we have a family, when there are elderly people, suppose there are children, suppose there is a person with who is differently able, or who is blind, or who is deaf, etc. And in this setup, when we think from a feminist perspective of a family, we think only she is the weakest one and her rights need to be protected. The question is, what happens to the rights of the elderly? What happens to the rights of the children? What happens to the rights of the differently able people? Because this is the hierarchy of rights that we have created in our present setup without applying the duty centrality, that is dharma. Our civilization tells us to perform dharma, which is the one, and we don't need the scales in terms of caste or gender or language or religion or physical ability. In our common sense, we immediately understand who is the weakest in the given setting, and the dharma is to lend helping hand. That's dharma. And when we put this very concretized hierarchies, there lies a problem. Second question is about difference. Unfortunately, we consider difference as hierarchy. The day we start realizing difference is equality. And that has been the civilization we are in India. Difference need not mean hierarchy. Being man and woman can be different, but they can be equal. And this is gender complementarity. This is called complementary equality. So if we can arrive at this, I think a lot of our questions can be answered. So I'm sorry, I took quite a while to respond to this, but I
Thank you, ma'am.
it was
Thank you.
justified.
We can take one more question.
I think everyone is hungry now.
Yeah, anyone has a question? Okay, if nobody has a question, I have a question for both of you. So when we talk about more equitable future, so what are the changes that we can think about, probably? So if both of you can answer very briefly, it would be great, ma'am.
Since I have taken a long time for the previous question, I'll briefly, in a sentence, say what can be the future path. We need to train our men better to achieve gender equality. I think
I
we
concur.
can.
I concur. I think the idea is to create an awareness that femininity is not just in, the manifested female, biological female. It is everywhere. So the moment we give this kind of an awareness, it should not be treated as because it is a woman's issue. You have only the women who are speaking about it. The society should discuss about everything. Because all the problems that are emanating are the societal problems only, and the society has to change together. So I think it is mostly about the awareness that needs to be given about the concept of femininity and masculinity. That way, you will not, whatever you see outside, the biological male that is seen outside, is more like a potential that exists within me inside. So it's just an expression, an outwardly manifestation of what is within. At that time, I will not be seeing the other. It is not something the other. It is just me, and then the way I will be dealing with it will change. That needs to happen, and law has to change, seriously change its perspectives. Yeah.
If you permit, we'll conclude the session. Yes.
Sure.
So thank you everyone for joining this panel discussion on women, gender and society. I thank both the panelists, Dr. Varada Sambus and lawyer Shama Naragun. I thank the conveners and the organizers of Mangalore Literature Festival. So with this discussion, only thing we can hope is the future of India as well as the future of the world, the more equitable future. Let it not be just an ideal, but a living reality. So thank you everyone.
ಇದೆಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಜೆಂಡರ್ ವುಮೆನ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಸೊಸೈಟಿ ಎಂಬ ಸಂವಾದದ ಕೊನೆಯ ಹಂತಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವೀಗ ಬಂದಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ಮೊದಲನೇದಾಗಿ ಮಾತನಾಡಿರುವಂತಹ ಇಬ್ಬರು ಸಂಪನ್ಮೂಲ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಗಳು ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ವರದಾಸ್ ಸಂಭಸ್, ಅದೇ ರೀತಿ ಕ್ಷಮ ನರಗುಂದ್ ಹಾಗೂ ಸಂವಾದಕರಾಗಿರುವಂಥ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಸುಷ್ಮಿತಾ ಶೆಟ್ಟಿ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಹೃತ್ಪೂರ್ವಕವಾದ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳನ್ನು ಸಮರ್ಪಿಸುತ್ತಾ ಇದೀಗ ವೇದಿಕೆಯ ಮೇಲೆ ಓಷನ್ ಪರ್ಲ್ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಯ ಕಂಟ್ರಿ ಹೆಡ್ ಆಗಿರುವಂತಹ ಗಿರೀಶ್, ಅದೇ ರೀತಿ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ವಿದ್ಯಾ ಇವರಿಬ್ಬರು ಬಂದು ನಮ್ಮ ಅತಿಥಿಗಳಿಗೆ ನೆನಪಿನ ಕಾಣಿಕೆಯನ್ನು ನೀಡಬೇಕಾಗಿ ಕೇಳಿಕೊಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ. ಇದು ನಮ್ಮ ಪ್ರೀತಿಯ ಕಾಣಿಕೆ, ಗೌರವದ ಕಾಣಿಕೆ ಹಾಗೂ ನಿಮಗೊಂದು ನೆನಪಿನ ಕಾಣಿಕೆ. ಶ್ರೀಯುತ ಗಿರೀಶ್, ಕಂಟ್ರಿ ಹೆಡ್ ಆಫ್ ಓಷನ್ ಪರ್ಲ್, ಅದೇ ರೀತಿ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ವಿದ್ಯಾ ಇವರಿಬ್ಬರು ನಮ್ಮ ಸಂಪನ್ಮೂಲ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಗಳಿಗೆ ಅದೇ ರೀತಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಇಂದಿನ ಸಂವಾದಕರಿಗೆ ನೆನಪಿನ ಕಾಣಿಕೆಯನ್ನು ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು. ಇಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಈ ಸಂವಾದದ ಕೊನೆಯ ಹಂತಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ತಲುಪಿದ್ದು. ಇನ್ನು ಮುಂದಕ್ಕೆ 2 ಗಂಟೆಗೆ ಸರಿಯಾಗಿ ಅಂಬೇಡ್ಕರ್ ಮತ್ತು ಸಂವಿಧಾನ ಸತ್ಯ ಮಿಥ್ಯ ಎಂಬ ಸಂವಾದ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮವು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನಡೆಯಲಿದೆ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಎಲ್ಲರಲ್ಲಿ ವಿನಂತಿ, 2 ಗಂಟೆಗೆ ಸರಿಯಾಗಿ ಸಭಿಕರೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದು ಸೇರಬೇಕಾಗಿ ಕೇಳಿಕೊಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇವೆ. ಅದೇ ರೀತಿ ವೀಕ್ಷಕರ ಗಮನಕ್ಕೆ, ನಿಮ್ಮ ಅನಿಸಿಕೆಗಳನ್ನು ಅನುಭವಗಳನ್ನು ಟ್ವಿಟರ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ ಖಾತೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಹ್ಯಾಶ್ಟ್ಯಾಗ್ MRLITFEST2025 ಎಂಬ ಟ್ಯಾಗ್ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಹಂಚಿಕೊಳ್ಳಬೇಕಾಗಿ ಈ ಮೂಲಕ ಕೇಳಿಕೊಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇವೆ. ಅದೇ ರೀತಿ ಹಲವಾರು ಬುಕ್ ಸ್ಟಾಲ್ಗಳನ್ನು ಸಭಾಂಗಣದ ಹೊರವಲಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಇಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ಅಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಪುಸ್ತಕಗಳನ್ನು ನೀವು ಖರೀದಿಸಬಹುದೆಂದು ಕೇಳಿಕೊಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ. ಸರಿಯಾಗಿ 2 ಗಂಟೆಗೆ ಅಂಬೇಡ್ಕರ್ ಮತ್ತು ಸಂವಿಧಾನ ಸತ್ಯ ಮಿಥ್ಯ ಎಂಬ ಸಂವಾದವು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನಡೆಯಲಿರುವುದು. ಸಂವಾದವನ್ನು ನಡೆಸಲಿರುವವರು ವಿಕಾಸ್ ಕುಮಾರ್ ಪಿ, ಅದೇ ರೀತಿ ಎನ್ ಮಹೇಶ್. ನೆರೆದಿರುವಂತಹ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸಭಿಕರು ಇದೀಗ ಊಟಕ್ಕೆ ತೆರಳಬೇಕಾಗಿ ಕೇಳಿಕೊಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ. ಊಟದ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆಯನ್ನು ಮೊದಲನೇ ಹಂತಸ್ತಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡಲಾಗಿದೆ.
Hello. 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 Hello.
Check. Check. Hal. Check. Hal. Hal. ನೆರೆದಿರುವ ಸರ್ವರಿಗೂ ಮಧ್ಯಾಹ್ನದ ಶುಭ ನಮನಗಳು. ಇಂದಿನ ಗಣ್ಯ ಅತಿಥಿಗಳಿಗೂ ಸಭಿಕರಿಗೂ ಹಾಗೂ ನೆರೆದಿರುವ ಸರ್ವರಿಗೂ ಭಾರತ್ ಫೌಂಡೇಶನ್ ಆಯೋಜಿಸುವ ಮ್ಯಾಂಗ್ಳೂರ್ ಲಿಟ್ ಫೆಸ್ಟ್ ಇದರ 7ನೇ ಆವೃತ್ತಿಗೆ ಸ್ವಾಗತ ಸುಸ್ವಾಗತ. ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದ ಸಹ ಪ್ರಾಯೋಜಕರು ಮಿಥಿಕ್ ಸೊಸೈಟಿ, ನಿಟ್ಟೆ, ಮಣಿಪಾಲ್ ಹಾಗೂ MRPL. ಇಂದಿನ ದಿನದ ಮುಂದಿನ ಸಂವಾದದ ವಿಷಯ ಅಂಬೇಡ್ಕರ್ ಮತ್ತು ಸಂವಿಧಾನ, ಸತ್ಯ ಮಿಥ್ಯ. ಈ ಸಂವಾದವನ್ನು ನಡೆಸಲು ನಮ್ಮೊಂದಿಗೆ ಇರುವ ಸಂಪನ್ಮೂಲ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಗಳು ವಿಕಾಸ್ ಕುಮಾರ್ ಪಿ, ಲೇಖಕರು ಹಾಗೂ ವಾಗ್ಮಿ, ಅದೇ ರೀತಿ ಎನ್ ಮಹೇಶ್, ರಾಜಕೀಯ ಪಂಡಿತರು ಹಾಗೂ ಮಾಜಿ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ಸಚಿವರು, ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಸರ್ಕಾರ. ಇದೀಗ ಈ ಸಂವಾದವನ್ನು ನಡೆಸಿಕೊಡಲು ಇಬ್ಬರು ಸಂಪನ್ಮೂಲ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಕೇಳಿಕೊಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಇಬ್ಬರು ಸಂಪನ್ಮೂಲ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಗಳು ಇದೀಗ ವೇದಿಕೆಯತ್ತ ಬರಬೇಕಾಗಿ ಕೇಳಿಕೊಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇವೆ. ಸಂಪನ್ಮೂಲ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಗಳಿಬ್ಬರು ತಮ್ಮ ಆಸನವನ್ನು ಸ್ವೀಕರಿಸಿ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮವನ್ನು ನಡೆಸಿಕೊಡಬೇಕಾಗಿ ಕೇಳಿಕೊಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ. ಅದೇ ರೀತಿ ಸಭಿಕರ ಗಮನಕ್ಕೆ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಅನಿಸಿಕೆಗಳನ್ನು, ಅನುಭವಗಳನ್ನು ಟ್ವಿಟರ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ ಖಾತೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ #MLRLITFEST 2025 ಎಂಬ ಟ್ಯಾಗ್ನ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಹಂಚಿಕೊಳ್ಳಬೇಕಾಗಿ ಈ ಮೂಲಕ ಕೇಳಿಕೊಳ್ಳುತ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇವೆ. ಅದೇ ರೀತಿ ಸಭಾಂಗಣ ಒಂದರಲ್ಲಿ ಇದೀಗ ಸಿನಿಮಾ ತಾಂತ್ರಿಕತೆ ಎಂಬ ವಿಷಯದ ಕುರಿತಾದ ಸಂವಾದವನ್ನು ನಡೆಸುವವರು ಗಿರೀಶ್ ಕಾಸರವಳ್ಳಿ ಹಾಗೂ ಗೋಪಾಲಕೃಷ್ಣ ಪೈ. ಸಂವಾದಕರು ಅರುಣ್ ಭಾರದ್ವಾಜ್. ಇನ್ನು ಮುಂದಕ್ಕೆ ವೇದಿಕೆಯ ಮೇಲೆ ಅಂಬೇಡ್ಕರ್ ಮತ್ತು ಸಂವಿಧಾನ, ಸತ್ಯ ಮಿಥ್ಯ.
ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ಅಂಬೇಡ್ಕರ್ ಮತ್ತು ಸಂವಿಧಾನ, ಸತ್ಯ ಮಿಥ್ಯ, ಈ ರೀತಿಯ ಒಂದು ವಿನೂತನ ಶೀರ್ಷಿಕೆಯ ಸಂವಾದದಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮೊಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಕೊಳ್ಳೇಗಾಲದ ಮಾಜಿ ಶಾಸಕರು, ಅವರ ಯುವಕ ಜೀವನದಿಂದಲೇ ದಲಿತ ಚಳುವಳಿ, ಬಹುಜನ ಚಳುವಳಿಯೊಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ತೊಡಗಿಸಿಕೊಂಡು ನಮ್ಮ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ರಾಜ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಶ್ರೇಷ್ಠ ದಲಿತ ಚಿಂತಕರೆಂದೇ ಪ್ರಖ್ಯಾತಿಯನ್ನು ಪಡೆದಿರುವಂಥ ಮಾನ್ಯ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದ ಮಾಜಿ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ಸಚಿವರೂ ಆಗಿರತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಎನ್ ಮಹೇಶ್ ಅವರು ನಮ್ಮೊಟ್ಟಿಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಸಂವಿಧಾನದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ, ಸಂವಿಧಾನದ ಆಳ ಅಗಲದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ, ಸಂವಿಧಾನದಲ್ಲಿ ಬಾಬಾ ಸಾಹೇಬರು ಯಾವ ಆಶಯಗಳನ್ನು ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅನ್ನೋದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಸುದೀರ್ಘವಾದಂತಹ ಜ್ಞಾನ ಮತ್ತು ಅಧ್ಯಯನ ಹೊಂದಿರತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದ ಕೆಲವು ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಗಳ ಪೈಕಿ ಎನ್ ಮಹೇಶ್ ಅವರು ಒಬ್ಬರು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದರೆ ಖಂಡಿತ ಅದು ತಪ್ಪಲ್ಲ. ತಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರ ಪರವಾಗಿ ಮಹೇಶ್ ಅವರಿಗೆ ನಾನು ಹಾರ್ದಿಕ ಸ್ವಾಗತವನ್ನು ಕೋರ್ತೇನೆ.
ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ.
2025 ಜನವರಿ ತಿಂಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ಭಾರತಕ್ಕೆ ಸ್ವತಂತ್ರ 1947ನೇ ಇಸ್ವಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂತು. ಭಾರತಕ್ಕೆ ಸ್ವತಂತ್ರ ಬಂದಂಥ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಭಾರತಕ್ಕೆ ಭಾರತದ್ದು ಅನ್ನುವಂಥ ಸಂವಿಧಾನ ಇರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಭಾರತಕ್ಕೆ ಭಾರತದ್ದು ಅನ್ನುವಂಥ ಒಂದು ಸಂವಿಧಾನವನ್ನು ರಚನೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಭಾರತಕ್ಕೆ ಭಾರತೀಯತೆಯ ಆಧಾರದ ಅಡಿಯಲ್ಲಿ, ಭಾರತದ ಪರಂಪರೆಯ ಆಧಾರದ ಅಡಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ರೀತಿ ಶ್ರೇಷ್ಠವಾದಂಥ ಒಂದು ಸಂವಿಧಾನವನ್ನು ಭಾರತಕ್ಕೆ ಕೊಡುಗೆಯಾಗಿ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನುವಂಥ ಮಹತ್ತರ ಜವಾಬ್ದಾರಿ ಹೊರಿಸಿದ್ದು ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಬಾಬಾ ಸಾಹೇಬ್ ಅಂಬೇಡ್ಕರ್ ಅವರಿಗೆ. ಈ ರೀತಿ ಭಾರತಕ್ಕೆ ಸ್ವತಂತ್ರ ಬಂದ ನಂತರ 1949 ನವೆಂಬರ್ 26ನೇ ತಾರೀಕಿಗೆ ಸಂವಿಧಾನ ರಚನಾ ಸಭೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಸುದೀರ್ಘವಾಗಿ ಹತ್ತಿರ 3 ವರ್ಷಗಳ ಕಾಲದವರೆಗೂ ಚರ್ಚೆಯಾಗಿ, ಸುದೀರ್ಘ ಚರ್ಚೆಯ ನಂತರ ನವೆಂಬರ್ 26, 1949 ಭಾರತಕ್ಕೆ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಬಾಬಾ ಸಾಹೇಬ್ ಅಂಬೇಡ್ಕರ್ ಅವರ ನೇತೃತ್ವದಲ್ಲಿ ರಚನೆಯಾದ ಸಂವಿಧಾನ ಭಾರತಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಕೂಡ ಅದನ್ನು ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಅಂಗೀಕಾರ ಆಯಿತು. ಇದಾದ ನಂತರ ಜನವರಿ 26ನೇ ತಾರೀಕು 1950 ಅವತ್ತು ಅದನ್ನು ಅಧಿಕೃತವಾಗಿ ಭಾರತದ ಸಂವಿಧಾನ ಅಂತ ನಾವು ಅಡಾಪ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡ್ವಿ. ಸೊ ಈಗ ನಾವು ಏನು 2025ರಲ್ಲಿದ್ದೇವೆ, ನಾವು ಭಾರತದ ಸಂವಿಧಾನದ 75ನೇ ವರ್ಷ ಅಮೃತ ಮಹೋತ್ಸವದ ಕಾಲಘಟ್ಟದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಕೂಡ ಇದ್ದೇವೆ. ಇಂತಹ ಒಂದು ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಯಾವುದನ್ನು ಆಲೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು? ಸಂವಿಧಾನದ ಕುರಿತು, ಬಾಬಾ ಸಾಹೇಬರ ಕುರಿತು ಇಷ್ಟೊಂದು ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಚರ್ಚೆಗಳಾಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಸಂವಿಧಾನ ಈ 75 ವರ್ಷಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾವ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಬೆಳವಣಿಗೆಯನ್ನು ಕಂಡಿದೆ, ಯಾವ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅದರ ಪ್ರಗತಿಗೆ, ಅದರ ಆಶಯಗಳಿಗೆ ತಡೆಯುಂಟು ಮಾಡಬೇಕನ್ನುವಂತಹ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನಗಳಾಗಿದೆ. ಇದೆಲ್ಲವನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ಪರಾಮರ್ಶೆ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಳ್ಬೇಕಾಗಿರುವಂಥ ಒಂದು ಕಾಲಘಟ್ಟದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ಯಾಕೆಂತ ಹೇಳಿದರೆ ಇವತ್ತು ಸಂವಿಧಾನ ಮತ್ತು ಬಾಬಾ ಸಾಹೇಬ್ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಅಂಬೇಡ್ಕರ್ ಈ ಎರಡೂ ವಿಷಯಗಳನ್ನು ಇವತ್ತು ಒಂದು ಚುನಾವಣೆಯ ಸರಕನ್ನಾಗಿ ಕೆಲವರು ಮಾಡಿರುವಂಥದ್ದು ಅತ್ಯಂತ ದುರಂತ ಒಂದು ಸಂಗತಿ. ಬಾಬಾ ಸಾಹೇಬ್ ಅಂಬೇಡ್ಕರ್ ಅವರಾಗಿರ್ಬೋದು ಅಥವಾ ಭಾರತದ ಸಂವಿಧಾನ ಆಗಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಇವತ್ತು ಚುನಾವಣೆಯ ಒಂದು ಸರಕಾಗಿರುವಂಥದ್ದು. ದಿನನಿತ್ಯ ಬಾಬಾ ಸಾಹೇಬ್ ಅಂಬೇಡ್ಕರ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಇಲ್ಲ ಸಲ್ಲದ ಅಪಪ್ರಚಾರಗಳು, ಸಂವಿಧಾನದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಇಲ್ಲ ಸಲ್ಲದ ಅಪಪ್ರಚಾರಗಳು, ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ಯಾಕೆ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ, ಏನು ಕಾರಣ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದು ಒಂದಿಷ್ಟು ಮಹೇಶಣ್ಣ ಬೆಳಕು ಚೆಲ್ಲಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದು ನಾನು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಹತ್ರ ಕೇಳ್ಕೊಳ್ತೇನೆ.
ಹಲೋ, ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆಯಾ? ಓಕೆ. ಸ್ನೇಹಿತರೆ, ಈ ಮಂಗಳೂರಿನ ಲಿಟ್ರೇಚರ್ ಫೆಸ್ಟಿವಲಲ್ಲಿ ಭಾಗವಹಿಸ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಸಂದರ್ಭ ನನಗೆ ಭಾಳ ಹೆಮ್ಮೆ ಅಂತ ಅನ್ನಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಬೆಳಗಿನಿಂದ ನಾನು ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಗೋಷ್ಠಿಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಭಾಗವಹಿಸಿ ನೋಡಿ ಬಂದಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಅದು ಭಾಳ ಸೈಲೆಂಟಾಗಿ ಚರ್ಚೆ ನಡೀತಾ ಇದೆ, ವಿಮರ್ಶೆ ನಡೀತಾ ಇದೆ. ಸೊ ನನ್ನನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ಒಂದು ಅವಧಿಗೆ ಕರೆದಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸಂಘಟಕರಿಗೆ ನಾನು ಗೌರವಪೂರ್ವಕ ಕೃತಜ್ಞತೆಗಳನ್ನು ಸಲ್ಲಿಸ್ತೇನೆ. ಈಗ ವಿಷಯಕ್ಕೆ ಬರೋಣ. ವಿಕಾಸ್ ಅವರು ಸಂವಿಧಾನದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಚರ್ಚೆಗಳು ಇತ್ತೀಚೆಗೆ ನಡೀತಾ ಇದೆ. ಸೊ ಚರ್ಚೆಗಳಿಗೆ ಹೋಗೋದಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಮೊದಲು ಸಂವಿಧಾನ ಹೇಗೆ ಇವಾಲ್ವ್ ಆಯಿತು ನಮ್ಮ ದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನು ಸೂಕ್ಷ್ಮವಾಗಿ ಒಂದು 4 ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ಸಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ಹೇಳಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಬಯಸ್ತೇನೆ. ನಿಮಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿರಲಿ, ಭಾರತದಲ್ಲಿ ಸಂವಿಧಾನಾತ್ಮಕ ಆಡಳಿತ ಅಂದರೆ ಕಾನೂನಾತ್ಮಕ ಆಡಳಿತ ಪ್ರಾರಂಭ ಆಗಿದ್ದಕ್ಕೆ ಲ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಮಾರ್ಕ್ ಅಂದರೆ 1909 ಕಾಯ್ದೆ. ಅದನ್ನು ನಾವು ಮಿಂಟೋ ಮಾರ್ಲೆ ಕಾಯ್ದೆ ಅಂತ ಕರಿತೀವಿ. ಈ ಕಾಯ್ದೆನಲ್ಲಿ ಅನೇಕ ಸುಧಾರಣೆಗಳನ್ನು ಬ್ರಿಟಿಷರು ತಂದಿದ್ದರು. ನಾನು ಎಲ್ಲದರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಮಾತಾಡಲ್ಲ. ಈ ಕಾಯ್ದೆನಲ್ಲಿರುವಂತಹ ಪ್ರಜಾಪ್ರಭುತ್ವದ ಅಂಶವನ್ನು ಒಂದನ್ನು ನಾನು ಹೇಳಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಬಯಸ್ತೇನೆ. 1909 ಕಾಯ್ದೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಬ್ರಿಟಿಷರು ಮತದಾನದ ಹಕ್ಕನ್ನು 3 ವರ್ಗಗಳಿಗೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿರ್ತಾರೆ. ಒಂದು ಗ್ರ್ಯಾಜುಯೇಟ್ಸು, ಎರಡನೇದು ಜಮೀನ್ದಾರರು, ಮೂರನೇದು ಸರ್ಕಾರಕ್ಕೆ ತೆರಿಗೆ ಕಟ್ಟುವಷ್ಟು ವ್ಯಾಪಾರ ಮಾಡುವಂಥ ವ್ಯಾಪಾರಸ್ಥರು. ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಮಾಡೆಲ್ ಏನು, ಎಲ್ಲಿಂದ ತಗೊಂಡ್ರು ಬ್ರಿಟಿಷರು ಅಂತ ನೋಡಿದಾಗ ನನಗೆ ಹೆಮ್ಮೆ ಅನಿಸುತ್ತೆ. ಈ ಭಾಗದ ಮೈಸೂರು ಭಾಗದ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಯಾಗಿ ಅದನ್ನು ಮೈಸೂರು ಸಂಸ್ಥಾನದಿಂದ ತಗೊಂಡಿರೋದು. 1881ರಲ್ಲಿ ಚಾಮರಾಜ ಒಡೆಯರು ಮೈಸೂರಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರಜಾಪ್ರತಿನಿಧಿ ಸಭೆಯನ್ನು ಸ್ಥಾಪನೆ ಮಾಡಿ ಈ 3 ವರ್ಗಗಳಿಗೆ ನಾಮಕರಣದ ಮೂಲಕ ಆ ಪ್ರಜಾಪ್ರತಿನಿಧಿ ಸಭೆಗೆ ಆಯ್ಕೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಅದನ್ನೇ ಮಾಡೆಲ್ ಆಗಿ ತಗೊಂಡು ಬ್ರಿಟಿಷರು 1881ರಲ್ಲಿ ಭಾರತದಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲೂ ಕೂಡ ಈ ರೀತಿಯ ಪ್ರಜಾಪ್ರಭುತ್ವ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆ ಇರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಸೊ ಅದನ್ನು ಮಾಡೆಲ್ ಆಗಿ ತಗೊಂಡು ಬ್ರಿಟಿಷರು ಇದನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು. ಈ 9ರ ಕಾಯ್ದೆಯ ಸಾಧಕ ಬಾಧಕಗಳನ್ನು ಅಧ್ಯಯನ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ 1918ರಲ್ಲಿ ಸೌತ್ ಬರೋ ಆಯೋಗ ಬರ್ತದೆ. ನಿಮಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆ, ಬ್ರಿಟಿಷ್ ಇತಿಹಾಸವನ್ನು ನಾವು ಓದಿದ್ರೆ, ಅವರ ಆಡಳಿತ ಇತಿಹಾಸವನ್ನು ಓದಿದ್ರೆ 10 ವರ್ಷಕ್ಕೆ ಒಂದೊಂದು ಸತಿ ಒಂದೊಂದು ರಿಫಾರ್ಮ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. 1918ರಲ್ಲಿ ಸೌತ್ ಬರೋ ಆಯೋಗ ಬರ್ತದೆ. ಅಷ್ಟೊತ್ತಿಗೆ ಬಾಬಾ ಸಾಹೇಬರು ತಮ್ಮ ಅಧ್ಯಯನವನ್ನು ಮುಗಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡು ಭಾರತದ ರಾಜಕಾರಣಕ್ಕೆ ಪಾದಾರ್ಪಣೆ ಮಾಡಿರ್ತಾರೆ. 18ರಲ್ಲಿ ಬಾಬಾ ಸಾಹೇಬರು ಬ್ರಿಟಿಷರಿಗೆ ಒಂದು ಮನವಿ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಏನು ಮನವಿ ಅಂದರೆ, ನೀವು 1909ರ ಕಾಯ್ದೆನಲ್ಲಿ ತಂದಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದನ್ನು ಪ್ರಜಾಪ್ರಭುತ್ವ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀರಿ. ನನ್ನ ಪ್ರಕಾರ ಅದು ಸೀಮಿತ ಪ್ರಜಾಪ್ರಭುತ್ವ. ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಎ ಲಿಮಿಟೆಡ್ ಡೆಮಾಕ್ರಸಿ. ಟೋಟಲ್ ಡೆಮಾಕ್ರಸಿ ಬರಬೇಕು ಅಂತಂದರೆ ವಯಸ್ಕ ಮತದಾನ ಪದ್ಧತಿಯನ್ನು ತರಬೇಕು. 21 ವರ್ಷ ವಯಸ್ಸಾದಂಥ ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಮತದಾನದ ಹಕ್ಕನ್ನು ಕೊಟ್ಟರೆ ಅದು ಟೋಟಲ್ ಪೂರ್ಣ ಪ್ರಜಾಪ್ರಭುತ್ವ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ, ತರಬೇಕು. ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಈ ದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ಸಾವಿರಾರು ವರ್ಷಗಳಿಂದ ಶೋಷಣೆಗೆ ಒಳಗಾಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ, ಸಾಮಾಜಿಕವಾಗಿ, ಆರ್ಥಿಕವಾಗಿ, ಸಾಂಸ್ಕೃತಿಕವಾಗಿ, ಧಾರ್ಮಿಕವಾಗಿ ಶೋಷಣೆಗೆ ಒಳಗಾಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಈ ದೇಶದ ಒಟ್ಟು ಜನಸಂಖ್ಯೆಯ 25% ಅಸ್ಪೃಶ್ಯರಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಅನ್ಟಚಬಲ್ಸ್ ಅಂತ ಕರಿತೀವಿ. ಅದು ಬಹಿಷ್ಕೃತ ಭಾರತ. ಈ ಶೋಷಿತ ಸಮುದಾಯಗಳನ್ನ ಪ್ರಜಾಪ್ರಭುತ್ವದ ಮೇನ್ ಸ್ಟ್ರೀಮಿಗೆ ತರಬೇಕು ಅಂತಂದರೆ ವಯಸ್ಕ ಮತದಾನ ಪದ್ಧತಿ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಅಸ್ಪೃಶ್ಯತೆ ನಿಷೇಧ ಕಾಯ್ದೆಯನ್ನು ಜಾರಿಗೆ ತರಬೇಕು. ಜಾತಿ ಪದ್ಧತಿಯನ್ನು ನಿಷೇಧ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಸಾಮಾಜಿಕ ಬಹಿಷ್ಕಾರ ಅನ್ನೋದೊಂದು ಪದ್ಧತಿ ಇದೆ, ಅದನ್ನು ಬಹಿಷ್ಕಾರ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಕಾನೂನಾತ್ಮಕವಾಗಿ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಈ ಅಸ್ಪೃಶ್ಯ ಸಮುದಾಯಗಳಿಗೆ ಸಾರ್ವಜನಿಕ ಸೇವೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರಾತಿನಿಧ್ಯ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು, ರಾಜಕೀಯದಲ್ಲೂ ಇವ್ರಿಗೆ ಪ್ರಾತಿನಿಧ್ಯ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ 1918 ಸೌತ್ ಬರೋ ಆಯೋಗದ ಮುಂದೆ ಇದನ್ನು ಮಂಡಿಸ್ತಾರೆ. ಇದೇ ಮಂಡನೆಯನ್ನು 1928 ಸೈಮನ್ ಕಮಿಷನ್ ಬರ್ತದೆ. ಸೈಮನ್ ಕಮಿಷನ್ ಮುಂದೆನೂ ಕೂಡ ಇದನ್ನು ಮಂಡಿಸ್ತಾರೆ. ವಿಶೇಷ ಅಂದರೆ ಸೈಮನ್ ಕಮಿಷನ್ ಮುಂದೆ ಮಂಡಿಸಿದಂತಹ ಅತ್ಯಂತ ಪ್ರಜಾಸತ್ತಾತ್ಮಕ ಈ ಅಂಶಗಳನ್ನು, ಮೌಲ್ಯಗಳನ್ನು, ಶೋಷಿತ ಸಮಾಜಗಳಿಗೆ ಬಿಡುಗಡೆ ಮಾಡುವಂತಹ ಈ ಅಂಶಗಳನ್ನು ವಿರೋಧ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದು ಅಂದಿನ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್.
ಇದು ನಂತರ ಕಾನ್ಸ್ಟಿಟ್ಯೂಯೆಂಟ್ ಅಸೆಂಬ್ಲಿ ಡಿಬೇಟ್ಸಿಗೆ ಬಂದಂಥ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಸೊ ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಹಾಗೆ ಕ್ಯಾರಿ ಫಾರ್ವರ್ಡ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋದು ಅಂಬೇಡ್ಕರ್ ಅವರ ಆಶಯ.
ಇದ್ರಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಮಿಸ್ಸಿಂಗ್ ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ ಇದೆ, ಅದನ್ನು ಹೇಳ್ಬಿಡ್ತೀನಿ. ಸೊ ಮೋತಿಲಾಲ್ ನೆಹರು ನೇತೃತ್ವದ ಸಮಿತಿ ವಯಸ್ಕ ಮತದಾನ ಪದ್ಧತಿ ಈಗ ಅಗತ್ಯ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅನ್ನೋ ಅಂತ ಮಟ್ಟಕ್ಕೆ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಇವತ್ತವರು ಪ್ರಜಾಪ್ರಭುತ್ವದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥವ್ರು, ಪ್ರಜಾಪ್ರಭುತ್ವನ ರಕ್ಷಣೆ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥವ್ರು ಒಂದು ಕಾಲದಲ್ಲಿ ವಯಸ್ಕ ಮತದಾನ ಪದ್ಧತಿಯನ್ನೇ ವಿರೋಧ ಮಾಡಿದವರು. ಅದರ ನಂತರ 1932 3 ದುಂಡು ಮೇಜಿನ ಸಭೆ ನಡೆಯುತ್ತೆ ಲಂಡನ್ನಲ್ಲಿ. ಆ ದುಂಡು ಮೇಜಿನ ಸಭೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಬಾಬಾ ಸಾಹೇಬರು ಇದಿಷ್ಟು ವಿಚಾರಗಳನ್ನು ಮಂಡನೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ವಿಶೇಷ ಅಂದರೆ ಬಾಬಾ ಸಾಹೇಬರು ಮಂಡನೆ ಮಾಡಿದಂಥ ಎಲ್ಲ ವಿಚಾರಗಳನ್ನು ಬ್ರಿಟಿಷರು ಒಪ್ಕೋತಾರೆ, ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ನವರು ಒಪ್ಕೋತಾರೆ.
ವಿತ್ ರೆಸ್ಪೆಕ್ಟ್ ಟು ಸೋಷಿಯಲ್ ಜಸ್ಟಿಸ್
ಒಪ್ಕೋತಾರೆ. ಆದರೆ ಒಂದು ವಿಚಾರನ ಮಾತ್ರ ಮಹಾತ್ಮ ಗಾಂಧೀಜಿಯವರು ವಿರೋಧ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಅದೇನು ಅಂತಂದರೆ ಅಸ್ಪೃಶ್ಯರಿಗೆ ಪ್ರತ್ಯೇಕ ಚುನಾಯಿಕೆಗಳನ್ನು ಕೊಡಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋದು ಬಾಬಾ ಸಾಹೇಬರ ವಾದ. 10 ವರ್ಷಗಳ ಕಾಲ ಅವರು ಜನರಲ್ ಎಲೆಕ್ಟರೇಟ್ ಜೊತೆ ಮರ್ಜಾಗೋರಿಗೆ 10 ವರ್ಷಗಳ ಕಾಲ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಸಪ್ರೇಟ್ ಎಲೆಕ್ಟರೇಟ್ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು. ಸಪ್ರೇಟ್ ಎಲೆಕ್ಟರೇಟ್ ಅಂದರೆ ಅಸ್ಪೃಶ್ಯರ ಪ್ರತಿನಿಧಿಗಳನ್ನು ಅಸ್ಪೃಶ್ಯರೇ ಮತದಾನ ಮಾಡಿ ಗೆಲ್ಲಿಸುವಂಥದ್ದು. ಇದನ್ನು ಕೇಳಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಆಧಾರ ಏನು ಅಂತಂದರೆ ಆ ಕಾಲದಲ್ಲಿ ಬ್ರಿಟಿಷರು ಮುಸಲ್ಮಾನರಿಗೆ ಪ್ರತ್ಯೇಕ ಚುನಾಯಿಕೆಗಳನ್ನು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿರ್ತಾರೆ, ಕ್ರೈಸ್ತರಿಗೆ ಸಿಖ್ಖರಿಗೆ ಪ್ರತ್ಯೇಕ ಚುನಾಯಿಕೆಗಳನ್ನು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿರ್ತಾರೆ. ಅವರೆಲ್ಲರಿಗಿಂತ ಶೋಷಣೆಗೊಳಗಾಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಈ ಸಮುದಾಯಗಳು ರಾಜಕೀಯವಾಗಿ ಎದ್ದು ನಿಲ್ಲಬೇಕು ಅಂದರೆ ಇವ್ರಿಗೂ ಪ್ರತ್ಯೇಕ ಚುನಾಯಿಕೆಗಳನ್ನ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿ ವಾದ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಬ್ರಿಟಿಷರು ಒಪ್ಕೋತಾರೆ, ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ನವರು ಇದನ್ನು ನಿರಾಕರಿಸ್ತಾರೆ. ಸೊ ಬ್ರಿಟಿಷರು ಜಾರಿ ಮಾಡಿದಂಥ ಈ ಪ್ರತ್ಯೇಕ ಚುನಾಯಿಕೆಗಳ ವಿರುದ್ಧ ಮಹಾತ್ಮ ಗಾಂಧೀಜಿ ನೇತೃತ್ವದಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ನವರು ಅಮರಣಾಂತ ಉಪವಾಸ ಅನ್ನುವಂತಹ ಒಂದು ಪಿತೂರಿ ಮಾಡಿ ಕೊನೆಗೆ ಪೂನಾ ಒಪ್ಪಂದದಲ್ಲಿ ಅದು ಮುಕ್ತಾಯ ಆಗ್ತದೆ. ಆ ಪೂನಾ ಒಪ್ಪಂದದಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರತ್ಯೇಕ ಚುನಾಯಿಕೆಗಳ ಬದಲು ಇವತ್ತಿನ ಮೀಸಲು ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರಗಳಿದೆಯಲ್ಲ ಆ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರಗಳು ಬರ್ತಿದೆ. ಇದು ಸಂವಿಧಾನದ ಬೆಳವಣಿಗೆಯ ಬ್ರಿಟಿಷ್ ಭಾರತದ ಒಂದು ಭಾಗ. ಇನ್ನು ಎರಡನೇ ಹಂತ ಯಾವುದು ಅಂತಂದರೆ, ಬ್ರಿಟಿಷರು 2ನೇ ಮಹಾಯುದ್ಧದಲ್ಲಿ ಗೆದ್ದಿದ್ರು ಕೂಡ ಎಲ್ಲವನ್ನ ಕಳ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ರು. ಭಾರತಕ್ಕೆ ಸ್ವಾತಂತ್ರ್ಯ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ತೀರ್ಮಾನ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡು ಕಾನ್ಸ್ಟಿಟ್ಯೂಯೆಂಟ್ ಅಸೆಂಬ್ಲಿಯನ್ನು ರಚನೆ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿಕ್ಕೆ ಚುನಾವಣೆ ಘೋಷಣೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು. ಈ ಕಾನ್ಸ್ಟಿಟ್ಯೂಯೆಂಟ್ ಅಸೆಂಬ್ಲಿಗೆ ನಾನು ಎಲೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆದರೆ 1935 ಕಾಯ್ದೆ ಏನಿದೆ ಆ ಕಾಯ್ದೆನಲ್ಲಿ ಶೋಷಿತ ವರ್ಗಗಳಿಗೆ ಬಂದಿರತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಪ್ರಜಾಪ್ರಭುತ್ವದ ಮೌಲ್ಯಗಳನ್ನು, ಮಾನವ ಹಕ್ಕುಗಳನ್ನು ಎಲ್ಲವನ್ನು ಸಂವಿಧಾನದಲ್ಲಿ ಅಳವಡಿಸಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಅಂತ ಬಾಂಬೆ ಪ್ರಾಂತ್ಯದಿಂದ ಬಾಬಾ ಸಾಹೇಬ್ ಅಂಬೇಡ್ಕರ್ ಚುನಾವಣೆಗೆ ಸ್ಪರ್ಧೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ನವರು ಪಿತೂರಿ ಮಾಡಿ ಬಾಬಾ ಸಾಹೇಬ್ರನ್ನ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಸೋಲಿಸ್ತಾರೆ. ಸೋತಂತ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಅಂಬೇಡ್ಕರ್ ಛಲಬಿಡದ ತ್ರಿವಿಕ್ರಮನಂತೆ ನಾನು ಸಂವಿಧಾನ ರಚನಾ ಸಮಿತಿಗೆ ಹೋಗಲೇಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಪಶ್ಚಿಮ ಬಂಗಾಳದಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋಗಿ ನಿಂತ್ಕೊಂಡು ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಜೋಗೇಂದ್ರನಾಥ್ ಮಂಡಲ್ ಅಂತ ಒಬ್ಬರು, ಅಲ್ಲಿನೂ ಕೂಡ ಒಬ್ಬ ಅಸ್ಪೃಶ್ಯ ಸಮುದಾಯದ ಬಹಳ ಮುಖ್ಯವಾದಂಥ ಲೀಡರ್, ಅವರ ಬೆಂಬಲ ತಗೊಂಡು ಗೆದ್ದು ಕಾನ್ಸ್ಟಿಟ್ಯೂಯೆಂಟ್ ಅಸೆಂಬ್ಲಿಗೆ ಬರ್ತಾರೆ. ಕಾನ್ಸ್ಟಿಟ್ಯೂಯೆಂಟ್ ಅಸೆಂಬ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರೋಸೆಸ್ ಶುರುವಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ಅದೇ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಬ್ರಿಟಿಷರು ಭಾರತ ಪಾಕಿಸ್ತಾನ ವಿಭಜನೆಯ ಆದೇಶ ಹೊರಡಿಸ್ತಾರೆ. ಆದೇಶ ಹೊರಡಿಸಿದಾಗ ಸ್ನೇಹಿತರೆ, ಇವತ್ತಿಗೂ ನನ್ನ ಮನಸ್ಸನ್ನು ಕಲ್ಕೋ ಅಂತ ಒಂದು ಘಟನೆ ನಡೆದಿದ್ದೇನು ಅಂತಂದರೆ, ಬಾಬಾ ಸಾಹೇಬ್ ಅಂಬೇಡ್ಕರ್ ಗೆದ್ದಿದ್ದಂತಹ ಪಶ್ಚಿಮ ಬಂಗಾಳದ ಜೈಸೂರ್ ಮತ್ತು ಕುಲ್ನಾ ಅನ್ನೋ 2 ಪ್ರದೇಶಗಳನ್ನು ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹಿಂದೂಗಳ ಜನಸಂಖ್ಯೆ, ಅಸ್ಪೃಶ್ಯರ ಜನಸಂಖ್ಯೆ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಇದ್ರೂ ಸಹ ಅದನ್ನು ಪಾಕಿಸ್ತಾನಕ್ಕೆ ಬಿಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಈಗಲೂ ನೀವು ಮ್ಯಾಪಲ್ಲಿ ತೆಗೆದು ನೋಡಿದ್ರೆ ಜೈಸೂರ್ ಕುಲ್ನಾ ನಮ್ಮ ಪಶ್ಚಿಮ ಬಂಗಾಳಕ್ಕೆ ಅಂಟ್ಕೊಂಡಂಗಿದೆ ನೋಡಿ. ಸೊ ಮೆಂಬರ್ಶಿಪ್ ಹೋಯ್ತು ಬಾಬಾ ಸಾಹೇಬ್ರದು. ಇಲ್ಲ ಮೆಂಬರ್ಶಿಪ್ ಬೇಕು ಅಂದರೆ ಪಾಕಿಸ್ತಾನ ಕಾನ್ಸ್ಟಿಟ್ಯೂಯೆಂಟ್ ಅಸೆಂಬ್ಲಿಗೆ ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕು. ರಾಜೀನಾಮೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟು ಲಂಡನ್ಗೆ ಹೋಗಿ ಬ್ರಿಟಿಷರ ಮೇಲೆ ಒತ್ತಡ ತಂದು ಮತ್ತು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ನವ್ರ ಮೇಲೂ ಒತ್ತಡ ತಂದು ಪೂನಾದಲ್ಲಿ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ MR ಜೈಕರ್ ಅಂತ ನೆಹರು ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಜಟಾಪಟಿ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡು ರಾಜೀನಾಮೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿರ್ತಾರೆ ಪೂನಾದಲ್ಲಿ, ಆ ಪೂನಾ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರಕ್ಕೆ. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬಾಬಾ ಸಾಹೇಬ್ ಅಂಬೇಡ್ಕರ್ ನಿಂತು ಅವಿರೋಧವಾಗಿ ಆಯ್ಕೆಯಾಗಿ ಕಾನ್ಸ್ಟಿಟ್ಯೂಯೆಂಟ್ ಅಸೆಂಬ್ಲಿಗೆ ಬರ್ತಾರೆ. ಇಷ್ಟೆಲ್ಲ ಶ್ರಮ ಹಾಕಿ ಕಾನ್ಸ್ಟಿಟ್ಯೂಯೆಂಟ್ ಅಸೆಂಬ್ಲಿಗೆ ಬಂದಿದ್ದು ಯಾಕೆ ಅಂದರೆ, ಇವತ್ತು ನಮ್ಮ ಮುಂದೆ ಕಾನ್ಸ್ಟಿಟ್ಯೂಷನ್ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ, ಅತ್ಯಂತ ಅದ್ಭುತವಾದಂಥ ಸಂವಿಧಾನ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ, ಆ ಸಂವಿಧಾನವನ್ನು ಕೊಡಬೇಕು. ಭಾರತ ಪ್ರಜಾಪ್ರಭುತ್ವದ ತಾಯಿ, ಆ ಪ್ರಜಾಪ್ರಭುತ್ವದ ತಾಯಿ ಭಾರತ. ಬ್ರಿಟಿಷರು ಬರೋದಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಮೊದಲು, ಮೊಘಲರು ಬರೋದಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಮೊದಲು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರಜಾಪ್ರಭುತ್ವ ಇತ್ತು.
ನೀವು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದು ಸರಿ ಇದೆ. ಈ ರೀತಿ ಕಾನ್ಸ್ಟಿಟ್ಯೂಯೆಂಟ್ ಅಸೆಂಬ್ಲಿ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ನವರು ಕೆಲವೊಂದು ಕಡೆ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ಸಿನ ಒಂದು ಎಫರ್ಟ್ಸಿಂದ ಕಾನ್ಸ್ಟಿಟ್ಯೂಯೆಂಟ್ ಅಸೆಂಬ್ಲಿ ರಚನೆ ಆಯಿತು ಅನ್ನುವಂಥೊಂದಿಷ್ಟು ವಾದಗಳಿದೆ. ಆದರೆ ಮೂಲಭೂತವಾಗಿ MN ರಾಯ್ ಅಂತ ಕಮ್ಯುನಿಸ್ಟ್ ಪಾರ್ಟಿಯವರು ಯಾರಿದ್ರು, MN ರಾಯ್ ಈ ವಾಸ್ ದಿ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಪರ್ಸನ್ ಯಾರು ಈ ರೀತಿ ಕಾನ್ಸ್ಟಿಟ್ಯೂಯೆಂಟ್ ಅಸೆಂಬ್ಲಿ ರಚನೆ ಆಗಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದನ್ನು ಮೊದಲಿಗೆ ಹೇಳಿದೆ MN ರಾಯ್ ಅವರು. ಈ ರೀತಿ ಕಾನ್ಸ್ಟಿಟ್ಯೂಯೆಂಟ್ ಅಸೆಂಬ್ಲಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಸುದೀರ್ಘವಾಗಿ ಚರ್ಚೆ ಆಗಿ ಇವತ್ತು ನಾವು ಈ ಸಂವಿಧಾನವನ್ನು ನೋಡಿದಾಗ, ಬಾಬಾ ಸಾಹೇಬ್ ಅಂಬೇಡ್ಕರ್ ಅವರು ಕೊಟ್ಟಂಥ ಸಂವಿಧಾನವನ್ನು ನಾವು ಇವತ್ತು ಈ 75 ವರ್ಷಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ಆಗಿದೆ ಅಂತ ನೋಡಿದಾಗ, ಈ ಸಂವಿಧಾನಕ್ಕೆ ಸುಮಾರು 106 ತಿದ್ದುಪಡಿಗಳಾಗಿದೆ. ತುಂಬ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಅಪಪ್ರಚಾರ ಇವತ್ತು ಯಾವುದು ನಮಗೆ ದಿನನಿತ್ಯ ಆದ ಚರ್ಚೆಯಲ್ಲಿದೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, ಸಂವಿಧಾನವನ್ನು ಬದಲಾವಣೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಸಂವಿಧಾನವನ್ನು ಬದಲಾಯಿಸ್ತಾರೆ, BJP ಅಥವಾ ಬೇರೆ ಸರ್ಕಾರಗಳು ಬಂದರೆ ಸಂವಿಧಾನ ಅಪಾಯದಲ್ಲಿದೆ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದೆಲ್ಲ ಚರ್ಚೆಯಲ್ಲಿದೆ. ಈ ಕಾಲಘಟ್ಟದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಒಂದಿಷ್ಟು ಸತ್ಯ ಮಿಥ್ಯ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥ ಶೀರ್ಷಿಕೆ ಅಡಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಡೀತಾ ಇರುವಂಥ ಈ ಚರ್ಚೆ, ನಾವು ಸಂವಿಧಾನದ ಈ 75 ವರ್ಷಗಳ ಹಾದಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಎಷ್ಟು ಬಾರಿ ಸಂವಿಧಾನ ತಿದ್ದುಪಡಿ ಆಗಿದೆ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದನ್ನು ನಾವು ಅರ್ಥ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಳ್ಬೇಕು. 106 ಬಾರಿ ಇವತ್ತಿನವರೆಗೆ ಸಂವಿಧಾನವನ್ನು 106 ಟೈಮ್ಸ್ ತಿದ್ದುಪಡಿ ಮಾಡಲಾಗಿದೆ. ಈ 106 ಟೈಮ್ಸ್ ಏನು ತಿದ್ದುಪಡಿ ಆಗಿದೆ, ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ 75 ಬಾರಿ 75 ಟೈಮ್ಸ್ ತಿದ್ದುಪಡಿ ಮಾಡಿರುವಂಥದ್ದು ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ನೇತೃತ್ವದ ಸರ್ಕಾರಗಳು. ಇನ್ನುಳಿದ 31 ಬಾರಿ ಏನು ತಿದ್ದುಪಡಿಯಾಗಿದೆ, ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ 22 ಬಾರಿ BJP ನೇತೃತ್ವದ ಸರ್ಕಾರಗಳು ಮಾಡಿರುವಂಥದ್ದು. ಇನ್ನು ಉಳಿದ 9 ತಿದ್ದುಪಡಿಗಳು BJP ಸಪೋರ್ಟೆಡ್ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಗವರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡಿರುವಂಥ ತಿದ್ದುಪಡಿಗಳು. ಈ 75 ತಿದ್ದುಪಡಿ ಏನು ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದೆ, ಈ 75 ತಿದ್ದುಪಡಿಗಳನ್ನು ನಾವು ನೋಡುವ ಅಗತ್ಯನೇ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಈ 75 ತಿದ್ದುಪಡಿಗಳಲ್ಲಿ 6 ತಿದ್ದುಪಡಿಗಳು ಗುರುತು ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಬೋದು. ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ನಾವು 6 ತಿದ್ದುಪಡಿಗಳನ್ನು ನಾವು ಕೂಲಂಕುಷವಾಗಿ ಅಧ್ಯಯನ ಮಾಡಿದರೆ ಸಂವಿಧಾನವನ್ನು ಬದಲಾವಣೆ ಮಾಡಿದಂಥವ್ರು ಯಾರು ಅಂತ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ಮೊದಲ ತಿದ್ದುಪಡಿ ನೋಡಿ, ನಾವು ಗಮನಿಸಬೇಕು. ಭಾರತಕ್ಕೆ ಸ್ವತಂತ್ರ 47ರಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂತು, ಚುನಾಯಿತ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಇರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಭಾರತಕ್ಕೆ ಚುನಾಯಿತ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಅಂತ ಆಗಿದ್ದು ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಲೋಕಸಭಾ ಎಲೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಆದ ನಂತರ. ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಲೋಕಸಭಾ ಎಲೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಆಗುವವರೆಗೂ ಇಟ್ ವಾಸ್ ಅ ನ್ಯಾಷನಲ್ ಗವರ್ನಮೆಂಟ್.
ಸರಳವಾದಂತಹ ಭಾಷೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಬರೆಯುವಂಥದ್ದು. ಈಗ ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಭಾವಾಲಂಕಾರ ಇದೆಯೋ, ಧ್ವನ್ಯಾಲಂಕಾರ ಇದೆಯೋ, ಯಾವ ಅಲಂಕಾರ ಇದೆ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದನ್ನು ನೋಡಿ ಬರೆಯುವಂಥದ್ದಲ್ಲ. ಒಂದು ವಸ್ತುವಿನ ಇತಿಮಿತಿ ನೋಡಿ, ಅದರ ಕಷ್ಟ ನೋಡಿ, ಒಂದು ಛಂದಸ್ಸಿನ ಪರಿಧಿಯೊಳಗಡೆ ಆ ಕಲ್ಪನೆಯನ್ನು ತಂದಾಗ ಆಗುವಂತಹ ಆನಂದ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ, ಅದೇ ನನಗೆ ಪ್ರಮಾಣ. ಸ್ವಾತ್ಮಾನಂದ ಪ್ರಮಾಣ ಅಂತ. ಭೋಕ್ತಾರನ ಖುಷಿ ಆನುಷಂಗಿಕ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ನಾನು ನನ್ನ ಸ್ವಾತ್ಮಾನಂದಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ಇದನ್ನು ಪದ್ಯವನ್ನು ಬರೆಯುವಂಥ ರೂಢಿಯನ್ನು ಇಟ್ಟುಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದು. ಮಾನ್ಯ SL ಭೈರಪ್ಪನವರು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದನ್ನು ಶತಾವಧಾನಿ ಗಣೇಶರು ಉಕ್ತ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಒಂದು ಕಡೆ ಹೇಳಿದರು. ಒಬ್ಬ ಬರಹಗಾರ ಒಂದು ಬರವಣಿಗೆಯನ್ನು ಅನುಭವಿಸಿ ಬರೆದು ಅದು ಆತನಿಗೆ ಪ್ರಾಮಾಣಿಕವಾಗಿ ತೃಪ್ತಿ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದೆ, ಸಂತೋಷ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದರೆ ಅದು ಓದುಗನಿಗೂ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು, ಕೊಡುತ್ತದೆ ಅಂತ. ನಾನು ಈ ಧ್ಯೇಯವನ್ನೇ ಇಟ್ಟುಕೊಂಡು ನನಗೆ ಅದು ಆತ್ಮಾನಂದವನ್ನು ಕೊಡ್ತಿದೆಯೋ, ನನಗೆ ಅದು ಸ್ವಾತ್ಮಾನಂದ ಪ್ರಮಾಣ ಅಂತ ಅನಿಸ್ತಿದೆಯೋ ಅಂತ ನೋಡಿಕೊಂಡು ನಾನು ಅದನ್ನು 4 ಜನರಿಗೆ ಹಂಚಿಕೊಳ್ಳುವಂಥದ್ದು, ಆ ದಿಕ್ಕಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋಗುವಂಥದ್ದು ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ನಾನೀಗ ಒಂದು ಪದ್ಯವನ್ನು ಓದಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ಶೀರ್ಷಿಕೆ ಜೋಯಿಸರ ಮನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅಂತ. ಯಾವ ದಿನ ಒಳಿತಿಹುದು ನೋಡಿ ಹೇಳಿರಿ ನೀವು, ಮನೆಯ ದೇವರ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ಕೆಂದು ಕೇಳೆ. ಯಾವ ದಿನ ಒಳಿತಿಹುದು ನೋಡಿ ಹೇಳಿರಿ ನೀವು, ಮನೆಯ ದೇವರ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ಕೆಂದು ಕೇಳೆ ಪಂಚಾಂಗ ತೆಗೆಯುತ್ತಾ ಜೋಯಿಸರು ಚಿಂತಿಸಲು ಅವರ ಮಗಳಿರಬಹುದು ಕಂಡಳಲ್ಲೇ. ಪಂಚಾಂಗ ತೆಗೆಯುತ್ತಾ ಜೋಯಿಸರು ಚಿಂತಿಸಲು ಅವರ ಮಗಳಿರಬಹುದು ಕಂಡಳಲ್ಲೇ. ಲಾಲಗಂಧವು ಹಣೆಗೆ, ಲಂಗದಾವಣಿ ಮೈಗೆ, ಕೊರಳಲ್ಲಿ ಸರವು ಕಾಲಲ್ಲಿ ಗೆಜ್ಜೆ, ನೋಡಿದರು ನೋಡದಂತೇನೆ ಹೋದಳು ಗೊಂಬೆ, ನನ್ನೆಡೆಗೆ ಮೊಗ ತೋರಲೆಷ್ಟು ಲಜ್ಜೆ. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಕವಿ ಏನು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾನೆ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, ಸಾಮಾನ್ಯವಾಗಿ ಸಿನಿಮಾದಲ್ಲಿ ಏನು ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಒಬ್ಬ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಯನ್ನು ತೋರಿಸ್ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಕೆಳಗಡೆಯಿಂದ ಮೇಲ್ಗಡೆ ತೋರಿಸ್ತಾರೆ, ಕಾಲ್ಗೆಜ್ಜೆಯಿಂದ ಮೇಲ್ಗಡೆ ಹಣೆ ತನಕ. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಉಲ್ಟಾ ಬಂದಿದ್ದಾನೆ ಕವಿ. ಲಾಲಗಂಧವು ಹಣೆಗೆ, ಲಂಗದಾವಣಿ ಮೈಗೆ ಅಂತ ಹಣೆಯಿಂದ ಬಂದಿದ್ದಾನೆ. ಅವನಿಗೆ ಸಡನ್ನಾಗಿ ಕಂಡಿರುವಂಥದ್ದು ಅಂತ, ಉದ್ದೇಶಪೂರ್ವಕವಾಗಿ ಹೀಗೆ ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇರುವಂಥದ್ದಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಭಾವ. ಜೋಯಿಸರ ಬಳಿ ಬಂದ ಕಾರಣವು ದೂರಾಗಿ, ಲಂಗದಾವಣಿ ಹುಡುಗಿ ವಯಸ್ಸ ಬಯಸಿ, ಮನವು ಚಿಂತಿಸಲದನು ಜೋಯಿಸರು ಬಾಯಿ ತೆರೆದು 23 ರಾಗ ಗುಣಿಸಿ. ಮಾವ ಜೋಯಿಸರು, ಕವಿ ಪಕ್ಕ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾನೆ, ಮಾವ ಜೋಯಿಸರಿಗೆ ಹೋಗ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾನೆ. ಮಾವ ಜೋಯಿಸರು ಶುಭ ದಿನವ ಪೇಳಿದರೇನು, ಅಥವಾ ಹುಡುಗಿಯ ವಯಸ್ಸೆ ತಿಳಿಯದಾದೆ. ಗೊಂದಲದ ಮನದಿಂದ ಧನ್ಯವಾದವ ಹೇಳಿ ಬರುವೆ ನಿನ್ನೊಮ್ಮೆನ್ನುತ್ತಾ ಹೊರಟು ಬಂದೆ, ಬರುವೆ ನಿನ್ನೊಮ್ಮೆನ್ನುತ್ತಾ ಹೊರಟು ಬಂದೆ ಅಂತ. ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲೂ ಕಷ್ಟಕರವಾದಂಥ ಯಾವ ಪದವೂ ಇಲ್ಲ ನನಗನಿಸುವ ಮಟ್ಟಿಗೆ. ನಾವು ಸರಳವಾಗಿ ಯೋಚಿಸುವಂಥದ್ದನ್ನೇ ನಾನಿಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಚಂದೋಲಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಇಟ್ಟು ಬರೆದಿರುವಂಥದ್ದು. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಇದು ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಜನರಿಗೆ ಆಪ್ತವಾಯಿತು ಅಂತ ನನ್ನ ಭಾವನೆ. ಒಂದು ಮುಕ್ತಕ ಇದೆ, ಅದನ್ನು ಓದಿ ಮುಂದೆ ಪಾಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು. ಮುತ್ತಿಟ್ಟು ಮಾತಾಡಿದೆಷ್ಟೆಷ್ಟೋ ನೆನಪುಗಳ ಮರೆತು ನೀ ಹೀಗಾಡಬಹುದೇ ಗೆಳತಿ. ಅವನು ಕೇಳ್ತಿದ್ದಾನೆ ತನ್ನ ಸಖಿ ಹತ್ರ. ಮುತ್ತಿಟ್ಟು ಮಾತಾಡಿದ ಎಷ್ಟೆಷ್ಟೋ ನೆನಪುಗಳ ಮರೆತು ನೀ ಹೀಗಾಡಬಹುದೇ ಗೆಳತಿ. ಸಿಡಿಯುವ ಮಾತುಗಳಿಂದ ಮುತ್ತುದುರಿ ಹೋಗುತ್ತಿವೆ, ಸಿಡಿಯುವ ಮಾತುಗಳಿಂದ ಮುತ್ತುದುರಿ ಹೋಗುತ್ತಿವೆ. ಅವಳು ಸಿಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಆಡಿದ ಮಾತು ಅದು ಮುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ, ಆದರೂ ಅದೂ ಮುತ್ತೆ, ನಿನ್ನ ಮಾತುಗಳೆಲ್ಲ ಮುತ್ತುದುರಿ ಹೋಗುತ್ತಿವೆ. ಹುರುಳಿರದ ಸುಡುತಾಪವೇಕೆ ಸುಮತಿ. ಮುತ್ತಿಟ್ಟು ಮಾತಾಡಿದೆಷ್ಟೆಷ್ಟು ನೆನಪುಗಳ ಮರೆತು ನೀ ಹೀಗಾಡಬಹುದೇ ಗೆಳತಿ. ಸಿಡಿಯುವ ಮಾತುಗಳಿಂದ ಮುತ್ತುದುರಿ ಹೋಗುತ್ತಿವೆ, ಹುರುಳಿರದ ಸುಡುತಾಪವೇಕೆ ಸುಮತಿ. ಸುಮತಿ ಅಂತಂದರೆ ಒಳ್ಳೆಯ ತಿಳುವಳಿಕೆ ಉಳ್ಳವಳು ಅಂತ. ಒಳ್ಳೆಯ ತಿಳುವಳಿಕೆ ಉಳ್ಳುವಂತಹ ನೀನು ಯಾಕೆ ಈ ರೀತಿ ಮಾತನಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದೀಯಾ ಅನ್ನುವಂತಹ ಒಂದು ವಿಶೇಷವಾದಂಥ ಭಾವಾರ್ಥ ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಇದೆ. ನಮ್ಮ ಮುಂದ್ಗಡೆ ಪಾಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ.
ಮೇಡಮ್, ಆಗಾಗಲೇ ನಾನು ನೋಡಿದ್ದೇವೆ ಅವರ ಶಕ್ತಿ ಏನು ಅಂತ ಅವರ ಒಂದು ಕವನದಲ್ಲಿ ಗೊತ್ತಾಯಿತು. ಗ್ರಾಮೀಣ ಭಾಗದ ಅಂದರೆ ಅನುಭವಗಳು ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಗ್ರಾಮೀಣ ಭಾಗದ ಸೊಗಡನ್ನು ತುಂಬ ಚಂದವಾಗಿ ಕವನದಲ್ಲಿ ಕಟ್ಟಿಕೊಡುವಂಥ ಸಾಮರ್ಥ್ಯ ಇದೆ ಅವರಿಗೆ. ಈಗ ನನಗೂ ಕುತೂಹಲ, ಅವರಿಷ್ಟದ ಒಂದು ಈಗಲೂ ಮನಸ್ಸಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾವಾಗಲೂ ಕಾಡುವ ಇಷ್ಟದ ಯಾವುದಾದ್ರೂ ಕವನ ಅಂದರೆ, ಕೆಲವು ಅವರೇ ಚಪ್ಪರದ ಹಾಡು ಅಂತ ಒಂದು ಕವನ ಸಂಕಲನದ ಹೆಸರು. ಅಂದರೆ ಕೃಷಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ತೊಡಗಿಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಅವರ ಕವನ ಸಂಕಲನ ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ಇದೆ ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನ ಆ ಹೆಸರೇ ತೋರಿಸ್ತದೆ. ಸೊ ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಒಂದು ಯಾವುದಾದ್ರೂ ಇಷ್ಟದ ಹಾಡನ್ನ.
ಕವಿತೆಯ ಹೆಸರು ಗದ್ಯ ಬರೆಯುವಾಗ ಒಲೆ ಹಚ್ಚಿರಬಾರದು. ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಕೃಷಿಕ ಮಹಿಳೆಯಾದ ಕಾರಣ ಏಕಪಾತ್ರಾಭಿನಯ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತೇವೆ. ನನಗೆ ಹೊಸ ಸಂಗತಿಗಳು ಕಾಣುವುದೇ ಅದೇ ಸಂಗತಿಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ನನಗೆ ಹೊಸ ದರ್ಶನಗಳು. ಅಡುಗೆ ಮನೆಯ ಕಿಟಕಿಯಿಂದ ನಾನು ಲೋಕದರ್ಶನವನ್ನು ಮಾಡುವುದು. ಅಡುಗೆ ಮಾಡುವಾಗ ಅಥವಾ ಇನ್ನು ಯಾವುದೇ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡುವಾಗ ನನಗೆ ಯಾವುದೋ ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಹೊಸ ದರ್ಶನ, ಹೊಸ ಕಾಣಿಕೆಗಳು ಪ್ರಕಟ ಆಗ್ತದೆ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ನನ್ನ ಸುತ್ತಮುತ್ತಲಿನ ಸಂಗತಿಗಳೇ ನನಗೆ ಕವಿತೆಗೆ ಆಯ್ಕೆ ಆಗ್ತದೆ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ನನ್ನ ಕವಿತೆಯ ಶೀರ್ಷಿಕೆ ಗದ್ಯ ಬರೆಯುವಾಗ ಒಲೆ ಹಚ್ಚಿರಬಾರದು. ತಾಜಾ ನಸು ಬೆಳಕು ಹರಡಿಕೊಳ್ಳುವಾಗಲೇ ಧ್ಯಾನಕ್ಕೆ ಕುಂತು ಬಿಡಬೇಕು. ಕಿವಿ ಮುಚ್ಚಿ ಅರೆ ನಿಮೀಲಿತ ಕಣ್ಣಿನಲ್ಲಿಯೇ ಈ ವಯಸ್ಸಿನಲ್ಲಾದರೂ ಅತೀತ ಅನುಭವವೊಂದಕ್ಕೆ ಒಡ್ಡಿಕೊಳ್ಳಬೇಕು ಅಂದುಕೊಳ್ಳುವಾಗಲೆಲ್ಲ ಕುಕ್ಕರು ಕೂಗಿಕೊಳ್ಳುತ್ತದೆ. ಮಿಕ್ಸರ್ ಗರ್ರ ತಿರುಗಿಸಿ ಆದಷ್ಟು ತೆಳ್ಳಗೆ ನೀರು ದೋಸೆ ಕಾದ ಕಾವಲಿಗೆ ಬಿಡುವಾಗ ಮೊಬೈಲು ಬೀಪಿಸಿಕೊಳ್ಳುತ್ತದೆ. ದೋಸೆ ಬೇಯುವ ಅಂತರದೊಳಗೆ ವಾಟ್ಸಪ್ ಕದನೂ ಕೀಣುಕಿದರೆ ಏನು ಬರೆದ್ರಿ, ಪದ್ಯವಾ ಗದ್ಯವಾ? ಅಭಿಮಾನಕ್ಕೋ ಕುತೂಹಲಕ್ಕೋ? ಕವಿ ಸಂಕುಲ ಸೇರಿದ ಮೇಲೆ ತೀರಾ ಸಹಜ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಇದು. ಇದರ ನಡುವೆ ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಹೇಗೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ನೀವೇ ಹೇಳಿ? ಕುದಿಯುವ ಸಾರು, ಹಬೆಯಾಡುವ ದೋಸೆ, ಫೋಟೋ ಕ್ಲಿಕ್ಕಿಸಿ ರವಾನಿಸಿದರೆ ಪುರುಸೊತ್ತು ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡು ಗದ್ಯ ಬರೆಯಿರಿ, ಚಂದಕ್ಕೆ ಬರೆಯುತ್ತೀರಿ. ಆದರೆ ಗದ್ಯ ಬರೆಯುವಾಗ ಒಲೆ ಮಾತ್ರ ಹಚ್ಚಿರಬಾರದು, ತಾರೀಫಿನ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಸಲಹೆಯೂ ದಕ್ಕುತ್ತದೆ. ಅರ್ಥವಾಗದೆ ಅಚ್ಚರಿಯ ಇಮೋಜಿ ಕಳಿಸಿದರೆ ಆಚೆಯಿಂದ ಅರ್ಥಕ್ಕೆ ದಕ್ಕದ ನಗುವಿನ ಇಮೋಜಿ ತೇಲಿ ಬರುತ್ತದೆ. ಅವರುಗಳಂತೆ ಒಲೆ ಹಚ್ಚದೆ, ಬಿಸಿ ತಾಗಿಸಿಕೊಳ್ಳದೆ, ಧ್ಯಾನಿಸಿ ಬರೆದು ಗುಡ್ಡೆ ಹಾಕಿದ್ದು ನಮ್ಮ ಯಾದಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಇದೆಯಾ? ಹಿಂತಿರುಗಿ ನೋಡಿದಷ್ಟು ಎದೆ ಭಾರವಾಗುತ್ತದೆ. ಅವರುಗಳಂತೆ ಒಲೆ ಹಚ್ಚದೆ, ಬಿಸಿ ತಾಗಿಸಿಕೊಳ್ಳದೆ, ಧ್ಯಾನಿಸಿ ಬರೆದು ಗುಡ್ಡೆ ಹಾಕಿದ್ದು ನಮ್ಮ ಯಾದಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಇದೆಯಾ? ಹಿಂತಿರುಗಿ ನೋಡಿದಷ್ಟು ಎದೆ ಭಾರವಾಗುತ್ತದೆ. ಒಳಗಿನದೊಂದು ಮಾಯದ ನೋವಿನ ಗೀರಿನ ಮೇಲೆ ಕಾಣದಂತೆ ಕವಿತೆಯ ದಳಗಳನ್ನು ಉದುರಿಸುತ್ತಲೇ ಸೌದೆ ದೂಡಿ ಒಲೆ ಊದುತ್ತಲೋ, ಸ್ಟವ್ ಹಚ್ಚುತ್ತಲೋ, ಕುದಿಯುವ ನೀರಿಗೆ ಅಕ್ಕಿ ಹಾಕಿ ತಟ್ಟೆ ಮುಚ್ಚಿಟ್ಟು ಸೆರಗಂಚಲ್ಲೇ ಉಫ್ ಗಾಳಿ ಬೀಸಿ ಹೊರಬರುತ್ತೇವೆ. ಗಾಳಿ ಬೀಸುತ್ತಾ ಹೊರಬರುತ್ತೇವೆ. ಮುಗುಳಕ್ಕಿ ಕೊತ ಕೊತ ಕುದಿಯತೊಡಗುತ್ತದೆ. ಅತ್ತ ಒಲೆಯ ಮೇಲೂ, ಇತ್ತ ಎದೆಯ ಒಳಗು. ಮುಗುಳಕ್ಕಿ ಕೊತ ಕೊತ ಕುದಿಯತೊಡಗುತ್ತದೆ. ಅತ್ತ ಒಲೆಯ ಮೇಲೂ, ಇತ್ತ ಎದೆಯ ಒಳಗು. ಗದ್ಯ ಬರೆಯುವಾಗ ಹಚ್ಚಬಾರದು ಒಲೆ, ಗದ್ಯ ಬರೆಯುವಾಗ ಹಚ್ಚಬಾರದು ಒಲೆ. ನೀವು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದು ಕರೆ ಹೌದು. ಕಾವು ತಾಗದೆ ಹುಟ್ಟಲಾರದು ಪುಡಿ ಬೀಜ, ಇನ್ನು ಕಟ್ಟಲಾದೀತೆ ಇಡೀ ಕಾವ್ಯ. ಕಾವು ತಾಗದೆ ಹುಟ್ಟಲಾರದು ಪುಡಿ ಬೀಜ, ಇನ್ನು ಕಟ್ಟಲಾದೀತೆ ಇಡೀ ಕಾವ್ಯ. ವಂದನೆಗಳು.
ಈ ಕಾವ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಇರುವಂಥ ತುಂಬ ವಿಷಯಗಳನ್ನು ಹೇಳ್ತದಲ್ವಾ? ಒಂದು ಚಿಕ್ಕ ಕಾವ್ಯ ತುಂಬ ವಿಷಯಗಳನ್ನು ಹೇಳ್ತದೆ. ಯಾವತ್ತೂ ಅಡುಗೆ ಮನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಬೇರೆ ಕಡೆ ಎ ಸಿ ಹಾಕ್ಕೊಳ್ತೇವೆ, ಫ್ಯಾನ್ ಹಾಕ್ಕೊಳ್ತೇವೆ, ಅಡುಗೆ ಮನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಎ ಸಿ ಫ್ಯಾನ್ ಆಗ್ತದ? ಇಲ್ಲ. ಒಂದು ಚಿಕ್ಕ ವಿಷಯ ಮಹಿಳೆಯ ಪಾತ್ರವನ್ನು ಹೇಳ್ತದೆ. ಅದರ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಅಯ್ಯೋ ಅದನ್ನು ಮಾಡಬೇಕಿತ್ತು, ಮಾಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕಾಗಲಿಲ್ಲ, ಇದನ್ನು ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದಿತ್ತು, ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥ ಮಹಿಳೆಯರ ಒಂದು ಸಂಕಟ ಯಾರ ಹತ್ರ ಹೇಳಿಕೊಳ್ಳಿಕ್ಕೆ ಆಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ಅವರ ಕಾವ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ನಮಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗ್ತದೆ. ಭಾವಜೀವಿಗಳು 3 ಜನ. ಮತ್ತು ಭಾವಜೀವಿಯವರಿಗೆ ಬರ್ತೇನೆ ನಾನು. ನಾನು ಆಗಲೇ ಹೇಳಿದಾಗ ಹಾಡುಗಾರರು ಕೂಡ ಅವರ ಹಾಡುಗಳನ್ನು ಬೇರೆ ದೊಡ್ಡ ದೊಡ್ಡ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಗಳು ಹಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅವರೇ ಅವರ ಹಾಡನ್ನು ಹಾಡಿದರೆ ಹೇಗಿರ್ತದೆ? ಒಂದು ಮನವಿಯನ್ನು ಅವರ ಹತ್ರ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೇನೆ, ಸ್ಪಂದಿಸ್ತಾರೆ ಅಂತ ಅಂದ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ನೋಡು.
ಒಂದು ಕವಿತೆ ಓದುವುದ? ಒಂದು ಕವಿತೆಯನ್ನು ಓದಿ ಮತ್ತೆ ಒಂದು 4 ಸಾಲನ್ನು ಹಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ ಮಾಡ್ತೇನೆ. ಆಪ್ತಗೀತೆ ಅಂತ ಆಗ ಒಂದು ನಾನು ವಿಭಾಗ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳಿದೆ. ಕೆಂಡ ಬೆಂಕಿಯಾಗುವ ಹೊತ್ತು, ಬೂದಿಯಾಗಿದ್ದೇನೆ ನಿಜ, ಕಿಡಿಗಳನ್ನು ಇನ್ನೂ ಉಳಿಸಿಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ನಿಗಿನಿಗಿ ಹೊಳೆಯದೆ ಕೆಂಡ, ಏನನ್ನೂ ನಂಬುವುದಿಲ್ಲ ಜಗತ್ತು. ಗಾಳಿ ಬೀಸಲಿ ಒಮ್ಮೆ, ಗಾಳಿ ಬೀಸಲಿ ಒಮ್ಮೆ, ಧಗಧಗನೆ ಉರಿಯುವ ಕಲೆಯನ್ನು ನಾನಿನ್ನೂ ಮರೆತಿಲ್ಲ. ಕಟ್ಟುವುದು ನನಗೆ ಹೊಸದಲ್ಲ ಬಿಡು, ಒಮ್ಮೆ ಹೂವು ಒಮ್ಮೆ ನೋವು, ಮಾಲೆಯಾಗುವುದನ್ನು ಯಾವುದನ್ನು ನಾನು ಇಟ್ಟುಕೊಂಡಿಲ್ಲ. ಕತ್ತಿ ಕೊರಳಿನ ನಡುವೆ ದೇವರು ಪ್ರತ್ಯಕ್ಷನಾಗಲು ಎಷ್ಟು ಹೊತ್ತು? ನಾನಿನ್ನು ತಪಸ್ಸು ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಎದ್ದಿಲ್ಲ, ಕಣ್ಣು ಬಿಟ್ಟಿಲ್ಲ. ಇಷ್ಟು ದೂರ ನಡೆದು ಬಂದ ದಾರಿಯನ್ನು ಇನ್ನೂ ಅಪ್ಪಿಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ಕಲ್ಲು ಮುಳ್ಳುಗಳಿಗೆ ಹೆದರಿ ನಾನಿನ್ನೂ ಕಾಲು ಕಿತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ಯಾರದ್ದೋ ಗೆಲುವಿದ ಸುದ್ದಿಯಿಂದ ನನ್ನನ್ನು ವಿಚಲಿತಗೊಳಿಸುವ ಹುನ್ನಾರವೇ, ನನ್ನ ಗುರಿ ನನ್ನನ್ನು ಹುಡುಕಿಕೊಂಡಾಗ ನಾನಿನ್ನೂ ರಸ್ತೆಗೆ ಇಳಿದಿರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಸ್ಪರ್ಧೆಗೆ ನಿಲ್ಲುವುದನ್ನು ಯಾವತ್ತೋ ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೇನೆ, ನಡೆಯಲು ಕಲಿತಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ಚಿಪ್ಪಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಬಿದ್ದ ಹನಿಗಳಿಗೆಲ್ಲ ಮುತ್ತಾಗುವ ಯೋಗವಿರುವುದಿಲ್ಲ. ಚಿಪ್ಪಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಬಿದ್ದ ಹನಿಗಳಿಗೆಲ್ಲ ಮುತ್ತಾಗುವ ಯೋಗವಿರುವುದಿಲ್ಲ. ಮೌನದ ಬೀಜ ಮಣ್ಣೊಳಗೆ ಬಿರಿಯುವ ಸದ್ದು ಕಾಯದೆ ಬೆಳಕಾಗುವುದಿಲ್ಲ. ಇಂಗ್ಲಿಷಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಮಾತಿದೆ, ಸಕ್ಸಸ್ ಹ್ಯಾಸ್ ಮೆನಿ ಫಾದರ್ಸ್ ಬಟ್ ಫೈಲ್ಯೂರ್ ಹ್ಯಾಸ್ ಎನ್ ಆಫನ್ ಅಂತೇಳಿ. ಯಶಸ್ಸಿಗೆ ಬಹಳಷ್ಟು ಜನ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಜೊತೆಯಲ್ಲಿ, ಆದರೆ ಸೋಲು ಯಾವತ್ತೂ ಅನಾಥ ಅಂತ. ಅಂಥ ಸೋಲಿನ ಕ್ಷಣಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಜೊತೆ ಎಷ್ಟು ಜನ ನಡೀತಾರೋ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಅತಿ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಸಮಯವನ್ನು ನಾವು ಬದುಕಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋದು. ಅಂಥ ಒಂದು ಭಾವದಲ್ಲೇ ಹುಟ್ಟಿದ ಒಂದು ಪದ್ಯ. ರಾಘವೇಂದ್ರ ಬೀಜಾಡಿ ಅವರು ಬಹಳ ಅತ್ಯುತ್ತಮವಾದ ಸಂಯೋಜನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅವರೇ ಹಾಡಿದ್ದು. ಅದನ್ನು ಪೂರ್ತಿಯಾಗಿ ಹಾಡುವುದಿಲ್ಲ, 4 ಸಾಲ ಹಾಡ್ತೇನೆ. ನಿಜದ ಬೆಳಕು ಮೂಡಲಿ ಬಿಡು, ಎಲ್ಲ ಕದವು ತೆರೆದಿದೆ. ರೆಕ್ಕೆ ಬಲಿತ ಮೇಲೆ ಹಕ್ಕಿ ಗೂಡು ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಹಾರದೆ. ನಿಜದ ಬೆಳಕು ಮೂಡಲಿ ಬಿಡು, ಎಲ್ಲ ಕದವು ತೆರೆದಿದೆ. ರೆಕ್ಕೆ ಬಲಿತ ಮೇಲೆ ಹಕ್ಕಿ ಗೂಡು ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಹಾರದೆ. ರೆಕ್ಕೆ ಬಲಿತ ಮೇಲೆ ಹಕ್ಕಿ ಗೂಡು ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಹಾರದೆ. ಎಷ್ಟು ದೂರ ನಡೆದರೇನು ನಿನ್ನ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಹೀಗೆಯೇ. ಸೇರಿತೇನು ಭೂಮಿ ಬಾನು ಜೊತೆ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಸಾಗಿ. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು
ಸರ್. ಈ ಶೃಂಗಾರ ಕಾವ್ಯಕ್ಕೆ ಹೇಗೆ ಅದು ಈಗ ಭಾವಗೀತೆಯನ್ನ ಹೇಳಿದಾಗ ಶೃಂಗಾರ ಕಾವ್ಯ ಬರೀಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ನಾವೇನು ಓದ್ಬೇಕಾ, ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂತೇಳಿ ನನಗೂ ಕವಿ ಆಗುವ ಆಸೆ, ಹಾಗೆ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಹತ್ರ ಕೇಳ್ತೇನೆ.
ಒಂದಷ್ಟು ಅಧ್ಯಯನ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದಂತೂ ಬೇಕೇ ಬೇಕು. ಶತಾವಧಾನಿಗಳು ಹೇಳಿದರು, ಅದನ್ನೇ ನಾನಿಲ್ಲಿ ಮತ್ತೆ ಮತ್ತೆ ಹೇಳ್ತೇನೆ. ಒಬ್ಬ ಡಿ ವಿ ಜಿಯನ್ನು, ಒಬ್ಬ ಕೆ ಎಸ್ ನರಸಿಂಹಸ್ವಾಮಿಯನ್ನು, ಒಬ್ಬ ಭೈರಪ್ಪರನ್ನು, ಒಬ್ಬ ಪೂತಿನವರನ್ನು, ಅವರನ್ನು ಗಟ್ಟಿಯಾಗಿ ನಂಬಿಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. ಅವ್ರು ನಿಮಗೆ ದಾರಿ ತಪ್ಪಿಸೋದಿಲ್ಲ, ದಿಕ್ಕು ತಪ್ಪಿಸೋದಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ. ಒಬ್ಬ ಕುಮಾರವ್ಯಾಸನನ್ನು, ಈಗ ನಾನು ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಳ್ತೇನೆ ನಾನೊಬ್ಬ ಕವಿ ಅಂತ, ಆದರೆ ನಿಜವಾದ ಕವಿಗಳು ಯಾರು? ವ್ಯಾಸ, ವಾಲ್ಮೀಕಿ, ಕುಮಾರವ್ಯಾಸ, ಕಾಳಿದಾಸ, ಇವರು ನಿಜವಾದಂಥ ಕವಿಗಳು. ನಾವು ಬರೆದಿರುವಂಥದ್ದಕ್ಕೆ ಬೇರೆ ಹೆಸರಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ನಮಗೂ ಕವಿ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಹೇಳ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಬಿಟ್ಟರೆ ನಿಜವಾದಂಥ ಕವಿಗಳು ಅವರೇ. ಆದಂಥ ನಮ್ಮ ಪೂರ್ವಸೂರಿಗಳಂಥ ಅವರನ್ನು ಎಲ್ಲರನ್ನು ನಾವು ಅಧ್ಯಯನ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಳ್ಳುವಂಥದ್ದು ಪ್ರಮುಖವಾಗಿ ಬೇಕಾದಂತಹ ಒಂದು ಅಂಶ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಸಹಜವಾಗಿ ಈಗಂತೂ ಇಂಟರ್ನೆಟ್ ಇತ್ಯಾದಿಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಛಂದಸ್ಸು, ವ್ಯಾಕರಣ, ಆಮೇಲೆ ವೃತ್ತಗಳು, ಅವೆಲ್ಲದರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಮಾಹಿತಿ ಬಹುತೇಕವಾಗಿ ಸಿಗತ್ತೆ. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ ಪಡ್ತಾ ಹೋದರೆ ಖಂಡಿತವಾಗಿಯೂ ಅದು ಕಷ್ಟ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಅಲ್ಲ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಆ ದಿಶೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಹೆಜ್ಜೆ ಇಟ್ಟು ಬಂದಂತಹ ಪರಂಪರೆಯಿಂದ ಬಂದಂತಹ ಕೌಶಲ್ಯ ಏನಿದೆ ಅದನ್ನು ನಾವು ಉಳಿಸುವಂತಹ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನವನ್ನಾದರೂ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನುವಂಥ ದಿಶೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಸಾಗಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತೇನೆ.
ಮೇಡಮ್, ಎರಡೆರಡನ್ನ ಸಂಸಾರವನ್ನ ಮತ್ತೆ ಸಾಹಿತ್ಯವನ್ನ ಹೇಗೆ ನಿಭಾಯಿಸ್ತೀರಿ ನೀವು?
ಈ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಭಾಯಿಸುವುದು ಏನು ಅಂದರೆ, ಒಬ್ಬ ಹೆಣ್ಣಿಗೆ ಅದೆಲ್ಲವೂ ಸಹಜ. ನಮಗೆ ಯಾವುದರಲ್ಲಿ ಆಸಕ್ತಿ ಉಂಟು ಅದನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ನಮಗೆ ನಿಭಾಯಿಸಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಆಗ್ತದೆ ಅಂತ. ನಾನು ಅಂಥದ್ದು ಮನೆ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತೇನೆ, ಹಟ್ಟಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತೇನೆ, ಅದ್ರ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಕವಿತೆ ಕೂಡ ಬರಿತೇನೆ. ನನಗೆ ಇದಕ್ಕೇನು ಹೆಚ್ಚಿನ ಸಮಯ ನನಗೆ ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಅನ್ನಿಸೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಇದು ನನ್ನ ಆಸಕ್ತಿ ವಿಷಯ ಆದ ಕಾರಣ, ನನಗೆ ದಿನದ 24 ಗಂಟೆ ಇರುವ ಕಾರಣ ನನಗೆ ಆಸಕ್ತಿಯ ವಿಷಯವನ್ನು ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ, ನನಗೆ ತೊಡಗಿಸಿಕೊಳ್ಳಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಖಂಡಿತ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಆಗ್ತದೆ ಅಂತ ನನಗನ್ನಿಸ್ತದೆ.
ಸಮಯದ ಮಿತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಕವಿತೆಗೆ ಅವಕಾಶ ಇದೆ ಮೇಡಮ್.
ಕವಿತೆಯ ಹೆಸರು ಗೆರೆ. ಯಾವುದೋ ಒಂದು ಅದೃಶ್ಯ ಗಳಿಗೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಗೋ ಬಂದು ನುಸುಳಿಕೊಂಡಿದೆಯಲ್ಲ ನನ್ನ ನಿನ್ನ ನಡುವಲ್ಲೊಂದು ತೆಳುಗೆರೆ. ಯಾವುದೋ ಒಂದು ಅದೃಶ್ಯ ಗಳಿಗೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಗೋ ಬಂದು ನುಸುಳಿಕೊಂಡಿದೆಯಲ್ಲ ನನ್ನ ನಿನ್ನ ನಡುವಲ್ಲೊಂದು ತೆಳುಗೆರೆ. ಎಳೆದದ್ದು ನೀನಲ್ಲವೆಂದೆ, ನಾನಂತೂ ಮೊದಲೇ ಅಲ್ಲ. ಕಂಡು ಕಾಣದಂತಿರುವ ಎಳೆ ಸೂಕ್ಷ್ಮ ಗೆರೆ. ಹಾಗಾದರೆ ಬಂದದ್ದಾದರೂ ಎಲ್ಲಿಂದ? ಇಂಚಿಂಚೆ ಬೆಳೆಯುತ್ತಿದೆ, ಬಲಿಯುತ್ತಿದೆ. ಇಬ್ಬರಿಗೂ ಅದರ ಮೇಲೆ ಅಸಡ್ಡೆ. ಎಳೆಯದ ಗೆರೆಯನ್ನು ಅಳಿಸುವುದೇತಕ್ಕೆ? ಎಳೆಯದ ಗೆರೆಯನ್ನು ಅಳಿಸುವುದೇತಕ್ಕೆ? ಮಿತಿ ಮೀರಿ ಬೆಳೆದು ಗೆರೆಯೇ ಗೋಡೆಯಾದರೆ ನನಗೆ ನೀನು ನಿನಗೆ ನಾನು ಕಾಣಿಸುವುದಾದರೂ ಎಂತು? ಗೆರೆಯ ಮೊನಚು ಈಗ ಎದೆಯವರೆಗೂ ಬಂದು ತಾಕಿ ಭಯ ಹುಟ್ಟಿಸುತ್ತಿದೆ. ಗೆರೆಗಳು ಒಂದನ್ನೊಂದು ಕೂಡಿಸುತ್ತದೆ. ಗೆರೆಗಳು ಒಂದನ್ನೊಂದು ಕೂಡಿಸುತ್ತದೆ. ಕೆಲವೊಮ್ಮೆ ಗುಣಿಸಿ ಬಾಗಿಸಿ ಕಳೆದು ಬರೀ ಶೇಷವನ್ನಷ್ಟೇ ಉಳಿಸಿಬಿಡುತ್ತದೆ ಕೂಡ. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ತೀರಾ ನಿಗಾ ಬೇಕು, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ತೀರಾ ನಿಗಾ ಬೇಕು. ಬಿಡು ಹೇಗೋ ಹುಟ್ಟಿಕೊಂಡಿದೆ ಸದ್ಯ ಖಂಡಿತಲ್ಲ. ಬಿಡು ಹೇಗೋ ಹುಟ್ಟಿಕೊಂಡಿದೆ ಸದ್ಯ ಖಂಡಿತಲ್ಲ. ಬಿಗುಮಾನ ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಬಾ ಬೇಗ ಅಳಿಸಿ ಬಿಡೋಣ. ಆ ನಡುವಲ್ಲಿ ಕಂಡು ಕಾಣದಂತಿರುವ ಕನ್ನಡಿಯೊಂದ ತೂಗಿ ಬಿಡೋಣ. ಧನ್ಯವಾದ.
ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು ಮೇಡಮ್. ಈಗ ಕೊನೆ ಹಂತ, ಕವಿಗಳಾಗಿದ್ದವರು ಅಥವಾ ಕವಿಗಳಾಗಬೇಕಂದವರು ನನ್ನ ಹಾಗೆ ಏನಾದರೂ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆಗಳಿದ್ರೆ ಖಂಡಿತ ಕೇಳ್ಬೋದು. ವಿಶೇಷ ರಕ್ಷಿತ್.
ನಮಸ್ತೆ. ನನ್ನ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಬಂದು ರವೀಂದ್ರ ನಾಯ್ಕ್ ಸರ್ಗೆ. ಸದ್ಯಕ್ಕೆ ಈ 5G ದುನಿಯಾದಲ್ಲಿ ವಾಟ್ಸಪ್ ಕವಿಗಳು, ಫೇಸ್ಬುಕ್ ಕವಿಗಳು, ಇನ್ಸ್ಟಾಗ್ರಾಮ್ ಕವಿಗಳಿರುವಾಗ ಯುವ ಕವಿಗಳು ಪುಸ್ತಕದ ಕವಿಗಳಾಗಬೇಕಿದ್ರೆ ಯಾವುದನ್ನು ಮಾಡಲೇಬೇಕು, ಯಾವುದನ್ನು ಮಾಡಲೇಬಾರದು ಅಂತಿದ್ರೆ ಅಂಥ ವಿಷಯಗಳು ಯಾವುದು ಅಂತೇಳಿ. ಈಗ ಒಬ್ಬ ಯುವ ಕವಿ ಅವ ಪುಸ್ತಕವನ್ನು ಬರೆಯಬೇಕು ಅಂತಿದ್ರೆ ಯಾವ ವಿಷಯವನ್ನು ಮಾಡಲೇಬೇಕು, ಯಾವ ವಿಷಯವನ್ನು ಮಾಡಲೇಬಾರದು, ಅಂದರೆ ಯಾವ ತಪ್ಪುಗಳನ್ನು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು, ಯಾವ ಸರಿಯನ್ನು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತಿದ್ರೆ ಅಂಥ ಸರಿ ತಪ್ಪುಗಳು ಯಾವುದು ಅಂತೇಳಿ.
ಮೊದಲಿಂದಾಗಿ ರಂಜಿತ್ ನಮಸ್ತೆ. ಮೊದಲಿಂದಾಗಿ ಪುಸ್ತಕದ ಕವಿ ಮತ್ತು ಫೇಸ್ಬುಕ್ ವಾಟ್ಸಪ್ ಕವಿ ಅನ್ನುವ ಒಂದು ಡಿಫ್ರೆನ್ಷಿಯೇಟ್ ನಾನು ಒಪ್ಪುವುದಿಲ್ಲ. ಯಾಕಂತ ಹೇಳಿದರೆ ಕಾಲಕ್ಕೆ ತಕ್ಕ ಹಾಗೆ ನಾವು ಅಪ್ಡೇಟ್ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಹೋಗಬೇಕಾಗತ್ತೆ. ಈಗ ನಾವು ಪುಸ್ತಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಓದ್ತಾ ಇರುವಂಥ ಕತೆ ಕಾದಂಬರಿಗಳೆಲ್ಲವೂ ಈಗ ಡಿಜಿಟಲ್ ಮಾಧ್ಯಮದಲ್ಲಿ ಬರಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಎಷ್ಟೋ ಜನ ಡಿಜಿಟಲ್ ಮಾಧ್ಯಮದಲ್ಲಿ ಓದ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಫೇಸ್ಬುಕ್ ಕವಿಗಳು ಒಳ್ಳೆಯ ಕವಿಗಳಲ್ಲ ಅನ್ನೋ ಒಂದು ವಾದ ತುಂಬ ಜನ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಬಂದಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಆದರೆ ಫೇಸ್ಬುಕ್ಕಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂಡ ಫೇಸ್ಬುಕ್ ಅತ್ಯುತ್ತಮವಾದ ಮಾಧ್ಯಮ. ಈಗ ನಾನು ಕೂಡ ಹೆಚ್ಚಾಗಿ ಜನರಿಗೆ ತಲುಪಿದ್ದು ಫೇಸ್ಬುಕ್ ಮುಖಾಂತರವೇ ಅಥವಾ ವಾಟ್ಸಪ್ ಅಥವಾ ಯೂಟ್ಯೂಬ್ ಮುಖಾಂತರವೇ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಕವಿತೆ ತನ್ನ ನಿರೂಪಣಾ ಶಕ್ತಿಯಿಂದ, ತನ್ನ ಧ್ವನಿ ಶಕ್ತಿಯಿಂದ, ತನ್ನ ಶೈಲಿಯಿಂದ ಅದು ಬೆಳಗಬೇಕೇ ಹೊರತು ಅದು ಪುಸ್ತಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಅಥವಾ ವಾಟ್ಸಪ್ ಅಥವಾ ಫೇಸ್ಬುಕ್ಕಲ್ಲಿ ಆ ಥರ ನಾನು ಡಿಫ್ರೆನ್ಷಿಯೇಟ್ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಇಷ್ಟಪಡೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಪುಸ್ತಕ ಮಾಡುವುದು ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ವಿಚಾರ ಇದೆ. ಕವಿತೆಗಳಿಗೆ ಮಾರ್ಕೆಟ್ ಇರೋದು ಬಹಳ ಕಮ್ಮಿ. ನಿಮಗೆಲ್ಲ ಗೊತ್ತಿಗೆ ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ 3 ಜನ ಕೂಡ ಪುಸ್ತಕ ಬಿಡುಗಡೆ ಮಾಡಿದವರೇ. ಕವಿತೆಯ ಪುಸ್ತಕ ಎಷ್ಟು ಜನ ಕೊಂಡ್ಕೊಳ್ತಾರೆ ಅದು ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆಯಾಗಿ ಉಳಿತದೆ. ಯಾಕಂದರೆ ಪುಸ್ತಕ ಮಾಡುವುದು ಅದು ನಮ್ಮ ಖರ್ಚಿನ ಬಾಪ್ತಿಗೆ ಬರುವಂಥದ್ದು. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಯಾವುದೇ ಮಾಧ್ಯಮದಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂಡ ನಾವು ಕವಿತೆಗಳನ್ನು ಪ್ರಕಟ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು ಅಂತ ನನ್ನ ವೈಯಕ್ತಿಕವಾದ ಅನಿಸಿಕೆ.
ನಮಸ್ತೆ. ನನ್ನದು 2 ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಇದೆ. ಒಂದು ರವೀಂದ್ರ ನಾಯ್ಕ್ ಅವರಿಗೆ, ಒಂದು ಮೇಡಮ್ ಅವರಿಗೆ. ಮೊದಲನೇ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ, ನಿಮ್ಮ ಯಾವುದಾದ್ರೂ ಕವಿತೆ ನಿಮ್ಮಿಂದಲೇ ವಿಮರ್ಶೆಗೊಳಪಟ್ಟಿದೆಯಾ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, ನಾನು ಆ ರೀತಿ ಬರಿಬಾರ್ದಿತ್ತು ಮತ್ತೆ ಬರದೆ ಅದು ನನಗೆ ಈಗ ಸರಿ ಅನ್ನಿಸ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದು ಯಾವುದಾದ್ರೂ ಸಾಲುಗಳಿದೆಯಾ? ಅದು ನನಗೆ ಒಂದು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಕೇಳಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಮೇಡಮ್ಗೆ ಆಮೇಲೆ ಕೇಳ್ಬೋದು.
ಅಲ್ಲ, ನಿಮ್ಮ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆಗೆ ಆ ಥರ ಬಹಳಷ್ಟು ಕವಿತೆಗಳು ನನಗೆ ಅನಿಸಿದೆ. ಈಗ ನಾನು 3 ಪುಸ್ತಕ ಕವನ ಸಂಕಲನ ಹೊರತಂದಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ಈಗ ಹಿಂತಿರುಗಿ ನೋಡಿದಾಗ ಈ ಕವಿತೆಯನ್ನು ಪ್ರಕಟಣೆ ಮಾಡಲೇಬಾರ್ದಿತ್ತು ಅಂತ ಅನಿಸಿದ್ದು ಬಹಳಷ್ಟು ಸಲ. ಆದರೆ ಅದು ನನ್ನ ಆ ಕಾಲದ ಮನೋಸ್ಥಿತಿ, ಆ ಕಾಲದಲ್ಲಿ ನನಗೆ ಹುಟ್ಟಿದ್ದು, ಅದು ನಾನು ಈಗ ಏನು ಬಂದು ನಿಂತಿದ್ದೇನೋ ಅದಕ್ಕೆಲ್ಲವೂ ಅದು ಮೆಟ್ಟಿಲುಗಳಾಗಿ ಬಂದದ್ದು ಅಂತ ಒಂದು ವಿಚಾರ ನನಗೆ ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡಿದರೆ ಅದು ಆ ಕಾಲಕ್ಕೆ ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಕವಿತೆ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಆ ಕವಿತೆಯನ್ನು ನಾನು ದೂರಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಅಂತ ಸಾಧ್ಯನೇ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಈಗ ನಾನು ಪೋಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾರ್ಟಮ್ ಆಗಿ ಅನಿಸಿರ್ಬೋದು ನನಗೆ ಅದು ಕವಿತೆ ಒಳ್ಳೆದಲ್ಲ, ನಾನು ಪ್ರಕಟ ಮಾಡಬಾರ್ದಿತ್ತು ಅಂಥೇಳಿ. ಆದರೆ ಆ ಕ್ಷಣಕ್ಕೆ 10 ವರ್ಷ ಅಥವಾ 15 ವರ್ಷ ಹಿಂದೆ ಬರೆದಿರುವಾಗ ನನಗೆ ಆ ಕ್ಷಣದ ಮನಸ್ಥಿತಿ ಅದು. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಎರಡೂ ವಿಷಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳ್ಬೋದು ಅದು.
ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು. ನನ್ನ ಇಚ್ಛೆ ಇದ್ದಿದ್ದಿಷ್ಟೇ, ಅಂದರೆ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಆಶಯ ಅದಿರಲಿಲ್ಲ, ಆದರೆ ಯಾವುದೋ ಒತ್ತಾಯಕ್ಕೆ ನಾನು ಆ ಥರದ ಕವಿತೆ ಬರೆದೆ, ಆ ಥರದ್ದು ಯಾವುದಾದ್ರೂ ಇದೆಯಾ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಹೇಳಿ.
ಬಾಹ್ಯ ಒತ್ತಡಕ್ಕೆ ನಾನು ಯಾವ ಕವಿತೆಯನ್ನು ಇದುವರೆಗೆ ಬರೆದಿಲ್ಲ. ನನ್ನ ಆಂತರಿಕ ಒತ್ತಡಗಳಿಗೋಸ್ಕರ ನಾನು ಕವಿತೆಯನ್ನು ಬರಿತಾ ಬಂದಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಅಂಥ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಉದ್ಭವ ಆಗಲಿಲ್ಲ.
ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು ಸರ್. ಮೇಡಮ್ಗೆ, ಮೇಡಮ್ನ ಕೆಲವು ಕವಿತೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ನನಗೆ ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗಿರುವಂಥದ್ದು ಈ ಒಂದು ಯಾವ ರೀತಿಯಾದ ಬ್ಯುಸಿ ಲೈಫ್ ಅಂತಲೇ ನಾನು ಏನು ಕರ್ಕೊಳ್ತೀನೋ, ಮನೆ ಒಳಗೆ ನಿರಂತರವಾದಂಥ ಕೆಲಸ, ಅದ್ರ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ನನಗೆ ಹೊಳೆದಂಥ ಕವನಗಳು, ಅದ್ರ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಬದುಕಿರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಕವನಕ್ಕೆ ಹೆಚ್ಚಿನ ಸರಕುಗಳು ಅಥವಾ ಹೆಚ್ಚಿನ ವಿಷಯಗಳು ದೊರೆತಿದೆಯಾ, ಅಥವಾ ಅದರಿಂದ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಕಾವ್ಯ ಕೃಷಿ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದು ಕುಂಠಿತವಾಗಿದೆ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದು ಭಾವನೆ?
ಇಲ್ಲ, ಖಂಡಿತ ಇಲ್ಲ. ನಾವು ಹೇಳ್ತೇವೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದರೆ, ಈಗ ನೀವು ಸಾಮಾನ್ಯವಾಗಿ ಕೆಲವರು ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ ಅದೇ ಏನು ಮಣ್ಣು ನೆಲ ಅಡುಗೆ ಮನೆ ಅದು ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಹೊರಗೆ ಬಾ ಅಂತ ಕೆಲವರು ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಆದರೆ ಈಗ ನಾನು ನನ್ನ ಕೃಷಿ ಕೆಲಸದಲ್ಲಿ ತೊಡಗಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೇನೆ, ನಾನು ಅಡುಗೆ ಮನೆಯ ಗೃಹಿಣಿ. ನಾನು ಆ ಜಗತ್ತನ್ನು ಬಿಟ್ಟು ನಾನು IT ಜಗತ್ತಿನ ಕವಿತೆಗಳನ್ನು ಬರೆದ್ರೆ ಅಥವಾ IT ಜಗತ್ತಿನ ಕಥೆಗಳನ್ನು ಬರೆದ್ರೆ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾನು ಪ್ರಾಮಾಣಿಕವಾಗಿ ನ್ಯಾಯ ಒದಗಿಸಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಇದೆಯಾ? ಇಲ್ಲ. ಆದರೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದರೆ ನಾನು ನನ್ನದೇ ಅಡುಗೆ ಮನೆ ಕವಿತೆ ಆಗಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಅದೇ ಸಾಸಿವೆ ಡಬ್ಬ ಆಗಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಅದೇ ಜೀರಿಗೆ ಡಬ್ಬ ಆಗಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಅದು ಏನು ಈ ರೂಢಿಗತ ಪರಂಪರೆ ಏನೇ ಉಂಟು ಅದನ್ನು ಮುರಿದು ಕಟ್ಟುವುದರಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ಎಷ್ಟು ಸಫಲಳಾಗಿದ್ದೇನೆ ಅನ್ನೋದರ ಕಡೆ ನಾನು ಗಮನ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು. ದಿನ ದಿನ ನಾನು ಹೊಸ ರೂಪಕಗಳನ್ನು, ಹೊಸ ಧ್ವನಿ ಶಕ್ತಿಗಳನ್ನು ಆ ಮೂಲಕವೇ ಕೊಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ನಾನು ತಯಾರಾಗಬೇಕು. ಬಿಟ್ಟರೆ ಮತ್ತು ನನಗೆ ಹಾಗೆ ಅನ್ನಿಸ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ. ನನ್ನ ಅನುಭವ ಜಗತ್ತೇ, ನನ್ನ ಅನುಭವವನ್ನು ನಾನು ಹೇಳೋದು ಇನ್ಯಾರು ಹೇಳಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಉಂಟು? ಅದು ನಾನಷ್ಟೇ ಹೇಳಬೇಕಾದ್ದು. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾನು ನ್ಯಾಯ ಒದಗಿಸುವುದು ನನ್ನ ಕರ್ತವ್ಯ. ಅದಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ನಾನು ನನ್ನ ಸುತ್ತಮುತ್ತಲಿನ ಜಗತ್ತಿನ ಕವಿತೆಗಳನ್ನೇ ಮತ್ತು ನನ್ನ ಕತೆ ಬರೆಯುವಾಗಲೂ ಕೂಡ ನನ್ನ ಸುತ್ತಮುತ್ತಲಿನ ನನ್ನ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತಿಯ ನನ್ನ ಭಾಷೆಯ ಕತೆಗಳನ್ನೇ ಬರೆಯುವುದು ನಾನು ಅದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ಅಷ್ಟೇ.
ಅವರೊಂದು ಆಗ ಮತ್ತೆ ಹೇಳಿದರು, ಅಡುಗೆ ಮನೆ ಕೋಣೆಯಿಂದ ಕಿಟಕಿಯಿಂದ ನಾನು ಪ್ರಪಂಚವನ್ನು ನೋಡ್ತೇನೆ ಅಂತ. ಅದೇ ರೀತಿ ಇದೆ ಉತ್ತರ. ಬೇರೆ ಏನಾದರೂ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆಗಳು?
ನಮಸ್ತೆ. ನನ್ನ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ 3 ಕವಿಗಳಿಗೆ. ಸಾಮಾನ್ಯವಾಗಿ ಒಂದು ಕವಿತೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಕವಿ ಏನೋ ಒಂದು ಧ್ವನಿಯನ್ನು ಇಟ್ಟಿರ್ತಾನೆ. ಅದು ಓದುಗನಿಗೆ ನಿಜವಾಗಿ ದಕ್ಕಿರ್ತದೋ ಇಲ್ಲವೋ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ಆದರೆ ಯಾರೋ ಒಬ್ಬ ನನ್ನದೊಂದು ಕವಿತೆ ಆ ಧ್ವನಿಯನ್ನು ಇನ್ನಾರೋ ಗುರುತಿಸಲಿಲ್ಲ ಅನ್ನುವಂತಹ ಭಾವ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಯಾವತ್ತಾದರೂ ಕಾಡಿದೆಯಾ?
ಈ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆಯನ್ನು ನಾವು ಕೇಳಿಕೊಳ್ಳೇಬಾರ್ದು. ಯಾಕೆ ಹೇಳಿದರೆ, ನನ್ನ ಕವಿತೆಯನ್ನು ಇನ್ನೊಬ್ಬರು ಗುರುತಿಸ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ನಾವು ಮೊದಲನೇದಾಗಿ ಬರೆಯೋದಲ್ಲ. ನನ್ನ ಧ್ವನಿಯನ್ನು, ನನ್ನ ಕವಿತೆಯ ಧ್ವನಿಯನ್ನು ಇನ್ನೊಬ್ಬರು ಧ್ವನಿಯನ್ನು ಗುರುತಿಸಿದರೆ ಅದು ಅದು ನಮಗೆ ಖುಷಿ ಬೇರೆ. ಮತ್ತು ಇನ್ನೊಂದೇನು ಹೇಳಿದರೆ, ನಾವೊಂದು ಸಾಮಾನ್ಯ ಕವಿತೆ ಅಂತ ಅಂದುಕೊಂಡು ನಾವು ಬರೆದಿರ್ತೇವೆ. ಆ ಕವಿತೆಗೆ ಬೇರೆಯದೇ ಧ್ವನಿಯನ್ನು ಓದುಗರು ಕಂಡುಕೊಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಅದು ಓದುಗರ ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಬಿಟ್ಟಂಥ ಸಂಗತಿಗಳು. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಮೊದಲನೇದಾಗಿ ನನಗನ್ನಿಸೋದು, ನಾವು ಬರೆಯುವಂಥದ್ದೇನು ನಮ್ಮ ಒತ್ತಡವನ್ನು ನಿವಾರಣೆ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಳ್ಳಲಿಕ್ಕೆ, ನಮ್ಮ ಬಿಡುಗಡೆಗೋಸ್ಕರ ನಾವು ಬರಿತಾ ಇದ್ದೇವೆ. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಬೇರೆ ಯಾರಿಗೋ ಹೊಸತನ್ನು ಕಂಡ್ರೆ ಅದು ಖುಷಿ ಅಷ್ಟೇ. ಅಥವಾ ನನ್ನ ಧ್ವನಿ ಇನ್ನೊಬ್ರಿಗೆ ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗಲಿಲ್ಲ ಹೇಳಿದರೆ ಅದಕ್ಕೂ ನಾವು ಏನು ಮಾಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಆಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ನಾನು ಮೊದಲು ನಿರಾಳ ಆಗಿದ್ದೆ, ನಾನು ಮೊದಲು ಖುಷಿಯಾಗಿದ್ದೇನಲ್ಲ, ಅದು ಮುಖ್ಯ ಆಗ್ತದೆ ಅಂತ ನನಗನ್ನಿಸೋದು.
ನಮಸ್ತೆ. 3 ಜನರಿಗೂ ಸೇರಿಕೊಂಡು ಒಂದು ಕಾಮನ್ ಆಗಿರೋ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ. ನಿಜವಾಗಿ ಇವರು 3 ಜನ ಕೂಡ ನಮ್ಮಂಥ ಯುವಕರಿಗೆ ಸ್ಫೂರ್ತಿಯೇ. ಯಾಕೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದರೆ, ಮೇಡಮ್ ಹೇಳಿದ ಹಾಗೆ ಅವರು ಗೃಹಿಣಿಯಾಗಿದ್ದು ಯಾವುದೋ ಒಂದು ಸಂದರ್ಭದ ನಂತರ ನನ್ನ ತೊಳಲಾಟಗಳನ್ನು ಹೇಳಿಕೊಳ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಬರೀಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಶುರು ಮಾಡಿದರು. ಸರ್ ಕೂಡ ಹಾಗೆ ಮಲೆನಾಡಿನ ಸಂದರ್ಭಗಳನ್ನು ನೋಡಿಕೊಂಡು ಶುರು ಮಾಡಿದರು. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ನಮಗೆ ಅನಿಸುವಂಥದ್ದನ್ನು ಅಥವಾ ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹಿನ್ನೆಲೆ ಇರಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಏನಿಲ್ಲ. ನಮಗೆ ಬರಿಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಅನಿಸಿದರೆ ನಾಳೆಯೂ ನೀನು ಕವಿ ಆಗ್ಬೋದು ಅನ್ನುವಂಥ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ 3 ಜನರ ಮಾತು ನನಗೆ ಅನಿಸಿದ್ದು. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಒಂದು ಕಾಮನ್ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದರೆ, ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಬ್ಬನಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ನಾಳೆ ನಾನು ಈ ಥರದೊಂದು ಬರಿಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಶುರು ಮಾಡಿದ ಮೇಲೆ ಒಬ್ಬರನ್ನು ಸ್ಫೂರ್ತಿ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತಾರೆ. ಹಾಗಿರುವಾಗ ನಿಮಗೆ ಅಥವಾ ನೀವು ಇಷ್ಟುವರೆಗೆ ಬರೆದದ್ರಲ್ಲಿ ನಾಳೆ ನಾನು ಈ ಥರದನ್ನು ಬರಿಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಅನಿಸುವ ಥರದಲ್ಲಿ ಏನಾದರೂ ಇದ್ದರೆ, ಯಾವುದೋ ಒಂದು ಕತೆ ಬರೆಯುವಾಗ ಅಥವಾ ಕವಿತೆ ಬರೆಯೋದಿದ್ರೆ, ನಾನು ಇದನ್ನು ರೀಚ್ ಮಾಡಲಿಲ್ಲ ಅಥವಾ ನಾನು ಇದನ್ನು ತಲುಪಲಿಲ್ಲ, ನಾನು ಈ ಥರ ಒಂದು ಬರಿಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಏನಾದರೂ ಅನಿಸಿದ್ಯಾ?
ಆ ಅತೃಪ್ತಿ ಖಂಡಿತ ಬರಹಗಾರನಿಗೆ ಇರಲೇಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ನನಗನ್ನಿಸೋದು. ಅತೃಪ್ತಿ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಆ ಒಳಗೆ ಅತೃಪ್ತಿ ಇಲ್ಲದವನು ಬರಹಗಾರನಾಗಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯವೇ ಇಲ್ಲ. ನಾವೇನೋ ಇವತ್ತು ಬರೆದಿದ್ದೇವೆ, ಆದರೆ ಅದು ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಆಗಲಿಲ್ಲ ರೀ, ಇನ್ನೂ ರೀಚ್ ಆಗಬೇಕಿತ್ತು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳುವಂಥ ನೋವು ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಬ್ಬ ಬರಹಗಾರನು ಕಾಡಿಕೊಂಡೇ ಇರ್ತದೆ ಅಂತ ನನಗನ್ನಿಸೋದು.
ಅಲ್ಲ, ಈ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ HSV ಅಥವಾ BRL ಅನ್ನುವ ಅಂಥ ಮಾಗಿದ ಕವಿಗಳ ಹತ್ರ ಕೇಳುವಂಥ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಅಂತ ಅಂದ್ಕೊಳ್ತೇನೆ. ಯಾಕಂದರೆ ನಾವಂತೂ ಈಗಲಷ್ಟೇ ಬರೀಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಆರಂಭ ಮಾಡಿದ ಕವಿಗಳು. ನಾವು ಅಂದರೆ ಇನ್ನೂ ಏನೋ ನಾವು ಸಾಧಿಸಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಬಾಕಿ ಉಂಟಾ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿಕೊಳ್ಳೋ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಇಲ್ಲ. ನಾವು ಆರಂಭದ ಹಂತದಲ್ಲಿ ಇರುವವರು. ಹಾಗೆ ಕೃತಕೃತ್ಯತೆ ಅಂತ ವಿಷಯ ಬರುತ್ತೆ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಇದು ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ. ಅಂದರೆ ಯಾವುದನ್ನು ಬರೆದ್ರೆ ನಾನಿನ್ನು ಕೃತಕೃತ್ಯತೆ ಪಡಿಬೋದು. ಕಾಳಿದಾಸ ಶಾಕುಂತಲ ಬರೆದ ನಂತರ ಬರಲಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತೆ, ಮತ್ತೆ ಕಾವ್ಯ ಬರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಅಂದರೆ ಕೃತಕೃತ್ಯತೆಯನ್ನು ಪಡೆದೆ ನಾನು ಈ ಕವಿತೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅಂತೇಳಿ. ಅಂಥ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಹುಟ್ಟಿಕೊಳ್ಳುವುದಿಲ್ಲ. ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ನಾವೀಗ ಆರಂಭದ ಕ್ಷಣದಲ್ಲಿ ಇರುವವರು. ಬಹುಶಃ ಬಹಳಷ್ಟಿದೆ ಬರೀಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಆ ಥರ.
ನಾನು ಸಾಧಾರಣವಾಗಿ ಶತಾವಧಾನಿಗಳ ಅವಧಾನಗಳನ್ನು ನೋಡ್ತೇನೆ. ಮತ್ತು ಅವಧಾನಗಳನ್ನು ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ನೋಡುವುದರಿಂದ ಅವರ ಗುಂಪುಗಳಲ್ಲಿರುವಂಥ ಎಲ್ಲರ ಅವಧಾನ, ಅಷ್ಟಾವಧಾನ, ಶತಾವಧಾನ ಅದನ್ನೆಲ್ಲವನ್ನು ನೋಡ್ತೇನೆ. ಅವರೆಷ್ಟೋ ಸ್ಪಾಂಟೇನಿಯಸ್ ಆಗಿ ಪದ್ಯಗಳನ್ನು ಬರೀತಾರೆ. ಈಗ ಈ ಪದ್ಯವನ್ನು ಹೀಗೆ ಕೇಳಿದರೆ ಹೀಗೆ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ ಅವರು. ಆ ಲೆವೆಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ನಾನು ಹೋಗಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದು ನನ್ನ ಗುರಿ. ಹೀಗೆ ಕೇಳಿದಾಗ ನಾನು ಹೀಗೆ ಹೇಳುವಾಗಿರಬೇಕು, ಇಂಥ ಛಂದಸ್ಸಲ್ಲಿ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಹಿಂಗೆ ಹೇಳಬೇಕಿರ್ಬೇಕು. ಅಷ್ಟು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತಂದರೆ ಆ ಹೈ ಗುರಿಯನ್ನು ನಾನು ಹಾಕ್ಕೊಂಡಿರುವಂಥದ್ದು ಅಷ್ಟು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತಂದು ನಾನು ಎಷ್ಟೋ ಓದಿರಬೇಕು. ಆ ಗುರಿಯನ್ನು ತಲುಪಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ನಾನು ಎಷ್ಟು ಅಧ್ಯಯನ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು, ಎಷ್ಟು ಜನರ ಸಾಹಿತ್ಯವನ್ನು ತಿಳ್ಕೊಳ್ಬೇಕು. ಅಷ್ಟನ್ನು ತಿಳ್ಕೊಂಡಾಗ ಆಗುವಂಥ ಸುಖ ಏನಿದೆ ಅದನ್ನು ಪಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಬೇಕು. ಆ ದೃಷ್ಟಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋಗಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ನನಗೆ ಯಾವತ್ತೂ ಅನಿಸುತ್ತೆ, ಒಂದು ಸಲ ಶತಾವಧಾನಿ ಗಣೇಶ್ ಅವ್ರ ಥರ ಪದ್ಯ ಬರೀಬೇಕು, ಒಂದು ಸಲ ಕೊಪ್ಪಲ್ ತೋಟ ಗಣೇಶ್ ಅವ್ರ ಥರ ಪದ್ಯ ಬರೀಬೇಕು, ಈ ರೀತಿ ಅವಧಾನಿಗಳ ಥರ ಪದ್ಯ ಬರೀಬೇಕು, ಆ ರೀತಿ ತುಂಬ ಸಲ ಅನಿಸಿದೆ.
ಈಗ ವೇದಿಕೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ನನ್ನನ್ನು ಸೇರಿ 4 ಜನ ಕವಿಗಳಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ಸೊ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದ ಕೊನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ, ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದಲ್ಲಿ ಅಂದರೆ ನೀವು ಗಮನಿಸಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಒಂದು ಕೊನೆಯ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆಗೆ ಅವಕಾಶ.
ಆಧುನಿಕ ಜಗತ್ತಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಅನೇಕ ಯುವಜನತೆ ಇವತ್ತು ಒತ್ತಡಗಳಿಂದಾಗಿ ಅಥವಾ ಅನೇಕ ಸ್ವಯಂಕೃತ ತಪ್ಪುಗಳಿಂದಾಗಿ ಆತ್ಮಹತ್ಯೆಗೆ ಅಥವಾ ಇನ್ನಿತರ ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಬಲಿಯಾಗ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅಂಥವರ ಮನಸ್ಸಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಅಥವಾ ಅವರ ಭಾವನೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ಥರದೊಂದು ಕವಿ ಹೃದಯವಂತಿಕೆ ಬಂದರೆ ಅವರ ಆ ಒಂದು ಸಮಸ್ಯೆಗಳಿಗೆ ಪರಿಹಾರ ಸಿಗ್ಬೋದಾ ಅನ್ನೋದು ನನ್ನ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ.
ಖಂಡಿತವಾಗಿಯೂ ನಾವು ಪದ್ಯಗಳನ್ನು ಅಪ್ಪಿಕೊಂಡಿರುವಂಥದ್ದು ವೃತ್ತಿಯನ್ನು ನಿಭಾಯಿಸಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಬೇಕಾದಂಥ ಚೈತನ್ಯ ವೃದ್ಧಿಗಾಗಿ. ನಾವು ಯಾವುದೋ ಒಂದು ಕೆಲಸವನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿರ್ತೇವೆ, ಅಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಬ್ಲ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಆಗಿಬಿಡ್ತೇವೆ, ಏನೋ ಒಂದು ಸಮಸ್ಯೆ ಬರ್ತದೆ, ಒತ್ತಡಗಳು ಎಷ್ಟಿರುತ್ತೆ, ಅದರಿಂದ ಹೊರಗೆ ಹೋಗುವಂಥದ್ದು ಹೇಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿರೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಆ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ನಮಗೆ ಖಂಡಿತವಾಗಿ ಬೇಕಾಗಿರುವಂಥದ್ದು ಮೈಂಡ್ ಡೈವರ್ಷನ್. ಕೆಲವೊಬ್ಬರು ಮೈಂಡ್ ಡೈವರ್ಷನ್ ಸಿಗರೇಟ್ ಸೇದಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಬಳಸ್ತಾರೆ, ಕೆಲವೊಬ್ಬರು ಮೈಂಡ್ ಡೈವರ್ಷನನ್ನು ಮದ್ಯಪಾನಕ್ಕೆ ಬಳಸ್ತಾರೆ. ನಾನು ಪದ್ಯಪಾನಕ್ಕೆ ಬಳಸ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ.
ಉತ್ತರ ಸಿಕ್ಕಿದೆ. ಸಮಯ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಕೊನೆಯ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ.
ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ಹೆಚ್ಚಾಗಿ ಸನ್ನಕ್ಕಿ ಭಟ್ ಅವರ ಯೂಟ್ಯೂಬ್ ಚಾನಲನ್ನು ಪ್ರತಿನಿತ್ಯ ಅವರ ಗಾಯನಗಳನ್ನು ಅಥವಾ ಅವರು ಬರೆದಿರುವಂಥ ಸಾಹಿತ್ಯವನ್ನು ಕೇಳಿಕೊಂಡು, ಇವತ್ತು ಬೆಳಿಗ್ಗೆ ಕೂಡ ಅದನ್ನು ಕೇಳಿಕೊಂಡು ಬಂದವಳು. ಅದನ್ನು ಕೇಳಿಕೊಂಡು ಹೊಸ ಬರಹಗಾರರಾಗಿ ಯಾರಾದರೂ ಬರೀಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಹೊರಟ್ರೆ ಅಥವಾ ಯಾರಾದರೂ ಒಂದು ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಇರೋ ವರ್ಡಿಂಗ್ಸ್ಗಳು ಹೇಗಿರ್ತದೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಲೆವೆಲ್ ಇದು ವರ್ಡಿಂಗ್ಸ್ಗಳು ಇರ್ತದೆ. ಹೊಸ ಬರಹಗಾರರಾಗಿ ನಾವೆಂತ ಮಾಡ್ತೇವೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದರೆ ನಮ್ಮದು ಕೂಡ ಹಾಗೆಯೇ ಬರಿಬೇಕು ಅಂದರೆ ನಾವು ಸಣ್ಣ ವಿಚಾರಗಳನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ತುಂಬ ಓವರ್ ಎಕ್ಸಾಜುರೇಟ್ ಆಗಿ ಮಾಡಿ ಬರಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗ್ತೇವೆ. ಆಗ ಅದರ ಒಂದು ಕ್ವಾಲಿಟಿ ಏನಿರ್ತದೆ ಅದುವೇ ಹೋಗಿಬಿಡ್ತದೆ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಹೊಸ ಬರಹಗಾರರಿಗೆ ನೀವೇನಾದರೂ ಸಜೆಷನ್ಸ್ ಕೊಡೋದಂತಾದರೆ ಏನು?
ಬೇಂದ್ರೆ ಅವರ ಒಂದು ಕವಿತೆ ಇದೆ, ಕವನ ಕೋಶದಿ ಕಮಲ ಗರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಪರಾಗ ಹೊರಗಿಹುದು, ನಿನ್ನ ಮುಖಸ್ಪರ್ಶವೂ ಸಾಕು ಹೊಸ ಸೃಷ್ಟಿಯೇ ಬರಬಹುದು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ ಬೇಂದ್ರೆ. ಅಂದರೆ ಒಂದು ಕವಿತೆಯನ್ನು ರಸಿಕ ಓದಿದಾಗ ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಅವರು ಒಂದು ರೂಪಕ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಹೂವಿಗೆ ದುಂಬಿ ಸ್ಪರ್ಶ ಮಾಡಿದಾಗ ಹೇಗೆ ಹೊಸ ಸೃಷ್ಟಿ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ, ಒಂದು ಒಳ್ಳೆಯ ಕವಿತೆಗೆ ಒಂದು ರಸಿಕ ಜನ ಓದಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಆರಂಭ ಮಾಡಿದಾಗ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹೊಸ ಸೃಷ್ಟಿ, ಅಂದರೆ ಅವನ ಬದುಕಿನ ಆಧಾರದ ಮೇಲೆ, ಅವನ ಓದಿನ ಆಧಾರದ ಮೇಲೆ, ಅವನ ಸುತ್ತಲಿನ ಪರಿಸರದ ಆಧಾರದ ಮೇಲೆ ಹೊಸ ಸೃಷ್ಟಿ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಆಗ್ಬೋದು ಅಂತ. ಅಂದರೆ ಒಳ್ಳೆಯ ಕವಿತೆಗಳನ್ನು ಓದಿ, ಕನ್ನಡಕ್ಕೆ ಬಹಳ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಶ್ರೀಮಂತವಾದ ಒಂದು ಕಾವ್ಯ ಪರಂಪರೆ ಇದೆ. ನಾವು ಇತ್ತೀಚಿನ ಕುಡಿಗಳು ಕುಮಾರವ್ಯಾಸನಿಂದ ಹಿಡಿದು ಪಂಪನಿಂದ ಹಿಡಿದು ಕುವೆಂಪು ಅಡಿಗರವರೆಗೆ ಅಂಥ ದೊಡ್ಡ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಕವಿಗಳನ್ನು ಓದಿದರೆ ಅಂಥ ಕವಿತೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಮನಸ್ಸಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಇಳಿದು ಅದೇ ಹೇಳಿದ್ನಲ್ಲ, ನಮ್ಮ ಬದುಕಿನ ಅನುಭವ, ನಮ್ಮ ಓದಿನ ಅನುಭವದಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಮಗೆ ಹೊಸ ಕವಿತೆಗಳು ಸೃಷ್ಟಿಯಾಗಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯವಿದೆ ಅಂತ.
ಇವತ್ತಿನ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದಲ್ಲಿ ಹಿರಿಯರು ಕಿರಿಯರು ಮತ್ತೆ ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ವಯಸ್ಸಿನ ರಸಿಕರು ಬಂದಿರುವಂಥದ್ದು ತುಂಬ ಸಂತೋಷದ ವಿಷಯ. ನಾನಾಗಲೇ ಹೇಳಿದ ಹಾಗೆಯೇ 3 ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಗಳು ವಯಸ್ಸಿನಲ್ಲಿ ವ್ಯತ್ಯಾಸವಿರಲಿಕ್ಕಿಲ್ಲ, ಆದರೆ ಅವ್ರು ಮಾಡುವಂಥ ಕವಿತೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಭಾವಗೀತೆ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಛಂದೋಬದ್ಧ ಶೃಂಗಾರ ಕಾವ್ಯ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಮನೆ ಗೃಹಿಣಿಯಾಗಿ ಅವರು ಕಿಟಕಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಜಗತ್ತನ್ನು ನೋಡಿ ಅದರ ಪರಿಧಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಬರೆಯುವಂಥ ಕವಿತೆಗಳಿರ್ಬೋದು. ಈ ರೀತಿ ತಮ್ಮ ಪ್ರತಿಭೆಯನ್ನು ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ಅವರು ತೋರಿಸ್ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅದಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ಕೆಲವು ಮಾನ್ಯತೆಗಳನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ಪಡೆದಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದಲ್ಲಿ ಭಾಗವಹಿಸಿದ್ದಕ್ಕೆ ಅವರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಅಪಾರವಾದ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು. ಜೊತೆಗೆ ನನಗೆ ಈ ಅವಕಾಶವನ್ನು ಕೊಟ್ಟಂತಹ ಭಾರತ್ ಫೌಂಡೇಶನ್ ಆರ್ಗನೈಸರ್ಸ್ಗೆ ಕೂಡ ನಾನು ಹೃದಯಾಂತರದ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳನ್ನು ಅರ್ಪಿಸ್ತೇನೆ.
ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಂದು ಜೀವದ ಒಳಗೂ ಇರುವುದು ಭಾವ, ಆದರೆ ಈ ಭಾವ ಕಾಗದವ ಸೇರುವುದು ಬಹಳ ವಿರಳ. ಸೇರಿದರೆ ಮಾತ್ರ ಅನಂತರ ನಡೆಯುವುದೆಲ್ಲವೂ ಬರೀ ಇತಿಹಾಸ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲಿಯವರೆಗೂ ಬಹಳ ಅದ್ಭುತವಾಗಿ ಮಾತುಗಳನ್ನು ಆಡಿದ್ದೀರಾ. ಹಲವಾರು ಯುವಕರಿಗೆ, ಹಿರಿಯರಿಗೆ, ಕಿರಿಯರಿಗೆ ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಪ್ರೇರಣೆಯನ್ನು ನೀಡಿದ್ದೀರಾ. ಇಲ್ಲಿಯವರೆಗೂ ಈ ಸುಂದರ ಸಂವಾದವನ್ನು ನಡೆಸಿದ ನಿಮಗೆ, ಈ ಕವಿಗೋಷ್ಠಿಯನ್ನು ನಡೆಸಿದ ನಿಮಗೆ ಹೃತ್ಪೂರ್ವಕವಾದ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳನ್ನು ಸಮರ್ಪಿಸಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಇಷ್ಟಪಡ್ತೇವೆ. ಅದೇ ರೀತಿ ಶ್ರೀ ಗುರುಪ್ರಸಾದ್ ಇವರು ಈಗ ವೇದಿಕೆಯ ಮೇಲೆ ಬಂದು 3 ಜನ ಯುವ ಕವಿಗಳಿಗೆ, ಅದೇ ರೀತಿ ಮತ್ತೋರ್ವ ಕವಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಸಂವಾದಕರಾಗಿರುವಂತಹ ಗುರುಪ್ರಸಾದ್ TN ಇವರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಒಂದು ನೆನಪಿನ ಕಾಣಿಕೆಯನ್ನು ಕೊಡಬೇಕಾಗಿ ಕೇಳಿಕೊಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ. ಕವಿಗಳಿಗೆ ಕಟ್ಟುಪಾಡುಗಳು ಎಷ್ಟಿದ್ರೂ ಕೇವಲ ಒಂದು ಕಾಗದ, ಒಂದು ಪೆನ್ನು ಸಾಕು. ಅವರ ಮನದಾಳದಲ್ಲಿರುವಂತಹ ಭಾವನೆಗಳನ್ನು ಪುಸ್ತಕದ ಮೇಲೆ, ಆ ಕಾಗದದ ಮೇಲೆ ತರಲು. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಇಲ್ಲಿಯವರೆಗೂ ಬಹಳ ಸೊಗಸಾಗಿ ಮಾತನಾಡಿದ್ದೀರಿ. ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳನ್ನು ಸಮರ್ಪಿಸಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಇಷ್ಟಪಡ್ತೇನೆ. ಅದೇ ರೀತಿ ಸೇರಿರುವಂತಹ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸಭಿಕರ ಗಮನಕ್ಕೆ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಅನಿಸಿಕೆಗಳನ್ನು ಮ್ಯಾಂಗ್ಳೂರ್ ಲಿಟ್ ಫೆಸ್ಟ್ 7ನೇ ಆವೃತ್ತಿಯ ಅನುಭವಗಳನ್ನು ಟ್ವಿಟರ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ ಖಾತೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ #MLRLITFEST2025 ಎಂಬ ಹ್ಯಾಶ್ಟ್ಯಾಗ್ನ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಹಂಚಿಕೊಳ್ಳಬೇಕಾಗಿ ಈ ಮೂಲಕ ಕೇಳಿಕೊಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ. ಅದೇ ರೀತಿ ಸಭಾಂಗಣದ ಹೊರಭಾಗದಲ್ಲಿ ಪುಸ್ತಕಗಳ ಮಳಿಗೆಗಳು ಇದ್ದು ಅಲ್ಲಿಂದ ತಾವು ಪುಸ್ತಕಗಳನ್ನು ಖರೀದಿ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಳ್ಳಬಹುದು ಎಂದು ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ. ಅದೇ ರೀತಿ ಸಭಾಂಗಣ 1ರಲ್ಲಿ ಭಾರತೀಯ ಭಾಷೆಗಳಿಗೆ ದೇಶೀಯತೆಯ ಕೊಡುಗೆಗಳು ಎಂಬ ವಿಷಯದ ಕುರಿತು ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ GB ಹರೀಶ್ ಹಾಗೂ ವಿ ನಾಗರಾಜ್, ಅದೇ ರೀತಿ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ HR ವಿಶ್ವಾಸ್ ಇವರು ಸಂವಾದವನ್ನು ನಡೆಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಸಂವಾದಕರಾಗಿ ಕ್ಷಮಾ ನರಗುಂದ ಇವರು ಕೂಡ ಅವರ ಜೊತೆಯಲ್ಲಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ನೀವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋಗಿ ಸಂವಾದವನ್ನು ವೀಕ್ಷಿಸಬಹುದು, ಸಂವಾದದಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದಾಗಬಹುದು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ. ಇಂದಿನ ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ಭಾರತ್ ಫೌಂಡೇಶನ್ ಆಯೋಜಿಸಿರುವಂತಹ ಮ್ಯಾಂಗ್ಳೂರ್ ಲಿಟ್ ಫೆಸ್ಟ್ 7ನೇ ಆವೃತ್ತಿಗೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಸಹ ಪ್ರಾಯೋಜಕರಾಗಿರುವಂಥವರು ಮಿಥಿಕ್ ಸೊಸೈಟಿ, ನಿಟ್ಟೆ, ಮಣಿಪಾಲ್ ಹಾಗೂ MRPL. ಇಲ್ಲಿಯವರೆಗೂ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನೆರೆದಿದ್ದಂತಹ ಸರ್ವರಿಗೂ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು.